Hey folks, wherever you're joining us from, welcome to the Big Picture KE, the Big Picture Takeover. This, of course, is our show and our live coverage of Kenya's 2022 August general election. So far, when we're halfway into the day, and from estimates, we're at about 6 million to 6.2 million people who voted at an approximation of 30% voter turnout, pretty low. If you haven't voted already, get out to vote. You still have a couple of hours, depending on where you are, to be able to reach your polling station, and make sure that you get in early. At least from what we're seeing online, there's I guess that's the upside, I guess, to having low voter turnout. Things are moving a lot faster. A couple of issues with KEEMS kits and manual verification that we might get into later on in this show. But this show really is about what you should be thinking about. At least this portion of the show is about what you should really be thinking about as you're there making your decision. Don't just go there and look at pictures and then pick according to the most handsome or beautiful person. Think about the future, guys, because we're asking on this specific segment, Mbele iko sawa? Are things going to be to be better than they were over these past 10 years? Joining me in studio is a curator of The Elephant, a great publication that we've worked with lots of times here at Africa Uncensored, Mr. Joe Kobudi, wearing election observers.
Absolutely.
So how was the observation? I should even be asking you what things look like on the ground this morning.
No, I think first, thanks for having me on the show. And I think so far, I think from the polling stations that I've gone to, as you said, because of low voter turnout, things are moving fairly smoothly. Mm-hmm. Of course, a few bumps, particularly regarding the manual register and the same skate. So guys are wondering which line should I go to. But sort of just a few teething problems, logistical problems here and there. At least by and large, I've seen Kenyans are voting fairly peacefully, at least in the politicians that have gone. Of course, we have seen what's happening in Mombasa and other areas.
Yes.
But by and large, so far so good.
Okay. And also in studio with us, Mr. Tom Mukwana, fact checker from Piga Firimbi. Tom, what's happening in your where you went to high school in Vita? We've just seen lots of violence at the tallying center there in Vita.
Tear gas and punches, I'd say.
Yes.
I think it's a lot of trust issues with the IEBC, trust deficit. It's normal in every election cycle, but it's looking a bit worse right now because of how things have changed. Grounds have shifted.
True.
Things are looking very different now. The authorities on one side, how that goes. So still uncertain about how things will go, but it's not looking good down there. Hopefully things settle.
Yeah, hopefully things settle down. If you're following us, you can follow us on Twitter Spaces, as well as on this live stream on YouTube and Facebook. Our Twitter Spaces opens up very soon, and that's where we're going to find our second guest of the day, Karambi Karia. She's a policy and ESG analyst and great person to follow online. Really, really wise head on her two shoulders. But we'll be getting to her very soon. Tom, I've just seen on one of the groups that we were sharing that it looks like the aspirant for the member of parliament, parliamentary aspirant for Mvita Omar Shalo seems to have been arrested by the police. Yeah. It looks like the UDA crowd had that grievance there. Maybe that's something to be following up across the day. But as I had mentioned, we're going to be talking about the economy, politics going forward. The cost of living, really. Anything that you've got for us in terms of what we should be thinking about from a fact checker's point of view?
Well, the elections just started. There isn't much to check yet because things are not going wild yet. Yeah. Tallying has not started.
Let's hope they don't go too wild.
Yes, but tallying has not started, so there isn't much to say. Well, once the results start trickling in, then some things will pop. But for now, it's just speculations about tallying that has already happened, which is, of course, fake. Yeah. I'll start with this one from a claim that was made on Facebook. It says that tallying has already been done in Sydney, Australia, and 223 Kenyans have voted. That's 100% turnout, and one candidate is leading with a huge margin.
But wait, can I ask a silly question?
Yeah.
What time is it in Australia right now even? Do you know that they're ahead of us?
They're ahead of us.
So voting would have closed,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
But
that didn't happen. Voting did not take place in Sydney, Australia, because Kenya has only 12 centers, polling centers across the world outside Kenya, and Australia is not one of them.
Okay.
So that's a blatant lie by this person, obvious to push a specific political agenda. It's false. That's one that we've had today. Another one here claims, I'll get to it later. Yeah. But yeah, definitely.
It's on Deputy President William Ruto's supposed strongholds. Yeah. So guys, follow at Pigafirimbi as well as at Africa Uncensored for any updates regarding any information that you'd want fact-checked, verified over the course of this day. Beg your pardon. And over the course of this electoral cycle. We're working hard. Tom and the team are working hard to make sure that you have all of the facts, and that you, by the time we get to the evening, you really have what you need in front of you. Really important. Wamboi Mwaura with a great fact check there. Actually, we had pre-bunked this, you know, before the election with this, with a story that Wamboi did about the places outside Kenya the diaspora voters are going to be voting from. So follow us and we'll be able to give you the leads on that. Tom, I'll catch up with you in a bit, but tega maskio. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Okay. And I want to start with you, Joe, in terms of, I guess, something that we don't think about too much on election day beyond the voting, which is what happens when, you know, the declarations are made, people are sworn in. You know, we kind of have to get back to living. But I'm asking this from the point of view of our economy, from our political economy even. Given the past 10 years and how Kenya seems to have changed, what should we be looking forward to in terms of Kenya's political economy? Let's start there.
I think, thanks, good question. And I think we have to even go back further than just 10 years ago. Yeah. And we have to look into our history for us to really see what's happening now. So a very quick historical lesson is that we were colonized by the British. They came here, they did their thing. But certain things of how they built the Kenyan state was they picked a few young men mainly and women and propped them up as chieftains. So, you know, so in a sense, these were the guards of the colonial state, right? And these chieftains were cemented around tribal, you know, invented tribal cocoons. And that has been our political economy, by and large. And that political economy has been feudal, by and large, you know, for the last 60 years, right? And I mean, the three main things about that space is that one, it's crony capitalism. Two, a particular kind of misogyny, patriarchy largely, but a particular kind of misogyny. Yeah. And then tied to that is crony capitalism, misogyny, and how it moves with religion. It is a kind. There's a mix there. Yeah. Around these three things, how they move in these spaces. So for 60 years, this has been the rules, the normative rules that govern our economy.
But that seems to be changing, is it not?
Precisely. So
and what made that change? What catalyzed it?
So we're getting there. So a couple of things. Of course, Kenyans are going to the struggle. We're having first, of course, Kenyatta one coming in with, you know, this feudal kind of idea, right? Where, you know, when guys are asked, who are you voting for? It's two things that determine in a feudal society who are you voting for, God or your king. But in a sense,
that's interesting. Okay.
You know, in a feudal society, but in a sense, the kingship here is your tribal, is your ethnic guy. You know, like, we're going like this, so we go like this. So this is the normative idea that has moved the feudal state, has moved Kenya, right? And it's crony capitalism. You know, I know you're my son. You know, I give you a tender. You know, the thing that we're talking about. Yeah. Yeah, and a particular kind of misogyny and just a religious perspective of how it moves in that space. You know, governed also by these things is also this ethnic feudalism around that. So, of course, the contestation, of course, within the state with other forces, progressive forces, but also negative forces. But what's happening interesting now is that these feudal lords, they need people to do their dirty work. Right? And I mean, these people do their dirty work, but these people doing dirty work, they also accumulate. Over the years, have accumulated enough money and power to contest power in this space. And this is actually what's happening in these elections, right?
What should be, if we were to structure this in terms of perhaps like Anglo-Saxon, society, these would be the dukes and
precisely.
Yeah,
and it actually is the same case because since British mirrored Kenyan society like theirs, to a certain extent, we're actually following a particular kind of culture actually like their society.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, in fact, in my view, 2022 is we can compare it to what happened in England in 1688 with what they call the Bloodless Revolution.
Yeah.
Where the same thing happened, where the king were fighting with the barons and the henchmen, their henchmen, and then the product of that was what now we call constitutional monarchy.
Yeah.
Where now power moved from the king to the parliament. Now Westminster actually became the thing.
Yeah.
So the same thing is happening within our own context.
Interesting.
So what we're actually seeing more fundamentally, we're seeing the end of feudalism in Kenya. We're seeing then, and of course there has been a security, but of course, as I said, many things, multi-party was introduced. Of course, more importantly, devolution, because that has disrupted that order.
Yeah.
More importantly, devolution, that order. But also just more importantly for me is actually what's happening within us and what's happening outside of. Because I mean, I was talking to a good friend of mine a couple of days ago, and she told me, listen, my own mother and aunties told me never to marry a Luo man, right? But then now her mothers and aunties are voting for, a Luo man.
Yes.
So what happens when now our political economy, undergirded by philosophical outlook, was feudalism has collapsed.
It collapses, and all of the things that
you the stories and narratives that you were told and you believe this is how we organize our society have all collapsed.
So I guess the question then becomes, what comes after the collapse, right? And I want you to get into that, but I'd also like for our other guest who's joining us via our Twitter Spaces today, Kalambi Karia, I hope you can hear us. If you can, Karibu Sana, fresh from the polling station. Joe and I have just been talking about our political economy. And I want for us, pengine unaweza changia as well, what your thoughts are about Kenya's political economy now and looking forward, but some of the things that we need to be watchful of and thinking about, reflecting about specifically today as we're going to cast our ballots. Kalambi. All right, so Kalambi, Twitter's done its thing. Kalambi's she's dropped off of the spaces, but we'll get back to her in a few. But Joe, I guess the same question that I was asking earlier. What then comes after the collapse of essentially a tribalistic feudal economy, a political economy where we have voted along certain lines? So along the railway line, the big tribes that have been organized around there no longer seem to play by the same rules, and you can feel it actually when you're out there. It does. Those same things don't seem to hold. Who then organizes the next phase of Kenya's political economy?
I mean, I think the famous Marxist economist Samir Amin said, only people make their own history. So I mean, I don't think it's a virtue of those guys. It has to be the people to make their own history and say, to determine now the course of their history.
Yeah.
I mean, a biblical narrative of what's this kind of collapse is, in my view, when Jesus, so the guy was possessed with the demons. That has been Kenya for the last 60 years, right? We're living in this feudal space.
So are we driving our political pigs off of the cliff?
Absolutely. But the challenges are, for me, my biggest challenges are now where are the prophets, where are the thinkers, where are the journalists to now tell these new stories of now, so we cannot tell this man now, it's no longer possessed.
All right.
Yeah.
Give me a second. I want to try and see if we can get Kalambi on. Kalambi, can you hear us now? Kalambi? Hey, Kazambi, can you hear us? Hey, I can hear you, albeit a little faintly. Let's see if we can try one question, and then we see whether the lines are going to clear up.
Hey, Kazambi, can you hear us?
If you've been following the conversation,
I can hear you,
we've been talking about the political economy in the country. What are the things that you're reflective about today regarding the real economy, as well as the political economy?
Can you ask me what, can you repeat the last part of your question, Alan? Jonathan?
Okay, no problem. I was asking that, I was asking what your reflections are about what the real economy, what things you're worried about or concerned about or reflecting about with respect to the real economy today, as well as the political economy of Kenya going forward. Because Joe's thesis is that the political economy that we've known, the rules that we've played along have collapsed more or less. So what then comes after that? And what are the things that you're thinking about with regard to the real economy as well as the political economy?
Right. I think that that's a difficult question. I think the things that I'm thinking about are fundamentally what puts the country and the citizens on a path of sustained economic growth and sort of, progressive outcomes for all citizens. And I think that just really comes down to whichever government comes in, the plan they have to implement their manifestos, whatever medium-term plans they have, and the spirit with which they intend to do that. And obviously, you start looking into and thinking about other very important aspects of what the government that is coming in needs to pay attention to. I think particularly the rule of law, making sure institutions work in terms of being good custodians for the citizens and the country's resources and sort of the country's development plans. So I think that it's the blend of the executive that comes in and also the ideologies. But I think fundamentally, I would say that we just need to have a government that puts the interests of the country first. And when we have that, I think in terms of the real economy, those benefits and the impact of that would be realized across all the sectors that are very critical to ensuring that citizens are productive and that people actually have money in their pockets, right? So whatever the intentions and the spirit of the incoming government will influence what's happening in key sectors like agriculture, healthcare, education, transport, infrastructure, and so on.
Well, I mean, you've mentioned a couple of sectors that are definitely important and the backbones to the economy. My thoughts are around today and the opportunity that people have to be able to elect, custodians who can then do that, put the people first. Elections are seen like that new broom that sweeps clean, but are you hopeful, at least even a little hopeful, that we can actually get a crop of leaders who can do that now and going forward over the next 5-10 years, possibly?
I am hopeful, of course. I think that we can do it, but I think that that commitment has to be really strong. If you think about many of the challenges that we have as a country in terms of, I mean, I'm not a politician, but I can speak in terms of the economy and economic development. It really comes down to to the key issues, to two key issues, in my opinion. One is upholding the Constitution, and the other is respect for the rule of law. Mm-hmm. Because whatever challenges and whatever issues that we have as a country, the resolution for them can be found in the Constitution, in many of the very robust sort of laws and regulations that we have. And so what is most important, in my opinion, is that we have leaders who sort of use that as their sort of North Star and blueprint for how this nation is governed, right? And what that translates into is that many of the things that we talk about and many of the things that we struggle with, including value for money in public expenditure, all of these things are represented in one way or another in the Constitution. And so I think I'm hopeful that that will happen, that we'll get these leaders over time. Mm-hmm. Of course, most of it is that we are iterating. We are still a very young democracy on balance. So we are iterating and kind of learning what works and what doesn't work on our way. But I feel fairly confident that we'll get there.
Okay. Kalambi, stay on the space, of course. We're going to be coming back to you in a second, as well as everybody who's on the Twitter space will have an opportunity to talk about what we should be thinking about while you're there in the polling station, right at the booth making that decision. Tom, I want to come to you, Kidogo. You've heard what we've spoken about as a younger, as a younger Kenyan, right? What? And I'm using you as a very, very anecdotal, sort of like dipstick for what younger Kenyans are thinking about. What to you are the things that you're looking forward to? Because you're just starting your career. What are the things that you're looking forward to a government being able to provide for you, to be able to do for you, so that you can prosper?
First of all, I'm going to get into tax issues here.
Okay.
Because you find that the government is taxing the industries heavily. Mm-hmm. So that sort of inspires people to stay outside Kenya, thus creating a job shortage in Kenya, because you don't have people coming into Kenya to build companies and start industries, just jumpstart the economy again. So I'm looking forward to somebody who's going to do that. I think a good tax base that is fair to all and that taxes people equally. We're looking for, is it equity, where you're taxed according to what you deserve, not something that favors a specific class and then steps on another. So definitely looking for better tax policies that I think in return will create more jobs in Kenya, and also better investments in industries. Just not creating industries that will fail and fall after a few years, just something that will last longer and create jobs over the next maybe century, who knows, or decades.
Okay. Tom, I want to ask you a question about voter statistics. I don't know if you have them in front of you, but I was looking at some of them earlier today, and the over 35s are at 60%, or 62%?
Yes.
Right, so 62% versus what, 38%? Below 35s. And why this is important is because the very things that you're speaking about might be determined by people who are 10, 15 years older than you. And I guess you can comment as well as you, Joe. What this election looks like it's shaping up to be is some sort of dissent or disengagement of younger people from the processes that seem to have failed the people who've come before them. So then, again, how then are you able to hold a government's feet to the fire when you are a young person like this that needs these things to be able to live, what political structures do you then build, right? So how would you, Tom, and I know this one is left field, but how would you imagine how you would be able to hold your next governor, your next MCA to account for the things that you want? And then, Joe, you can also chime in, because this feeds into the political economy that we're talking about, as well as what Kadhambi was saying. We have a very robust constitution, but what we've lacked perhaps is constitutionalism. Tom, I'll let you go first.
I'll get deep into the county governments and this whole devolved system. Well, I think it's impossible, almost impossible, to get a governor that is not performing out of their position. I think majorly because they have MCAs that are cronies and are in the county assemblies to specifically protect them. And similarly goes to the president and all these other elective positions. You have people who are essentially kept in power by their people. So you as a young person can't hold them to account, because the last say is with somebody who obviously supports them. They owe them something, so they support them. So I think at the moment it's almost impossible to hold your leaders to account. That's why we complain on Twitter all day, the hashtag trends for a few days and it dies, because we don't hold real power in our hands.
That's interesting, that you'd perceive it that way. Joe, what are your thoughts?
No, if my thesis, going back to my thesis, the end of feudalism, now we have to build a republic. Now Kenya has to become a republic. And the course we have taken, from independence was capitalism. So this is where we are. In name, we are a republic, though. Yeah, in name, we were a republic. Yeah. Now we have an opportunity to make a republic where now feudalism is over. Now we have to move into that space. Okay. So I think, without recognizing this context, I think Adam Smith said something once. It's not the benevolence of the butcher nor the farmer, but it's of self-interest. Yeah. So I think, since the whole mtu wangu thing is coming to a collapse, I think youth need to now move to spaces of self-interest. And with that in mind, moving into spaces, into political spaces, when you start thinking about how do we build a robust civic space, where how do we build a robust fourth estate, where now it's purely to build this republic, political parties, free media. We need to really address the idea of, because current capitalism, it's collapsed on a bit of its own contradictions. Yeah. That a few people and connection through family is no longer, it can't be sustainable for the majority. So we need to think about, okay, how then do we create an economy that is more robust, more resilient, more inclusive for everybody. True. And in every story, you have your protagonists, you have your villains or your antagonists, right? And at some point in every story, there's a confrontation, right? So, but in some of the even better stories that you watch, there's also a wider context that could destroy everything that everybody knows, that both the protagonist and the antagonist have to kind of contend with. Absolutely. A great example is, if you're a Game of Thrones fan, winter is coming. Winter is coming. We have an economic winter that is coming very soon. Exactly. Right? If it's not already upon us. It's on a doorstep, right? I want you both to reflect on this, and then Tom, I'll also come back to you for a couple of the things that you've been looking at in terms of facts. But one of the people who is hoping to embody Kenyans' self-interest in building a better economy, building a better republic is Raila Odinga. He voted earlier today in Kibra. Our team, Raquel Mwigai, Elijah Kanyi, were there to cover it and spoke to a couple of people, as well as witnessed what was quite a euphoric moment for Raila Odinga, as he's voted there many times. But this one particularly, I think, held a lot of significance for him and for the people there. We can run that clip now.
chini.
If you've seen those scenes online or wherever you've watched them from, including here, then you'll know that there is a euphoria that surrounds Raila Odinga whenever he votes, as well as many of the other political presidential candidates, William Ruto as well, perhaps not as euphoric and not as passionate. But Raila Odinga really does hold the hopes of millions of people, and he has carried those hopes for many, many years. But is he the person? That's up to you to be able to decide today. Was it William Ruto? Is it Waiga Mwaure? Or is it Professor George Wajakoya, who could carry the day in our presidency, but as well as all of the other seats? But we were talking about the big bad wolf that's coming, or it is really at our door at this point in time. How do we ensure that our debt, I don't know if I should call it a crisis, a deepening issue, a deepening crisis, that corruption is dealt with so that we're able to save more from the granary? How are we going to be able to do this, as well as transform our country in a way that it needs to be, so that guys like Tom, guys like the team that we have here, and Kenyans who make up the majority of this country, young Kenyans, are able to make a dignified life of what they have and perhaps the opportunities that they can get. Joe, let me start with you.
I mean two things. One, I think we need to end the culture of impunity. And when I mean by the culture of impunity here, I'm not talking about the usual conversation around corruption, where you know you and I are running a business and where you know there's a kickback. Definitely, we need to fix that. But what I'm talking about when we talk about the culture of impunity is in a feudal society, kings. The idea that there's a king there or a queen and he does whatever he wants because a king and a queen, that's a culture we have to break.
L'état c'est moi. Louis the 14th.
Exactly.
Right?
That's
the state. Yeah.
Exactly. That's a culture we have to break. That's a culture we have to break and when you're asked in a Kenyan context, when you're asked why you're doing this, the answer is two things. Because either God says it, or because we're from the same tribe. We have to break that culture.
Or as you had alluded to in a tweet, I think a few days ago, that there are certain politicians who look like they're Jameson buddies. You guy, my guy. Let's go to
exactly. Yeah. So it's a culture. It's something. It's a culture within a feudal space where. So because blue collar, the human heart, human beings, corruption still exists. Yeah. In whatever society, it exists in first world countries, but there's a particular culture of this feudal culture where our leaders are put on a certain table and they don't expect us to question them because they feel their power is ordained by the tribe or by God.
And that nobody should be able to question.
Yes, and in this case also because in our case as well, also because they are men as well.
Yeah.
So we need to break that culture of impunity within those three paradigms and say, no, listen, there's a particular kind of misogyny we do not want. There's a particular kind of tribal galvanizing we do not want. There's a particular kind of, but even particular some religio leadership kind of thing where you're referencing God to your level of impunity.
Religiosity without true faith.
Exactly. We have to, that's the thing. And then that's at the level of really the cultural conversation. At the level of policy analysis, I think now we have to really think about how then do we spread the cake.
Yeah.
Devolution has worked. We need to strengthen it for sure. We need to strengthen it, build more accountability systems. That's definitely worked. Conversations, hopefully down there, we really need to talk about how we can really tame this thing called the imperial presidency and move much more resources to devolution and devolved units.
Kadhambi, if you're still on the Twitter space, I'd like for you to jump in here, because this is a great opportunity to speak about an industry or a part of our economy that is in many ways still feudal, which is agriculture. You're quite passionate about that as well. How do we go about transforming that? And again, just to link back to what's happening today with people across the country voting for the future of this country, how should they be thinking about, okay, what food systems need to be in place for me to be able to feed my family sustainably, for me to be able to make money off of agriculture, for us to become a real nation of bounty, where plenty is actually in our borders as opposed to imported from outside our borders. Kadhambi.
Right. I could talk about this for ages, but I'll try to keep it very brief. Now, I still keep defaulting to this, starting to sound like a broken record, because I talk about the Constitution and the rule of law so much. Defaulting to this, starting to sound like a broken record, because I talk about the Constitution and the rule of law so much. Defaulting to this, starting to sound like a broken record, because I talk about the Constitution and the rule of law so much. Defaulting to this.
Sound, Twitter is starting to act up a little bit, but just reflect on that question. I will get back to it in a moment. Tom, before we launch back into this, what are we seeing in terms of the fact checks and not just the fact checks, but the information that people need to know with respect to this election? What have we covered so far that you think would be important for people to think about?
Well, over the past few days, we've been covering the debt crisis that we've been facing as a country, something that you alluded to. In the presidential debate, we had Dr. William Ruto, the
UDA Kenya Kwanza
presidential candidate who cast his vote early this morning, claimed that 80% of Kenya's borrowing is domestic. 70 to 80, he made that estimation, which was very inaccurate.
Okay.
So it should just show you how bad the situation is, but his stats are a bit exaggerated. So in this fact check, we actually explained everything, including the debt ceiling that was raised and where the domestic debt lies at the moment, which is at 49.9%, a 20% difference from 20 to 30% difference from what he said. So yes, we've been looking at facts and statistics concerning the debt ceiling and our debt crisis that you've mentioned a lot in your conversation there, the economic situation at the moment, and also we've noticed a flurry of opinion polls over the past 2 weeks as we edge closer to the elections. This is one of them that we debunked on the 25th of July. It's a poll that was supposedly released by a station that we all know, but it's fake. It shows fake statistics, and this was not released by the said publication.
And you know, misinformation, disinformation, malinformation at this point in time is doing so much to ruin such a good opportunity for, you know, for members of the public to really engage with their democracy, engage with their politics. So if you're out there and you receive something that you're not certain about, stop, check, verify. And there's lots of people who are doing this, including the coalition that we're a part of, Fumbua, us, and 23 other organizations are working super hard, and we're based across the country trying to pre-bunk, debunk, and verify information on a minute-to-minute basis. If you put all of us together here at Piga Firimbi, we're doing this every hour. You'll have new, fresh updates from what's happening in the field. We, of course, also have people who are out there in the field seeing things from themselves. But I want to come back to you, Joe, and speak again about how much time do we really have, you know, before all of this comes, you know, not crashing down, but really bears down on us. The pressure of a debt crisis, the pressure of corruption, as well as poor leadership. How much time do we really have to be able to change this? And what are the pressure points that civil society, that you had alluded to earlier, that we need to kind of rebuild that, needs to be applying on these incoming MCAs, governors, members of parliament, senators, president, I should say, the entire structure of our leadership? What should we be telling them? By the way, the minute you are sworn in, you need to start working on this.
I think immediately is the cost of living, right? I mean, cost of living, IMF is already here. We know this. We have, I mean, they're saying 4 months, but in my view, I mean, after the election, I think it was also because of just sensitivity of the elections. But after the elections, IMF are here. We have loans to pay from 2024. So, I mean, for every 100 shillings, 65 shillings that we're paying is going to pay debt. So I think immediately is the cost of living. Of course, we have seen both manifestos, both leading parties, both Azimio and UDA, Kenya Kwanza, talking about certain things. But immediately we have to move into social policy, in my view. I think both of them, one or another, have talked about this. When I mean social policy,
just define it again for people who might not have caught it, because I think earlier you had referred to it as policy analysis. Social policy. What does that actually mean?
So so for the last 20 years, Kenya's policy posture has really been around big infrastructure. So, you know, SGR, the Nairobi
Road Superhighway.
Exactly, Superhighway, Nairobi Expressway.
Galana Kulalu.
Exactly, and the government posture then was, you know, to industrialize. We have, I mean, a lot of research came at that time. There was an infrastructure gap that Africa was facing. So the last 20 years, we have seen Kenya doing a lot of that. I mean, and I mean, it's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag of critique that we can do. Some have worked, some haven't. Of course, it's a mixed bag. As I said, corruption, runaway corruption. It's a mixed bag. But we have come to the end of that policy posture. Now we have to move to social policy, where the Kenyan is at the center of policy. Meaning, what we're saying here is that now the question we're asking is that how do we improve the well-being of the Kenyan?
You know, why I'm jumping in at this point is that it's not only a Kenyan discussion. If you're looking at what's happening in the UK, for instance, there's a momentum that's building around this enough is enough movement, where it seems like their political economy as well is just not satisfactory and is not working for them. You're seeing this across the world. We're also in a period of dire economic consequences because of the war in Ukraine, as well as the inflation crisis in the States. So it's all coming to a head at the same time. But where there is crisis, there is real opportunity, and I want us to speak to that in a second. But I'm told we have a clip from earlier, recorded earlier in the day by Raquel and Elijah, who spoke to Jakaya Kikwete, former president of Tanzania, who's also the head of the East Africa Community Observers Mission. He had some things to say about the process that we are undergoing today, the election. Let's listen in to that.
I'm quite pleased to be here to participate in the election as an observer. Kenya is a beautiful country that I love so much, and I'm happy. I am leading the observation mission of the Electoral Institute of Sustainable Democracy in Africa. It's a strong body that observes most of the elections in Africa. They have developed technology that helps in our election observation. So I'm quite pleased to lead their mission. Today we came out as early as 5:30. And from that 5:30 till now, we've not seen anything untoward. We have not seen anything that we'll complain about. But that is within few stations within Nairobi. We don't know what is happening in other places. But I believe from what we have seen, the turnout is quite impressive. That means that the great people of Kenya are quite interested in selecting their leaders. And it's only when people have the ability to select their leaders, then leaders can do well. Because people have the powers to vote you out and vote you in.
Kwa asubuhi nimekwenda kuona pale Moi Primary School opening, nadhani imekwenda vizuri. Nimekuja hapa kuona, nimefika kabla muda mrefu kabla. Nimeona mambo yanakwenda vizuri, mistari inapangwa vizuri, kuna utulivu wa kutosha, hakuna kusukumana. Labda hapa tu alipoingia Mheshimiwa Raila ndio kumekuwa kidogo na Urumai. Na nyinyi tena huko ndani waandishi wa habari mlikuwa mnaita fujo sana pale ndani. Kwa kweli mambo yanakwenda vizuri. Yakiendelea hivi uchaguzi utakuwa umekwenda kwa utulivu, kwa amani, ambayo ndio jambo tunalotaka. Na baada ya hapo tunachotaka tu kwamba Kenya ibaki iendelee kuwa ya amani.
So far I can't make any comment we've not seen. I'm not saying it has not happened, but we have not seen. And I believe before the close of the day, when we will get reports from our observers that are spread across the country, we may be able to give you a more concrete comment. But what I'm saying is what we have physically seen, which is just few stations within Nairobi.
Yeah. And what will be your message to Kenyans even as the process continues, not just today, because as we wait?
The people of Kenya is to continue with this enthusiasm. Those of them who are still in their houses should make sure that they come and vote. Yes, now the queues are long. People as old as me may not want to come and stand for a very long time. They prefer to come out later in the day. But at least from midday, 1 p.m., they should come so that all of them should vote. That is the only way to encourage democracy. That's the only way to select good leaders. You must participate.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Former Tanzanian President Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete there, and I believe former Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan, who's the head of another observer mission, commenting about what's been going on across the country, but specifically in Nairobi. They'll be giving their reports later on. The discussion that we're having here on Twitter Spaces, as well as live streaming on YouTube, as well as on Facebook, is about this election, but from the point of view of the economy, the political economy. Bei ya maisha, really, and we're asking you, uko na budget ya kuendelea na ama kuendeleza uongozi mbaya at this point in time? You really need to think about that as you're going into the polls, if you're going to the polls at all. And even if you do not vote, do not be lulled or fooled into this gaslighting that you have no room to comment about the state of affairs of this country. This still is your country at the end of the day. At the top of the hour, of course, and we're at 2 o'clock right now, we want to do a bit of fact-checking some of the updates that we might have seen from across the country. We've been following very closely what's happening online, what kind of information is spreading out there, and whether we'll be able to at least slow down or mitigate the impacts of that. Tom Mukwana from Piga Firimbi is here with us. Tom, what's going on?
Another one, obviously fake.
Yeah.
It's a claim that was posted early today.
Okay.
I think 20 hours ago.
Okay.
Before the elections picked up pace really well. Mm-hmm. When people were lining up at 12 in the night, that's when this was gaining traction. So it simply claims that Rift Valley and Mount Kenya holds 50% of Kenyan votes. So essentially, they're trying to say if you clinch those two regions, you have the win.
And then you have a picture of Deputy President William Ruto there, so you know what the implication is.
Yes.
So tell us about the fact-checking, yeah.
So this was posted 21 hours ago, and it has 1K views and likes on Facebook. Wow. So that just shows you how bad it can get. And most of them are just, it's creating this echo chamber where a single line of idea is propagated and it could essentially spread outside and cause more havoc. So I think this, the idea that this is trying to create in our viewers' mind is that if you clinch these two regions, you've won. So in some people's heads, there is a specific candidate who has these two regions in a chokehold. So if they don't win, then automatically some people predict it as a rigged election. So it could spread into a whole line of disinformation that could turn ugly. But we looked into this claim and it's false. Rift Valley and Mount Kenya combined do not hold 11 million votes. So a background on that, we have 22.1 million voters in Kenya at the moment, registered voters. So 11 million just tells you have 50. And you just need to maybe clinch one other county outside this region and you have the win. It's false. Well, these two regions do not hold 11 million votes. It's false. Actually, they hold about 39% of the total percentage of votes in Kenya. It's just 8.432%. No, 8.432 million voters in the region. Right. So that's it's off with 3 point something plus. So it's definitely false. I think the narrative that this is trying to propagate is pretty dangerous. It's trying to give this, the vote is rigged agenda fire before it actually builds up into provisional results trickling in. Something that we've witnessed last night. A few presses have been held by governors and aspirants in different levels claiming rigging. So I think such information is false, very false. So imagine this being spread on WhatsApp. Somebody automatically declares themselves. And that's where it's moving quite a bit. So folks, again, our plea to you: if something aligns too closely with your own political biases, it's time to check. Go somewhere else and check to someone who's independent of your own biases and check whether that information is correct, right? It may very well prove to be true, but at least you've done the work of being able to check. This is your democracy, and spreading information that could likely cause some sort of drama down the road will be a lot more harmful than you taking those 2-3 minutes to just be able to check. Tom here, Linda, and the entire team of fact checkers, Tracy and Nyakerario and the entire team have been working really hard here at Piga Firimbi. Like I mentioned, we are part of the Fumbua coalition of fact checkers, journalists, and various other civil society organizations who are interested in providing you with as much factual information as possible on the day. Now, another thing to note is if you are going to the polls now, you might have clocked off work now, or you might have just decided to go at this point in time. The ballots can be quite they can be quite not threatening, but like quite imposing if you look at them, right? And there's 6 of them. Where I voted today, there was a list, an MCA ballot list that is as long as my arm, right? And that can be very very difficult to get through, and you have pressure. There are guys behind you. We have a solution for that, right? So Africa Uncensored, Open Cities Lab, and Odepo Dev have worked on a tool to help voting become a lot easier. If you don't know what your where you're supposed to be voting, your polling station, as well as who the candidates are, more importantly, then visit my candidate. It's on our various websites. Visit My Candidate, key in your constituency or your polling station. It'll geolocate who exactly is running in that area. Makes it a whole lot easier for you and for everybody else to keep things just chugging along, moving along. This portion of this next hour, coming to the top of the hour and the end of our discussion, I want us to move forward into into our discussion about the economy. Colombia, I hope you're still on with us.
and hopefully we will be able to speak. I know there's a bit of a delay. It can be a bit frustrating, but we will catch up with you, as well as anybody else who's on the call and might want to comment. Just raise your hand. We'll have our guys in social just whisper something to me over here, and you can make your comment. Joe, we are, and this can't be gainsaid, I mean, we are at a pivotal moment in our economy, in our election, and it's incumbent upon us to really think about what we are doing going forward, right? But there still are quite a number of structural things that we need to be able to address, and they're structured in the law, they're structured in terms of practice, there's structure even in terms of our habits and our political allegiances and the way we relate. What would be the first thing that you, if and I'm putting a heavy burden on you here, but what would the first thing that you would do if you were a legislator or even in the executive, would be the first thing that you would do to start to tinker with this, with this political economy of ours, to make sure that it functions better over the next 5 years, 10 years, and that we really build something sustainable?
Good question. I think, as I said earlier, we're coming to the collapse of feudal structure, right? So chronic capitalism is dying. So it's that, I know you're my father's son, that's dying. How the economy is centered around, what we've seen in the past 60 years, that's dying. What also dying is a particular level of misogyny, that's also dying, where men are the only ones in the public sphere. That's also dying. What's dying together, that also, I said, this religiosity that has no faith. So where questions about the political economy are centered around, and we do this a lot with Kenyans. If you know previously, God is on my side, but that kind of a lot of stuff. But and these are questions of these are the rules of our political economy, and and then of course, lastly, is this the end of this tribal thing where chieftains, those are the rules governing our political economy. So at a level of a legislature, a level of the president, I think it's really a question of, when we talk about the practicality of policy, it's a question of moral sentiment. So now the question is that how then do we, how do we want a political economy to be structured? Of course, we want a political economy where men and women participate actively in the public sphere. So the question needs to be answered, of course, in policy, whereby getting more women and men in that space to do that.
Can I just jump in for a second and ask, because there's something that you've pointed at, and you've been talking about it through this conversation, which is religiosity, right? Constitutionalism.
Right.
There seem to be two schools of thought that kind of coalesce around these two things, right? One, that Kenya is an immoral or has backslid in terms of its moral standards. And there's the other that says that we have good laws, we just don't have constitutionalism, a culture of constitutionalism, which all speak in a sense to the same thing, that there is something beyond our rules and something beyond our laws that we need to apply to make sure that this, that we're firing really on all cylinders.
Absolutely.
How do you get two parties from these two seemingly separate ends to start to think not alike, but to think together about what this solution is?
It's a good question. Thinking together, because the whole conversation about sliding immorality, one, I think is an evangelical argument that I don't agree with, because I think it's also part and parcel of figures and individual institutions that have been part of the feudal economy, that they're feeling a sense of loss of power. So instead of understanding that they're feeling a sense of loss of power, their argument has been, now we're becoming immoral. But it actually is a power conversation that they're not willing to embrace. The same thing has happened to the church in Europe, right? In the medieval times, after moving to the Renaissance, they were all the same thing. Europe is now becoming a secular society, etc. But it was the loss of power. So I think a really honest conversation is first agree that you're operating in a feudal space, and there's a certain level of pax of your religiosity that got you into the space. Then the other argument on constitutionalism that you're talking about, the hindrance on constitutionalism, again, is because we put a really great constitution on what my curator, senior curator, says on a colonial logic. So that hinders deep democracy. So once we understand that in a society like ours, I mean, we are 75% Christian, 94%, 98% religion. So we like religion, and that's a good thing. But now, how do we start thinking about our faith? Our faith within a context of living together and building a political economy based on certain moral values that we all agree to share. So once that's now, because the conversation about building a political economy at a normative level is addressing these four things. I've addressed the whole. Now we need women in the public sphere, aggressively. In leadership, in followership, whatever you call. But we need them aggressively, not as a thing, but we need them actively in our political economy. We need to tackle this thing called crony capitalism. The idea, and that's a level of policy where we have, for the last 60 years, we have made policy that favors certain individuals. And of course, in the last 10 years, how certain institutions, banks, certain mergers.
And it's really intensified over the past 10 years.
Exactly. Yeah. But that unfortunately, that system, we're seeing its collapse. So we have to remedy that around conversations of distribution of resources to the devolved units. But tied to that is also social policy, because you have to lift many more people out of that space, because crony capitalism also feeds off poverty and desperation. So this is why social policy is important. So social policy around, in my view, 5 areas. Agriculture. For the last 20 years, we haven't, if you look at our budgets, agriculture every year has been going down, where security goes up. We now need to flip that and put more money in agriculture, right? Small-scale farmers in particular. We need to now, have an honest conversation about the land question, how individuals have land doing nothing with the land. We need to talk about some level of redistribution. We need to have that honest conversation around that, so we can focus on the agriculture conversation. We need to talk about education, how we need to lift more people out of, to get a proper education, of course, primary education, of course, again, also questioning whether our current education system really works. We need to have that conversation. And then we need to have a conversation on health, how our health is a public good, but we're increasingly privatizing it, and it really costs. There's a thing that the middle class say that if you spend, if you're one illness away from poverty. Yeah. So we need to talk about and how do we make our public health system robust, resilient, but also a public good, such that everybody can access quality, affordable, and in some cases even free healthcare. Yeah. So just health education, and then for the youth, because we have a youth bulge, we talk about two things. We've talked about agriculture, but also we're also a service industry, particularly for East Africa. So that is just how do we get many of our youth in those service spaces and getting them trained well to move into the tech industry, tourism sector, banking, etc. So that's really a question of just how then we make this thing more robust to get more youth, vocational training centers to get more youth in that space. Okay. So, and of course housing, right? Housing is also a big piece of that. So people need to just live in quality, affordable houses. So I think once we do that at a level of social policy, we've fixed the idea and having a conversation about crony capitalism to expand the cake, but then also distribute it to many more people. And of course we're having the conversation around ethnicity and tribalism. That's a more trickier conversation, but I think there's a space for, and I think this will tie lastly with the idea of moral sentiments, with how then do we get our moral individuals who move in the moral spaces, or churches, mosques, Buddhists, and in other religions, to start thinking through their faith. But there's a space for deep conversations on healing, because as I said earlier, I talked to a friend, a good friend of mine yesterday. I slept at 2 in the morning, and he was, good guy, lawyer, brilliant guy, but he was struggling to, he was struggling to vote for one of the two leading candidates. Because in his one argument, he's saying this guy, he doesn't trust this guy, and this guy looks like he has a history of corruption, etc. On the other hand, he's saying, listen, me I grew up being told Luos are they're bad people. So he's having a real psychological meltdown.
It's a proper existential. I mean, he's not alone.
Yes, and he was, and I realized, and for me, it's. I remember reading years ago, the late Ravi Zacharias. He preached in Russia post the Cold War, and a general who came after him and said, "Listen, I like this sermon you've preached. This Jesus you're talking about seems like a good guy to follow, but I don't know what to do with my history. So we need a conversation of genuine national healing, and we need to. I mean, the aunties who have told their nieces, don't marry a Luo man, don't marry a Kikuyu man, don't marry a Kalenjin man, and whatever else. So we need Kenya needs to go through a season of deep healing, away from just deep healing and reconciliation, because this moment has exorcised our demons. But just like
has it exorcised them, or has it revealed?
I think it's doing both.
Okay.
The challenge, my feeling is that in the biblical text, we don't have when Jesus said, "No, your sins are forgiven, go and sin no more." We have no one to tell us to do that. So we are in a daze. We're in a daze. Like, what do we do now with ourselves?
Perhaps the analogy and the biblical analogy that we should be thinking about, and I guess that there have been some people who've suggested it to me, is not so much Jesus, and the examples that you give, but Saul to Paul.
Precisely.
Right? That we might not have that messianic moral standard to live up to.
Absolutely.
But we certainly have a moral path that we need to start to follow in terms of transformation.
Exactly.
Right? You've mentioned 5 areas: agriculture, education, housing. You've also mentioned healthcare, and of course the morality question, right? Kalambi, if you're still on with us, I'd asked you to keep thinking about the question I'd asked with regard to agriculture, something that you're passionate about. Hopefully we can get you on there, and I know there are a couple of things we've also said as well. Just to reflect a little bit about the things that we need to do like now, and the things we need to do tomorrow to make sure that we really do our countrymen and women a service in terms of agriculture, as an example.
Yes, I can hear you. I hope everyone can hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I was saying earlier that we have very good policies when it comes to, in terms of social and even public policy. We are pretty solid. The problem comes with enforcement, but also allocation of resources towards the realization of the policy goals. So when we think about agriculture or healthcare or housing or infrastructure, the problem is not really policy. Even when you look at the manifestos that have been offered by Kenya Kwanza and Azimio, they are pretty, similar in terms of sort of the policy direction, except maybe when it comes to issues of whether to restructure debt or not, a couple of other things, but largely similar. And that's because I think we all know that fundamentally what it takes to lift sectors and to move sectors into progress in countries like ours, there's really not much room for, there's a bit of room for innovation, but largely the policy direction will tend to be the same. And so when you think about that, the challenge now becomes, when you have policy that's good or reasonably good, why and what is it that makes the realization of that policy difficult? in agriculture, for example, when we're talking about food security, agricultural productivity, that farmers actually need to engage in agriculture that's productive and that puts money in their pockets. And then you start looking at what sort of value chain supports that, right? And you start looking at cost of inputs, access to sort of value-adding agricultural services, access to infrastructure, and so on and so forth. And that's why when we talk about, for example, things like why the Nairobi Expressway is such a horrible idea, is because on the list of priorities that would add to the country's productivity and sort of the income, reducing or rather increasing economic empowerment, you're better off spending that kind of money to build sort of infrastructure at the sort of county level that supports movement of goods, that supports vibrant markets on the ground, and so on and so forth. And so the question of what needs to happen across social and public policy is very closely correlated with the effectiveness of government. And when we think about what constitutes an effective government, you'll have to think about what the executive is doing, what the parliament is doing in its, sort of various responsibilities in terms of budget allocation, legislating, providing oversight. Because every time we have something that is not, let me say, for example, if we spend money on a project that is not delivering value for money or economic benefit, or is not fiscally prudent, you can trace it back to the actions that have or have not taken place in parliament. Because, and this is why I think a lot of pundits who have also been talking about this election have really emphasized that it is extremely important that your member of parliament is a good representative for you in the parliament. And when you think about it, and even when you look at the constitution, the parliament is actually quite a potent organ, even more than the president, right? Because those are the people that can fully check the power of the executive, the power of how the public money is being spent, and so on and so forth. But not to go into that too much. I'm just saying that in terms of effecting policy, I think that you just need to make sure that the people that are in charge of revenue allocation and deciding how the finances of this country are spent are invested in making that happen for the good of the citizens. And that really just comes down to making sure that working citizens are productive, so that you have an economy that's thriving and vibrant and able to service its obligations, even in terms of debt.
Yeah.
And that you're putting people money in people's pocket, because that's the way you lift people out of poverty. And that's how you achieve human progress. Because when people have money in their pocket, they can make decisions in terms of the education, they can make decisions in terms of healthcare, and so on and so forth. And so I think I just keep coming back to this constitutionalism thing, because all the things that we discuss really are to be found in the Constitution. We do have a really strong Constitution that guarantees, as various freedom, including right to very many economic and social rights, including the ones we are talking about: health, water, education, agriculture, and so on. And the right to the equitable distribution and achievement of those goals across the country. And so when you have legislators and also an executive that is committed to those ideals of the Constitution, then all these other things that we kind of love to bicker about, they kind of become a non-priority, right? Because even you think about religion, for example, we are divided about religion, while the Constitution says that everybody has the freedom of conscience and belief and the right to opinion. So, and the reason that we keep getting divided on so many social issues is really because that's where it's very easy to divide citizens around. And I think that it's a cop-out that is used by people who are not doing the real work. If you haven't done the real work to empower people, you will find solace in things that divide people. And so I think even when we think about how to hold this government accountable, whichever government comes in, we really have to defer to what the Constitution says and has guaranteed us as Kenyans. I know I've really segued from the agriculture question, but
no, it's fine.
Yes, I think in terms of the policy for agriculture, it will still be down to the agricultural productivity for farmers. It will still be down to infrastructure that allows farmers to access markets, to trade. I think a lot of the innovation that we've seen around, what do you call it, like M-Pesa and all these things make for ease of doing business. But the other things that need to happen at the national level around, for example, assuring food security, strategic grain reserves, for example, are super important because I don't know when that program was terminated, but that program might have saved us from a lot of headache that we're having with the maize shortage now, because it was designed to make sure that when we have a glut of maize production, the government would buy it. But by and large, I think in terms of agricultural productivity, I think those are the things that I'd be thinking about.
Okay. So much that you've packed into that response, Kadhambi. I'll come back to you now for your final thoughts in a bit. But one of the candidates who's been fairly clear about his plans regarding agriculture, especially in terms of flipping the paradigm, has been William Ruto, at least through the expressions that and the intentions that he's laid down in the manifesto, which they called a plan. William Ruto, of course, voted earlier on today at 6 o'clock, actually, that's around 6 o'clock, in his home county of Uasin Gishu in Sugoi. Cynthia Gishiri and Clint Obere were there. They spoke to him, or at least were there when he addressed the media. And this is what he had to say, and this is what it looked like earlier in the morning.
Please yourself. There we go. Slowly. Good. Pole kidogo. That's very good. Okay. Pole. This way. Okay. Yeah. This way, sir. This way. Here. This way, here. Papa. I'm here. Okay. I'm here, sir. I'm here. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. This way.
Wow.
William Ruto striking a hopeful tone there as he and his wife Rachel voted in Sugoi earlier on today. Of course, depending on how this election goes, he very well could be the next president of Kenya. It could be Raila Odinga. It is less likely that it will be Wahiga Mwaure and George Wajakoya, even though you never know. We still, you know, the votes haven't been counted. We don't know how people have voted. But as I had mentioned earlier, he's one of the people who've tried to elucidate as far as he could this paradigm shift that I think here and pretty much everybody agrees that we need to have to ensure that there's more prosperity in this country. Kalambi, you had spoken about, you know, having good policy, but you have a response to that, Joe, and what is that?
No, I think I agree with Kalambi that, I mean, we have, by and large, I mean, there's some very good policies we have in Kenya. I think we have to move beyond that to looking at the policy coherence of the whole structure of the government. So it's not a case for, you know, paying Paul and, you know, taking from Peter or whichever. Because a clear example is in the last 2 years, because farmers have been complaining. Of course, we have reduced significantly. This government has reduced subsidies for fertilizers, right? Fertilizers, but we're not talking about what the fertilizers do to our water policy. More specifically, outside of a better example, is the government. This government passed, which in my view is a very bad policy. I think the Seeds and Something Act. What this policy does is that now farmers have to buy from particular seed companies. Their seeds. That immediately breaks the idea of a free market.
That's true, because that introduces food colonialism.
Exactly, precisely. So now on one hand, policy coherence of the whole Ministry of Agriculture, how it relates to the water, how it relates. So you're doing this, but actually it's hurting you from the back end, and that's how crony capitalism works. You know,
that's such an important thing to talk about, that we really have to look not just, you know, at the superstructure of how our country runs, but really be nuanced and really think about each and every sector. But I'm going to be a bit flippant about this and ask, where am I going to get the time when Unga is 200 plus bob to start looking into policy and start making or starting to caucus around this issue and wait another maybe 2-3 years before this changes? Or you understand, like there's a lot of attention that has to be paid by everybody to this, and I just fear that we're at a point in time where people would rather be more blinkered and hyper focused on taking care of themselves. How do you do that? You know, how I've asked this before, how do you do that at that nuance level, like kila mtu angalie budget, you know, public participation, for instance. A great example would be public participation around the rebuilding or refabrication of Uhuru Park, right? In as much as some people might think that that's not important, it is, because at the end of the day, it takes something from us, even as it proposes to give something. How do you ensure that you are able to keep this attentiveness throughout 5 years, in as much as you have your own life going on?
So, I mean, I think two things. One, I mean, the price of democracy is internal vigilance. So I think there's a level of we have to come to realize, and I think this election is doing that, because with feudalism is easy, you know, because you abdicate your responsibility to a couple of God, you know, your tribe, a man, and you move on. Now I think as a society now we have to grow up. We have to become adults. I think that's what democracy is at a very individual level. We just have to become adults.
That's a tough thing to swallow. It's a bitter pill to swallow.
Just become adults, and before now it's easy. You know, this is my guy, mtu wangu, you know. Now you just have to become an adult. Adulting is an extremely hard sport.
It's an extreme sport.
It's an extreme sport. So we just have to become adults.
Umesikia Tom, adulting is an extreme sport, and I'm not saying
but
it is. Yeah.
But two, because I mean, also importantly, we don't want to get to the logic of just saying it's a responsibility of the individual.
Yeah.
I think now we just have to start restructuring our public sphere and start having conversations on how do we structure our public for it to becoming more coherent, more rational, more inclusive. So I think this is now the role of institutions, right? So the role of we need to start thinking about how do we make our institutions. I mean, we need to clean up IBC, you know, like, I mean, we just need to, after this election, we just have to have a hard conversation about this thing. Into talking about not just talking, but actually doing and thinking about police reform, strengthening our judiciary. You know, how do we make the constitution work even further? How do we make devolution work further? How do we make civil society much more robust? How do we make the fourth estate, the media, which we are part of, much more in detail? So that I think, because now that will now give popular energy to people to now spend their time, because they know the institution supporting them.
I like that, popular energy. That's a really good way of putting it. When you think about the next few hours, next few days, that we're going to be going through this catharsis, in a sense, where you're getting rid of the old and bringing in the new, but with a referee that has so many questions about his refereeing.
Exactly.
I guess the question begs, you know, can we really be hopeful for a moment like that? Because elections are really a point for hope as well, because at every point of renewal there's hope that things will change. But this broom that we are using to sweep, you know, you touched on it. Can we really be hopeful for something like that? You've been on the ground observing the election, but you've also observed the IBC over the past many years. What needs to happen now, like today, because we're in the middle of it right now? I understand we can have a conversation about them tomorrow,
Precisely.
but we need to be talking about them today. What needs to happen?
I think as Kenyans, we have to just come together and have that conversation. I think that's a very difficult question for me to answer. The weight of that question is difficult, because
I guess it's for all of us to shoulder, but shoulder your bit for this for this conversation.
No, I mean, because that's what's in everyone's mind.
Yeah.
You know, can they deliver a credible election? Do they have the capacity to just deliver an election that people will be like, okay, we can now move on?
Yeah.
And especially in this turn of the end of an era, whereby, you know, a misstep can take us complete back or forward. I think that's the tension I think that's the silence that we're all holding inside of ourselves.
That's a really good way of putting it. Kazambi, I want to come to you now for a few final thoughts, and I'll launch with the same question. We are in the middle of it now. I know there's a lot of work that needed to have been done that hasn't been done around the IBC and holding a credible election, and the fears that many of us have that the consequences of not holding or being seen to hold a credible election might have for this country, in terms of violence, in terms of a backslide to even darker days where imperial presidencies are able to entrench themselves. What are your reflections? What are your thoughts about what needs to be said and done now? Not even tomorrow, but right now. What are the urgent things that need to be said and done so that we can secure these things that we've been speaking about for the past 2 hours?
Wow, that's a heavy question, John Allen. I think that, you know, I think if you ask me, it really will come down to sort of citizen engagement. We just really have to be active participants in the governance of this country. And you mentioned public participation. That's a key thing, I think, for me. I think that we have to be really committed to the idea of good governance, to the idea of transparency, to the idea of accountability. As citizens, obviously the parliament has, in the constitution, is responsible for sort of supporting that public participation process, right? And making sure that citizens are engaged with governance adequately. But I think for I would also say that because we do have an evidence base of the parliament consistently failing to do that, failing to facilitate public participation, failing to act in the interests of the citizens, and not just parliament, including the executive. And this is why we are talking about issues of corruption and good governance and so on. And so I think a big chunk of that responsibility going forward will also fall to the civil society and independent media like yourselves, because the idea of public participation and engaged citizenry is really the only thing that can pull us out of various levels of funk, if I can say that. So whether it has to do with free and fair elections, whether it has to do with fiscal prudence, whether it has to do with upholding the rule of law, we have to be actively engaged as all Kenyans in this exercise of good governance, because that's how we'll hold everybody accountable. And of course, there's now the other side of that, which means that, which the question would be then, what do citizens need to be active in governance and to be active in public participation processes and so on, and that comes down to the work, such as the work that you're doing around simplifying policy communication, and so on and so forth.
Okay. Kalambi, thanks a lot for hanging around. I want to ask if the people who've stayed with us on the spaces, on this Twitter space, have any comments. You can raise your hands, and then, like I said, we'll be able to get a couple of final thoughts from you as well, having followed this. You could also tell us where you're voting from, how things have gone, how things are going. If you're voting at all, Tom, I wanted to ask this, but I remembered that you probably are voting in Changamwe.
Yeah. Too far for me.
Too far for you. Yeah. I'm sorry. Such is the cross, unfortunately, sometimes for journalists, that we miss the opportunity to be able to vote. But I mean, it's also been, I guess, a reflective one for me, thinking about this moment in time. When I think about, you and you're at the start of your career, when I was, coming of age, we had just had the 2002 election, and that was a huge shift, right? One informed by some of the same pressures that we have today. So our economy was in a toilet, we had a political structure that was really, deeply entrenched in servitude to one person or one system or one cadre of leaders. And I just wondered about what your thoughts are about this today, in as much as you might not be voting, what are your thoughts about where we are going now, and what your future holds for you as a journalist, as a young Kenyan going forward?
Well, one thing's for sure, these are sentiments that I've heard from different people my age. These are all same, they're cut from the same cloth. These are all figures that subscribe to the same ideologies, from maybe some ideologies that have failed to transit to the new way of thinking that is forward-driven, technology-driven, and policies that actually fit our current century and the times we live in. So most of us don't think there is much difference. We don't have that much of a choice, to be honest.
Wow, interesting. Yeah.
Because if we're honest, the manifestos that we've seen, they're offering utopia, something that is almost impossible. I'll give you this, and this will lead you to this. We'll invest in this, and this will lead to this more jobs. But then, are they really achievable? And they offer the same solutions on different sides. As somebody said earlier, they maybe differ in one point or another, but they're largely similar.
Distinctions without a difference.
Yes, zero difference, little distinction.
Again, Tom, I keep coming to that. I'm just looking at you here and I'm thinking about how different things were at that point in time. This was 20 years ago. And how different things might be at this point in time, in as much as it does seem dire, in as much as it does seem like a tough spot to be in. There are some things that we've heard here that we are the ones who need to, you and I, and everybody who's on part of the audience, but Kenyans generally, are part of the people who must do the hard work, being able to change these paradigms that have held us in a chokehold for such a long time. I wonder where you think your role will be to play. It's a tough question for anyone to answer, Tom, but what do you think your role is going forward? Like, how are you going to participate in this project that we call Kenya?
Well, I think one can have such a marginal effect. Most of us, we can't employ 100 people. Most of us can just give jobs to say 5 people. But I think that's change in your own way. If you're trying to build yourself, then you're probably contributing to the country's GDP. And if you start a company, then you're employing people. And I think that's the way forward. And to be honest, a lot of young people are moving towards entrepreneurship, which we're not waiting for the government to create jobs for us. We are creating jobs not because sometimes your country might not be at heart. It's your personal interests, but then it has this ripple effect, and a lot of people just creating companies and trying to effect change in the tiniest of ways. Maybe in their personal lives, it just spills over and the economy blossoms, like we've seen with the tech economy in Kenya. It's growing. It's not because the government is investing heavily in that sector. It's because some people are taking the initiative and starting companies for their own benefits, but then they employ new people who also employ other people.
And the structure of our economy is changing. I mean, we are seeing lots of things happening with regard to where you can work, how borderless employment has become. It has its own problems. It has its own challenges. Where how do you negotiate an employment contract with a company who processes its finances through a tax haven or is a multinational? How can you collectively bargain with Uber, right? Like, you've seen this as being a huge challenge for Uber drivers. I was in a cab yesterday in Mombasa, and I just said habari, and the guy launched into a tirade about how upset he was about how ride-hailing apps are just not working for people in this economy. Other countries have fixed that solution, but I guess moving forward, even as we consider our own political economy and the structures of our own economy, there are also these other things that we have to consider. How do we address ourselves to the world, right? But today is about cleaning up our own house.
Absolutely.
Right? What are your hopes, Joe? We've had a very deep, and Kadhambi had said, heavy conversation. What are your hopes? What keeps, your heart and your soul a bit light at this point in time?
I mean, a little contestation, the history of many civilizations can be a good thing. I think this one in particular, looks dire, but it's a good thing, because on one hand, you have an elite that, purpose itself, we don't have kings, but purpose itself as feudal lords. And on the other hand, you have their boots on the ground, their henchmen, who over time have accumulated resources and capital, and they're contesting for power. But in this contestation, they are breaking their feudal choke on the people. So if on one hand, if you look at the two leading candidates, on one hand you see their use of religiosity, Mungu mbele, etc. That's part of the feudal logic. But But also on the other hand, I mean, what people are saying, that same side, I mean, they're done. I mean, their 2/3 majority is wanting. So you can see that logic on that hand. On the other hand, you're seeing still maintaining their logic of crony capitalism and ethnic, tribal organization.
And maintaining a status quo in terms
exactly.
of...
But this contestation is happening, it's breaking the feudalism. It's their own contradictions breaking it. So for me, when I see these extremes happening, I'm more hopeful when I look at the center.
Yeah.
Because at the center is where men and women who can make their own history are beginning to heal, which is, I think, it's one of the starting points we have to do.
Yeah.
But they're beginning also to start to have deeper conversations with themselves, but then also start to do stuff.
Okay.
Putting up, media platforms like African Censored, registering parties.
Yeah.
We have seen Ruben Kigame, who, though he's not there, a different kind of moral archetype coming to the public sphere.
Yeah.
I mean, we're seeing, as Ndugu said here, very many companies, tech hubs, young people are doing stuff. In fact, part of even the doing stuff is actually not voting.
That's true.
Not voting. I mean, it's because they're saying we're not going to participate in this logic.
Yeah.
In this feudal logic.
We have to build something.
So they cannot vote, and that defiance.
Okay.
And when you're seeing 38%. I mean, there are many things we can say about it, but just that not voting, that defiance.
It is a statement.
It's a statement of we're not participating in this feudal logic anymore.
Hey, there's someone on our Twitter space who wants to comment. I think it's Esperanza Koth. I don't know if she's still on. You can make your quick comment, Esperanza. Just unmute yourself and speak. If not, we can move on and find someone else as well. But Esperanza, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm keen on speaking from Kisumu. Keen on this election as it's a transition. And if the history of Kenya is to go by, it means we've never had a one-term president. So the person we elect today may impact our lives probably for the next 10 years. And if IBC data is to go by, there is voter lethargy, and I'd call it apathy to some extent. So I really don't understand if fellow Kenyans are really understanding the impact of not voting. Because if we do not all turn out and vote, it means you're going to allow bad leaders to get into power. And that is really going to affect us. As we've seen, the cost of living has been worrying us. It's been rising from 2015. And it may not get better if the global space is to look at. So we really need to rally people before the end of the day to get out and vote, and most importantly, to vote wisely. Because Barack Obama says that there is no such a thing that as a vote that doesn't matter. It all matters. And one, Keith Ellison says, not voting is not a process. It's not a protest, it's a surrender. So for me, I'm listening after I have voted in Kisumu, and I hope we all in these spaces vote. It's our right, it's our responsibility as Kenyans, and it's our moral duty too. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you, Esperanza. Before you go, Esperanza, there's something that Joe and I were talking about, and he's kind of contradicted that last quote that you gave about voting not being a statement but surrender. What if it actually is a statement, right, in this election, that we need to completely think about this process that we call an election and make it more equitable, make it more just? What if that's the statement that's being made, Esperanza? How do you contend with that with your own, and how do you mesh that with your own views about today and about our democracy?
I think our democracy is pretty young. So when we do not, I believe if we looked at the 2017 elections, the courts proved us that the systems, the courts can work. So for me, I think we'd vote first and then go to the systems and express our dissatisfaction. Because as an individual, I'd want to hold IBC accountable for the issue in Kakamega and Mombasa, and even the KMS kits failing. They had a whole 5 years to prepare, and they did not. So not voting is really just letting the wrong people win. So for me, I think it's not a protest at this time. It's actually a surrender. Let us participate in the process and question the system after the event. That is my take.
Interesting. Thank you very much, Esperance. That's a, what I like about your comment is that you've actually thought it through from the point of view of, yes, things are not perfect and we need to hold people accountable, but let us use the system that we have at this point in time. I appreciate that comment. We are into, the last 2 minutes of this discussion before I let Mr. Tom here let us know what's been happening on the ground. I think, Tom, in our WhatsApp groups and stuff, there's a lot that's coming out in terms of things that we saw last night, things that we saw this morning. I'll let you have a go at. Joe, in 2 minutes or a minute, what would be your parting shot about, this conversation? We've been speaking about the cost of living, and not just the financial cost, but the cost in terms of our economy, our political philosophy, what's your view about how we navigate out of this?
That's a good question. I think we have to first go through this hurdle. We're in the middle of an election. We have to go through this hurdle, and then we need to have first and foremost. We need to go through. In my view, what's happening is there's a conversation people are having within themselves.
An internal conversation.
Yeah. And then Yvonne Orr says Kenya's 3 languages are English, Swahili, and silence.
Yeah.
We need to break the silence. We need to break the silence and now start talking to each other. We need to break the silence.
That's really powerful way to end that, Joe. Thanks a lot. Joe Kobuthi, curator at The Elephant, and a fantastic person to speak to all the time because of how deeply you think about our democracy. Kalambi Karia, if you're still on, you have about a minute to also reflect on where we go next.
I agree with Joe as well. It's, we have to, even the fact that many people rather, including people who are abstaining from voting, we are in this place where none of the candidates on offer are appealing to our sense of ethics, justice, morality, sense of fairness and equality is, gives you pause. It's reason for deep reflection. And I think that it's a good starting point for us to start interrogating the reasons why we got here in the first place. And I think good things can come out of that.
All right. Kalambi Karia, thank you so much for joining us as well. I wish you were here in person because we've got our caricature artist. His name is Luis, and he's been drawing a picture of you, drawing a picture of Joe at least as well. And I want to hand this one to you, Joe.
Oh.
And we'll figure out a way of being able to get it to you. Thank you very much. So it's just Joe. Kalambi, we're going to draw yours and share it with you. You can just I don't know whether that represents
I take a photo.
That represents you, right?
Very cool.
Yeah. All right. So we'll get you a copy of that. This is our gift, our parting gift to everybody who joins us here on the Big Picture, because you're really giving us something as well, and you're not just here to speak about all sorts of things and be flippant about everything. We're really trying to reflect on this program about what it is our country is and what it is it should look like, right? Asante sana for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Really appreciate it. So we're at the top of the hour now, slightly past. Tom, anything that we should be worried about, concerned about, looking at spreading out there in terms of debunking and pre-bunking fake news, misinformation, disinfo?
Well, one thing's for sure. We woke up to about 3 politicians who went live at midnight all over social media claiming that they saw something happen. We saw a post from Moses Kuria late yesterday. So he's been summoned by the DCI to provide evidence for what he said. And we've seen a lot of claims of violence coming from Uasin Gishu County by Buzeki and Kotimoja, as is known. So unless this comes from a credible source, say a news publisher, African Censored, or someone else who's credible, say is it the DCI, or someone that you should trust, like the National Police Service, unless the word comes from them, then take everything with a grain of salt.
Or at least slow down and try and verify things. We have Cynthia Gishiri on the ground in Uasin Gishu. Hopefully we should be able to verify some of that, as well as our team here who are looking at videos and trying to geolocate where some of these videos are coming from. Top of the next hour, we're going to be looking into some of the videos that came from, I think it was claimed Garissa. To be Wajir, Garissa, of a very fierce firefight that seemed to have been related to the election. We've fact-checked that. But for now, there's we've got a bit of an interlude of some of our content that we've been preparing for months with regard to this election. Time for us to really think about what it is that we are doing. That's really the goal of all of the content at Africa Uncensored right now that's focused on the election. We might not give you the blow-by-blow of today, but we are really giving you something to think about. So in the next hour, or at least at the top of the next hour, we're going to lighten the conversation a little bit. We have a young man who's been entertaining us for years here, from the Real Housewives of Kawangware to his own Twitter and YouTube channel. Njugush is here with us to reflect on 10 years of memes and jokes and the social politics of our country with a bit of a spin on humor. That's coming up at 4 p.m. But for now, I'd like to say thank you. Let's go into our interlude right now.
And the Waki Commission put it quite eloquently by stating that impunity for political violence had been the most significant driver of electoral-related violence in this country.
Sisi wanasiasa ndio chafu ya nchi hii. Wanapanga nini?
Tumesikia kuitwa eti Stefani amekufa.
A police officer mwenye ametoka kurusha risasi tia gasi ndani ya nyumba ndiye amedefine yule mama.
Hatutaki vita. Hatutaki kifo kwa vijana wetu.
Kama saa hizi tunahangaika na hao wanafanya nini?
Democracy is expensive and we are prepared to pay the ultimate price.
This time round, what are you money? 2017, tunatoa fujo.
Must never forget, and by never forgetting, that should not hold us back. It should always just serve as a reminder of the things that we must do to ensure that we do not slide back.
We demand that the IBC chairperson announce the presidential election results forthwith and declare the Right Honorable Raila Odinga and His Excellency Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka as the duly elected President and Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, respectively.
I wish to declare Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta as President-elect and Honorable William Ruto as the Deputy President-elect.
As with any competition, there shall always be winners and there shall be losers. But we all belong to one great nation called Kenya.
So I'm watching TV and I see a child has been shot. And then I see the Minister for Interior stand on the steps of Harambee House and say there was no such a thing.
You cannot say the police used live bullets on peaceful protesters. It is not true. Let me be very honest with you. It is not true. The police have not used live bullets on any peaceful protesters.
Live bullets! Live bullets! Live bullets!
It was shock. I think it was shock for all Kenyans. It was really shock and anger that why has it come to this? Because the story is the child has been shot in a balcony.
Mtoto aliamka asubuhi akiwa sawa, akakunywa chai, akaenda juu ya ghorofa kucheza na watoto wengine. Sasa kuna askari amesimama pande ile, ndiye akampiga risasi kutoka huko kwa sababu hakuna watoto wengine, hakuna mtu mzima alikuwa huko. Ni kama alimpiga risasi kimakusudi.
Let me tell you, anything that happened about the elections, people would go to the site where the child was shot and they would say, we want justice for Mora. It was very easy to just tell which party you belong to by your tribe. I'd say that's how polarized you are. So automatically, there was no way the ruling party was going to bother with this. They were like, let's take the course of the law. The law takes its course. But the relevance for the political party that was opposing was now see what they're doing. So they did show up.
Kiongozi wa ODM Bwana Raila Odinga alitutembelea akiwa na Orengo chenye discuss, hata sikumbuki, lakini yenye nakumbuka alichukua hii picha ya Mora akasema atashughulikia hii maneno mpaka ishi, lakini mpaka saa hii hakuna kitu imefanyika.
Unajua ile kitu mimi nashindwa ni kama alisahau. Hiyo ndio kitu inanishinda. Kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe alisema atashaitia mpaka aone haki ya huyu mtoto ilipatikana. Lakini mpaka saa hii hajawahi ongea kitu.
Their human feelings were shattered to such an explosive way that they, for the first maybe 2 months, there was a lot of, they were driven by adrenaline and by the masses. The attention was a good thing because it meant someone actually knows this is wrong. But now the aftermath of that attention was just as extreme because you get so much attention and then nothing. An organization that polices the police stepped up. And mostly because it was a child involved, because there were so many other cases that were happening.
The DPP also directed that a public inquest into the killing of baby Pendo and 8-year-old Stephanie Mora, who was shot dead in Mathare, be instituted and asked the National Police Service to compensate their families.
We did as we told, vote, go home, relax, wait for the result. That was what we were doing. But in the middle of the night, they broke in, they beat us. Beating led my daughter to death.
The most difficult part for me making the observation was the association of this crime, because it is a crime, with politics.
Throwing tear gas, throwing water cannons at us. What crime had we committed? Instead of the president and his deputy apologizing, they are in fact continuing to incite people.
So up until the time the story was relevant, unfortunately, it kept them going. That people are talking about it. Then the people who are, the warring parties made peace, but they never had peace since.
Politicians will now talk about handshakes and BBI, and now let's try this one. You know, we've tried this other one, let's now experiment with this other one. What's the reality of victims? Never had closure. The state has an obligation to prevent the violence. And when we're looking at prevention, we expect that the state would put in place things like early warning mechanisms, contingency plans, and other mechanisms to mitigate the occurrence of electoral-related violence.
The two people who wanted to lead us are to blame, because they came up and said, oh, the country is polarized, or there's no peace, people hate each other, let's make peace. And they forgot who was hurt the most. Society is supposed to be self-regulating. We're not supposed to wait for a court in another country to say, now we've killed, in 2022 or 7, we killed 1,000, I don't know, 800, I don't know. And this year we killed, and 2017 election will be special in terms of how low we have sunk. In 2017, we killed the babies so that we can have an election.
In all of this, we're saying, even if you put aside the fact that we have never properly held individuals to criminal accountability, state has also failed to meet its obligation.
The Commission therefore declares Honorable Mwai Kibaki as the President of Kenya. This means Honorable Mwai Kibaki is the winner.
We hope Mwai Kibaki wakes up and gets to see the reality in this country that he cannot force himself on the people of Kenya.
In a sense, by 2007, we had institutionalized political violence. We had institutionalized violence as a means of acquiring power. And now when you put that together with what happens after you acquire that power, we had a winner-takes-it-all system. And so there was this perception as well as reality that if your person is in office, then you will benefit as an ethnic community. We could talk generally about ethnic polarization being a most significant driver of electoral-related violence, and of course, using political violence as it's been institutionalized over the years. But then one would ask, if you target Nyanza, Central, or Coast because of ethnicity, shooting, killing, displacement, and so on, why sexual and gender-based violence?
Watu wengi wanaona watu wenye wameuawa sana kwa TV, wanaonyesha wenye wameuawa. Alafu ikiwa kama kuna mbunge mahali anafuatilia yule mwenye ameuawa, na sisi wenye tumerepiwa hakuna mtu anatufuatilia. Wakati wa election nikaacha kama kura zinahesabiwa, ninaenda Kisumu. Kaenda Kisumu. After hapo kanunua material nikakuja. Kukuja na saa hizo si walikuwa wana announce, walikuwa wanahesabu kura. Kufika pale kona mbaya Kisumu, wakawa wanasema majengo kimeumana, gari haiwezi enda huko, watu wote wanashukishwa. Wakati watu walikuwa wanashukishwa, tukashukishwa. Kushukishwa mimi hata sijui nini ilikuwa inafanyika. Nikashtukia sina mzigo, penye nika hata sijui. Hakuja kujipata kama nimefika kwa barabara, sana nafikiria barabara, naulizia mtu. Mtu mwingine akatokea huko, akauliza unaenda wapi? Juu nilikuwa nalia. Akaniuliza unaenda wapi? Nikamwambia naenda majengo. Akaniuliza nini mbaya? Singeweza hata kumwambia chenye kimefanyika sababu hali yenyewe nilikuwa hata singeweza kuulizia mtu kuniuliza ni mjibu. Bahati mzuri akajaribu akanifikisha penye tulikuwa tunaishi tuko barabara huko chini. Kuingia kwa nyumba sina anything. Kwambia mzee wangu imefanyika hivi na hivi. Sika hata akaniambia mimi nilikuwa na plan. Si ati ni nini, lakini nilikuwa nimeplan tuifanyike hivyo. Hao ni wanaume wenye huwa naenda Kisumu. Maybe wao wananitongoza. Tukakaa hivyo, singeweza kwenda hospitali. Sababu kila mahali wamefunga, watu wanapigana.
Victims are so afraid to come forward because they fear losing face, they fear losing their families, they fear being ostracized. And besides the social-cultural fears, they also fear reprisals from perpetrators who still live amongst them.
Mzee wangu naye sasa hata nikimwelezea hataki kunielewa, tayari niko na mimba. Nashindwa sasa nitasema nini? Nitapata jao watu ndio niwaambie ama mtu nimwambie niko na mimba yako, sina mahali pa kwenda sasa. Tukakaa kafika mwezi wa 9 nikajifungua. Kujifungua mzee wangu kuona tu hivi mtoto akaanza kugonjeka. Harakati tu akaanza kugonjeka. Kama akawa tu stress, depression ikaingia, akagonjeka akakufa. Hiyo 28.
We had experienced in 2007 instances where survivors who went to report police were turned away. Survivors who went to report SGBV were turned away and asked, choose, are you going to report about your family member's death, an injury or loss of property, or about rape?
(2007, 2008) nilikuwa katika eneo la Kericho ambapo tulipata shida. Nilikuwa naishi na watoto wangu kule. Nilikuwa na wasichana wangu pale 3 na mimi mwenyewe. Na wakafanya vile walitaka. Walitubaka. Mimi aswa walinibaka hata watoto wangu wakiona, na pia na watoto kwa sababu walikuwa wote wasichana. Sasa baada ya hapo tulikuja tukakaa kwa police station Vihiga, tukapewa mahali pa camp. Sasa tukajoin na IDPs wengine wenye walikuwa wa huko. Hawakuwa wanaangalia shida zenye tumepitia, walikuwa wanatuhandle tu kama IDPs. Kuna wengine hawakuwa wana mark mahali pa kurudi. Kama mimi singerudi kwenye nilikuwa nimetoka, so niliremain tu Vihiga ni kwetu na nikakaa tu hapo.
The state folded its arms and waited for these same victims to come forward without putting in place any guarantees for their safety, for their confidentiality for reporting, or for any kind of protection after they report. And so you can see that the system failed victims in that regard. This was 2007. The same scenario played itself out again in 2017.
2017, the rapture was so high that made people to flee. People died. People lost their property. And during that time, people didn't expect such to happen. People expected the former Prime Minister to be announced as the president. But then, it was opposite.
I hereby declare Mr. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and Mr. William Samoei Ruto as President-elect and Deputy President-elect, respectively.
Women were the ones who suffered a lot because, some of women cannot run. The men had to run. The young men had to run also. But during that chaos, a lot of women were defined.
Polisi ndio walikuwa na abuse wanawake. In fact hata vitu sio wanawake peke yake. Hata business wakipata fridge iko nje, walikuwa wanavunja wakipata bucha, kwa sababu kila mtu ametoroka. In 2017 nayo nimekwambia mimi ni volunteer. Hiyo nilikuwa nimetoka tu, nimeenda kazi kama kawaida. Siko nimejua kitaumana. But Kisirani ilikuwa kama Kisumu kidogo, unasikia wapi hivyo tu. But sasa tuka-assume Vihiga it's a peaceful place. So tukavaa hizo emblems zetu za Red Cross. Tukakuja kusudi nia yetu ilikuwa tukuje kusaidia wenzetu. But wakati tulifika na walikuwa wanarusha pia hao tear gas. Na walikuwa na lori na uniforms. Kuna wale mama walikuwa wanateremka, ukisikia wakiscream pengine unafikia wameumia, uende wapatie service, unapata ni mambo mengine. Walikuwa hapo wakirepiwa. Nilikuwa najaribu ku rescue. Na niko line of duty. Najaribu kuona vile wamama watafanya nini, kutoroka ama vile wanaweza jiprotect. Na pia ilinifanyikia. So tulikuwa tena second victims hapo ndani tena.
You know, at that particular minute, there was a strike going on of nurses and doctors. So most hospitals were closed. Most of these women have kept quiet. Some of them have lost their husbands. Some of them have separated because of that incident.
You have security forces being deployed, for example, to Kibera or Kisumu, and you lock up whole communities within their communities, failing to consider that you have not set up any kind of protection mechanisms within those communities. What do you end up with? Victims are violated within those communities by civilians as well as the same security officers who've been deployed to protect them, and they have no means to prevent the consequences of those violations.
Polisi mwenye ako kwa OB, mtu akikuletea case, receive na umpatie OB number. Kwa sababu haizi kuja kuripoti kitu ambacho hakijatendeka. Haswa sana mambo na rape. Ni ngumu sana mama kuja kukwambia amerepiwa. So ukiona akikuja, mreceive.
We can no longer continue to place the burden on victims. How do you know a police officer who was deployed from Nanyuki to Kisumu? You have never seen them. They don't wear badges with their numbers. How would you tell? Hopefully we can get some level of command responsibility, not necessarily of the direct police officers who cannot be identified, but who was responsible for these battalions. Did you know that these violations occurred? What did you do about it? And if you failed to take any measures, then you as the commander must be held responsible.
Nimeenda hiyo kesi miaka 4 mpaka ile pesa nilikuwa nayo iliisha kabisa.
We don't realize that for him it's an everyday memory of why did it happen.
Na mimi haja yangu nilikuwa nitafute pesa ya kumsomesha. Lakini saa hii inatafutia hewa pesa. Sijaona huyu mtoto. Ile kitu saa hii nimeona ni kaburi.
It was nerve-wracking when it was moved from 2:30 to 3:30 to 4:30, and the lady at the court was saying, "Oh, we postponed." I said, "No, we've waited for the whole day. We've waited for 4 years. What's another half an hour?" So on that particular day, he actually sat like this. It's like he wanted to bury his head, because someone just tell me when it's finished and what has he said. And I was shaking, because I'm like, I've never been in this situation where I have to hear who shot a 9-year-old child.
On 12th August 2017 at around 9 a.m., the soul of an innocent 9-year-old girl, Stephanie Mora Gisemba, was snuffed out of her body by a single bullet fired by a police officer who until today remains unidentified because apparently there were no police records of police officers who were sent out on duty in that area on that day.
It was like that girl getting shot all over again. I had never, you know how you block the image, but he had not. There's a lot of fear. The fear that no one will take responsibility, that it will be swept under the carpet. And so you've carried your pain thinking there will be an end, which they call closure.
The bullet felled Stephanie as she struggled to exit the balcony and clutched onto Moses Onyango's foot, crying, "Moses, help me." Those were her last words.
According to witnesses, a policeman raised it and then he dropped it and then he raised it again, fired. And I'm thinking, he saw it was children that were playing. So just hearing that was, you know, for the first time I wished I had not followed this story because like this is too messy. This is just too inhuman.
A police officer who was in company of his colleague, standing at a distance of about 80 meters away for no apparent reason, shot her dead. In conclusion, I find that the death of the deceased was by deliberate shooting by a police officer whose identity has been frustrated by police officers covering up for one another under the blue code of silence.
The good news is the acknowledgement that the bad news was a terminology I'd never heard in my life. Blue code of silence, where policemen for their own survival decide to protect one another. And the judge is very, in fact, if you read the ruling, is very adamant that this was just a cover-up. So in this instance, when you ask me who to blame, in this instance, I blame the policeman who gave instructions for this squad to go to Mathare. But when it came to time to take responsibility, he hid behind his uniform.
Kuna askari aliongea kitu moja huko. Yeye akasema wakati alifika mahali huyu mtoto alikuwa amekufia, hiyo mwili aliona ni kama ilidungwa kisu. Hiyo kitu inaniuma mpaka nakumbuka huyu askari. Naona labda yeye sio mzazi. Maisha yangu imepatirika. Stress ndio mingi. Lakini unajua mwanaume analia machozi kianguka kwa tumbo, wewe toa machozi. Mama aone. Maisha imekuwa ngumu.
Huyu mtoto hata hakupiga kura, hata hajui kura ni nini, lakini serikali imeamua kumtoa uhai. Hii maneno haikuwa ni siri. Hii maneno ilikuwa yani Kenya wide. Hata wenye wako ng'ambo waliona hii maneno. Sasa kama hii maneno ilionekana na mtu mwenye aliua mtoto wangu ni polisi, wameamua kuficha. Sasa tuko Kenya gani? Huyu askari hajaonekana hata siku moja aseme ilikuwa bahati mbaya. Sasa amefichwa mpaka saa hii na ruling imefanyika, lakini hakuna kitu tumefaidika.
Coming out of that court, it was a lose in a way, because it meant there's another journey, either a journey of acceptance or a journey of suing the state. Someone promised justice. It's promised in the Constitution. But is it worth it seeking for justice? And if we don't talk about it, then it means next election, it's going to happen again to another family. We're becoming a country that has no shame killing 6-month-old, 9-month-old, 16-year-olds. If you read the reports of the people who got killed, we are killing our future.
We still lack sufficient political will, sufficient capacity, sufficient resources, and decentralization of the various policies or plans that we have in place so that we can ensure meaningful prevention and response to electoral-related violence and also sexual and gender-based violence.
niliumizwa wakati wa Kibaki. Kibaki mwenyewe hanijui. Hakuna msaada nimeipata kulingana na hizo election. Sisi ndio tunaumia. Unapata watu wanakufa bure. Mtu anakufa na mtu ako kwa kiti. Anasaidia nini?
Tusiseme huyu ni kabila fulani tuharibu mali yake. Huyu ni kabila gani haistahili atoke hapa. Na tupige kura na njia ya democracy.
Before we get into another mess, I want you to care. I want us to keep a record. I want us to go back to each of those stories and recount their day activities of what happened from the day they woke up to the day they lost their life. I want that to be documented. It will be our what are they, portraits of shame, but we need to learn to live with shame when we do something wrong. There needs to be a penalty. Whether you're a senior man, whether you're even the president, there needs to be a penalty when people die under your watch.
Every serious genocide, mass killings, tribal clashes, ethnic cleansing has always been led by using words to dehumanize a people.
NCIC has released a list of words it says amount to hate speech and banned their use.
Terms and heavily coded messages that can be used to incite hatred, coded.
Personalities, spectacle, insults. For the long time, it's been like that. It's personality driven.
Politics is a business of power and influence.
Asubuhi siasa, saa sita siasa, jioni siasa, na imechamuka Nairobi.
Every 5 years, the general elections in Kenya are preceded by heated campaigns with politicians striving to popularize and market themselves to the voters.
Baba ako tayari kuongoza nyinyi.
Taunda serikali ya mahasla 2022. Wajipange.
More often than not, it is not enough to know just what to say. How they say it counts big time.
They're looking for ways to make it as spicy as possible, as attractive as possible, while on the other hand, unfortunately, they try to make their opponents look as bad as possible.
It's a 6 month.
Na hiyo maneno unasema ya kwamba sijatimiza wajibu wangu, ulisikia wapi?
Ulisikia wapi?
But if Kenya's political history is anything to go by, then remarks by politicians cannot be ignored.
Is what they say and what they don't say. Okay? Is what they say, which you think they are saying something, which other people know exactly what they are saying.
It's like nakwambia kitu but sikwambii.
Nobody can stop reggae.
Nobody can stop reggae. That's telling you by the hakuna kitu mtadu, but it's soft. It's, you know, they all use codes.
Asubuhi siasa,
hata nikimweka kimondo.
Sasa Raila ameacha kuwa kimtu.
Saa sita siasa. Nobody can stop reggae.
Kwa kanisa utafurushwa.
Jioni siasa.
Sio kile yangu yote nani.
Almost trying to show, you know, we can do without these people.
Wanajulikana wale walikuwa wananunua mahindi kutoka Mexico.
Waligula.
Women should not compete for our spaces.
So when you are unbogable, you're not scared.
Jioni siasa na imechamuka Nairobi.
World over, language has been used to influence and gain power.
America great again.
In Kenya, most if not all political actors have mastered the art of message delivery.
Unaweza toshea ndani ya wilbaro.
Kama mimi siwezi kupeana mkono kule juu
lakini hapa chini kuna hasla mwenzangu nami ninamkumbatia. Mabaya hayo.
If you listen to the political campaigns going on, we see a lot of mix, I would say, of 3 languages, or even 4 maybe. We have a bit of use of English, there's use of Kiswahili.
Hawawezi kutupanga na mambo ya kubadilisha katiba. Unaona? Mmejenga hiyo?
There is use of mother tongue. There's also use of sheng now.
Ni noma si noma.
Through their skillful use of rhetoric, this elite group has been largely successful in persuading the masses into buying their agendas and to a great extent influencing their behaviors as well.
Kama nafanya hapa na Raila tangaza anataka watu town, dakika hiyo nafunga.
Language has been used to cause revolutions. Language has been, it may be one of the greatest tools of change if people want to.
But political messaging is not always straightforward.
Use of coded language is part of trying to get to the best words to appeal to the people. So they look for the best codes that they can come across.
The reason the politicians engage in such language because it works for them. Ambiguity is excellent. They have to be ambiguous because then you can never hold them accountable.
While the effects resulting from the actions of the political class cannot be disregarded, what role does the audience play in all this?
The political scientist who said the M in masses is silent when it comes to politics. Because people don't want to interrogate. People want to be critical thinkers. What are you saying? We like those buzzwords. We like them. It's a two-way street. Sometimes we blame the politician. We forget the audience. They will not be engaging in that if the audience did not like that.
Take one.
Me here to secure the bag. Nothing else, man. Me here securing the bag for me and my body. Nobody can stop reggae. Not even body. Enemies, come on, check it out.
The language the people understand, it's more expressive. So for me, satire comes out as, one, it's beautiful. I love playing with words.
Timothy Kimani, popularly known as Njugush, is a Kenyan comedian and influencer.
When I got into comedy, I always wanted, or it's always been in me, whatever I do, have a moral impact, so to speak. Like, what do you stand for?
Through satire, Njugush has grasped the art of addressing social and political issues.
You can buy our album, latest
Haina
album.
kitu.
Sorry?
Haina kitu.
What you say? It's because it's blank CD, man. We not have nothing, man. All 10 years we not do nothing, man. No song, nothing. Just vibes and...
If you know, you know.
It was easy to do that because half the work has already been done by the politicians. Niko hii Kenya, kila mtu anafeel kile na feel. So if I talk, unajua naongea ukweli, but there's something you're not doing.
Njugush not only understands how effective hidden messaging is in communication, he also knows how powerful a tool it can be.
Hata nikimweta Kimondo, Nation leo mmesema is a bully. That is what the man is, a bully.
Sasa Raila ameacha kuwa kimtu. Amekuwa mzee ambaye ameketi chini. For example, I had someone say, tuko hapa, they were in Kisumu, no, they were in Central Province, and they said, we are here, but they are our people. In Kisumu, they are our people in Rift Valley. So be careful what you decide. It looks like it's subtle, but if you really think about it, they are talking about, those people might be in problem. Today nitakam niseme hivi, kesho nitakam niseme hivi. Nitakam niseme hapa madoa. Madoa is the same na ile ya hiyo nimetoka kusema ya watu wenyu wako county zingine kama watakuwa safe. It's the same. Unatishwa na safety ya watu wenyu unaona enyewe let's settle for less but we have peace.
In other words, what he's saying is that the value Kenyans attach to political remarks, negative ones especially, and how willing they are to go along with what is said without interrogating it, has a great impact.
When language is used that way, it really influences people negatively because now they stop looking at their neighbors as neighbors. They see them as unwanted people. If it's madoadoa, really, it's not the dominant group. It's almost trying to show, we can do without these people. If they're talking about kwekwe, weeds, comparing a person to a weed, something that grows where it's not wanted, means it can be uprooted. It's not needed here. They're dehumanized to plants. They're dehumanized to things. They're dehumanized, and therefore if this person were to hurt this person, to them they're not hurting a fellow human being. It's like they're hurting kwekwe.
Every serious genocide, mass killings, has always been led by using words to dehumanize a people.
We must cut the tall trees. Cut the tall trees now. It is time to clear the brush, good Hutus of Rwanda.
Mpaka saa hii sipendi mambo ya siasa. Nachukia sana. Kama saa hii vile nasikia hao wanavurutana huku. Sisikii vizuri. Inafanya naanza kukumbuka na kuwa muoga.
At the height of the 2007 election pitting then-incumbent Mwai Kibaki against opposition candidate Raila Odinga, over 30 people were burnt alive in Kiambaa Church, just a few kilometers from Eldoret town. Kiambaa village was mostly populated by members of the Kikuyu community. Philip Kimunya is one of the survivors of the KAG Kiambaa Church fire. He may or may not be a familiar face, but his mother probably is. Philip is the son of Elizabeth Wangui. This picture of his mother wailing outside the burning Kenya Assemblies of God Church in Kiambaa, where he and many others were in, became the face of one of the darkest seasons in Kenya's history.
Wenyewe tukiwa shule watu walikuwa wanasema msipochagua Raila, mimi naona mtapigwa, mtahama hapa, mtaenda kwenyu Central. Unaona hiyo kusema hiyo kitu. Na wenyewe it happened.
The disputed elections of 2007 led to a series of protests and violence that led to the death and displacement of many Kenyans. But at the center of it all were inflammatory messages used to divide and incite people along tribal lines.
So walituzunguka hapa, tukaambiwa na wazazi tutoroke kwa nyumba ya Mungu. Tukitokea kwa nyumba ya Mungu hakuna kitu inaweza tufanyikia. Sasa sisi wote area hii tukakimbilia mahali pamoja. Wakati tuliingia, wale wakalemea wenye walikuwa nje wanatudefend. Ikabidi wakuje mpaka kwa kanisa ndani. Sasa hapo ndio penye waliashia moto kwa mlango. Sasa mimi niliweza kuponyoka kupitia dirisha. Sasa hapa ndio KAG Church, Kenya Assembly of God. Hapa ndio tuliungulia. Kanisa ilikuwa hapa. Mlango ulikuwa hapa. Mimi niliweza kuponyokea kwa hiyo Cyprus. Katoka upande wa nje. Kutoka upande wa nje kapigwa rungu ya mgongo na kofi ya panga. Ndio akili ikafunguka haya. Ndio nikaweza kuponyokea kwa waya, nikatoroka.
Philip was only 14 years old. Today, he is 31, a husband and a father of 2. This moment here, picture perfect, right? Their reality though is a different story. Beyond the gentleness of their smiles lies a lot of unhealed wounds and unspoken pain.
Sasa kama mimi saa hii kwa kibarua yenye nafanya, kuna kazi siwezi fanya ngumu. Juu nikifanya ngumu inaanza kupasuka, inaanza kuwa uchungu.
Philip may have survived the fire, but the life he had always known died on that fateful day. Between homelessness, the serious burns on his body, and the trauma of seeing his people burn alive shifted his life forever.
Mimi nilikaa kama miaka 3 hivi ndio nikaona sawa, acha tu nikubali juu kitu kifanyika imefanyika. ujikubali tu. Unajua ukishajikubali kitu kimefanyika, iko hivi na hivi, basi unakuwa free kwa roho yako, unakuwa free na nikawasamea.
Niko na stress sana. Chungipata na nyamaza, umngole aya, akuongeleshe. Unaona mtu ako na stress fulani. Sasa mimi nataka kuja kusema sasa nilikuwa ile kichwa ngumu asaidi. Ndio nitakuwa namuumiza pia hata yeye sana. Hivi kwa tukakaa sasa ama narudi live mpaka saa hii. Si mbaya saa hii, hapo sawa.
Over the years, Kenya has experienced a number of ethnic conflicts fueled mainly by political statements. But in spite of the fact that politicians are at the front line of this mess, it's the ordinary Kenyan like Philip who suffers the most.
The problem that we have is, let us be honest, 70 to 80% of voters in the world, not in Kenya, in the world, are politically illiterate.
Allah! Allah!
And therefore, most of the time we are gullible in terms of being incited to vote in a certain way. This kasumba that people have been given that during election we must now start profiling people and fighting them. It's a kasumba that started in 1991 when we introduced multipartyism, and therefore we started some ethnic cleansing, displacements, just to make sure that our area we get uniformity in terms of the voting patterns.
It's said that for the poorest and most vulnerable, the difference that good or particularly bad governance makes to their lives is profound. Nothing could be further from the truth. 15 years later, Philip is still paying the price.
Mtu mwanaume ananyoka, nikiona kamba anatoroka juu, ashajua shida hiyo kitu. Sasa sifurahi nikiona wenye najaribu kuwaeleza kitu ni mbaya lakini hawasikii. Unajua,
while time is said to heal all wounds, for some people the wounds don't go away. They stay buried deep inside. That was Elizabeth's story.
Mamangu alifaulu but alipata ugonjwa wa depression juu ya Kenya, aliona na kustuka ajui penye niko, kupata depression, akili ikapotea kidogo. Sasa akawa amegojeka, sasa ni mimi peke yangu ning'ang'ane na yeye, nampeleka kliniki, sina uwezo, namrudisha hivyo. Ikawa ngumu, matibabu yake ikawa ngumu.
Sasa maana nakaa kidogo, mimi tukae na amani. Wewe kabla gani ndani mtukale, tukae na amani. Akikaa tukae na amani, ambe sawa, hizi na ubaya mama, tukae mimi na furaha akuli, unampea chakula na mtoto ndio na kichiko. Jirani kuna kuja asubuhi mapema, tunamtoa nje, tunamlisha na mtoto, tunamlisha ndani.
The memories of the horror she witnessed in Kiambaa Church scarred her for life. For over a decade, Elizabeth was alive, but she never lived.
Ilikuwa ngumu, maisha ilikuwa ngumu, kwa sababu wakati nilishinda kumpeleka hospitali, na mimi nikanao mkoa wasema Mungu, sasa leo nimejaribu na nimeshindwa. Dakika ya mwisho wana kijiji hapa majirani wakaniambia kuliko akufie kwa nyumba, ili tumpeleke hospitali, ili tung'ang'anange na mabills na kuchanga na nini ili aweze kutoka. Lakini wakati alienda hakuweza kurudi, alirudi akiwa ameaga.
In 2019, the curtains finally came down on Elizabeth's insufferable life. She was 84 years old.
Mama tulimpumzisha sehemu hii, tuoneshe nafaa tujengee vizuri. Hapa ndio yake.
Sisi kama viongozi, we have your best interest at heart.
Sasa mtatusaidia kivipi?
Nitauliza mama, lakini cha muno ni kwamba hii Kenya tuko na pesa nyingi sana. Ndio maana hata zingine zikipotea bado tunafanya hii mambo. Kama hii mambo sasa tutairound, hii bibi nini? Tunairound tena inarudishwa, tunapelekea committee.
I think it's very important for people and the audience and the voters at large to really understand what's being said. If you look at political history of this country, they just changed the language. They've been together. There is a time all these people antagonizing each other. Akina Mudavadi, akina Ruto, akina Uhuru, Raila were in the same team. You cannot believe. Walikuwa the same. Sasa hiyo wametawanyika, then after 10 years tena watatawanyika tena. You cannot believe we are talking about Uhuru, not talking to Ruto. Na hao ndio walikuwa wanavaa ties iko the same.
In their quest for power and votes, politicians have proved that they are willing to go to any extent.
Si Uhuru ni yeye alikuwa anatuambia language ya Mugoroki, ya mwenda wazimu. Uhuru was saying is Mugoroki, is mwenda wazimu. Look at Mugoroki, look at mwenda wazimu. They are very together. They use that language to their advantage. I'll call him Mugoroki so that you hate him. And if you ask why you hate Raila, you don't know.
I don't know. You don't know? You don't know?
Why don't we see how they use their language to their advantage? Na sisi tutumie hiyo lugha tuseme. This time ni kama tutachagua ile tunataka. If we realized what language can do to us, I think that will be the changing point.
Although Kenya's ethnic violence can be attributed to political manipulation, why have Kenyans not united in their rejection of divisive politics?
The political class have managed to poison the Kenyan population depending on where that politician comes from. And there are certain narratives that have been passed for quite some time that now appears the gospel truth. And this is about power, resources, and marginalization. People during electioneering period start revisiting some of their perceived historical injustices or marginalization. And normally those narratives are associated with certain communities with the power. And therefore, the population have been conditioned to think that if this community gets power, we are going to suffer. If this community gets power, we are going to be marginalized.
The NCSC is what we call an Agenda 4 commission. In Agenda 4, during 07-08 violence, we were supposed to address long-term issues. What really caused what we call the root causes of violence. One was high unemployment, inequality, economic issues. Have those things really changed? Inequality is still the same. Unemployment is still high, is the same, not higher than when in 07-08 in terms of ratio. So the real underlying issue is not addressed as a country. Yet they are telling you they will address it. They haven't addressed it.
In 6 months' time, the stadium in Wote will be complete.
Watapata shilingi 6,000 kila mwezi.
Alternative leadership tailored to the needs of the people has been sold election after election. But the validity of these promises, though, is a different tale. What we often don't see is how destructive a tool this kind of politics can be against national integration as well as the development of a country.
Healing, it will take time for healing to take place. Because I don't know, ila kuitafanyika, kwa mfano ule mtu baba yake alikatwa kishingo wakiona, mama yake akabakwa wakiona, nyumba zao zikachukuliwa zote, nyumba yao ikachomwa, uniambia utahili.
Since the reintroduction of multipartyism in 1992, 3 of the 5 elections have been wrecked by major ethnic disputes. Patrick Githinji has been a victim of all of them.
Nilianza displacement nikiwa kijana mdogo, nikiwa class 6 1992. Tulikuwa naishi mahali inaitwa Kurisoi, mahali kunaitwa Tamiota. 1997 pia vita ikatokea. Tukachomewa, mali yetu ikaharibiwa wakati wa vita 1997. So tukavurishwa tena, tukakuja Moro tena town. 2005 pia ikatokea vita ingine, na pia hiyo ikatoa watu zaidi. Kwa sababu kulikuwa na vita wakati wa referendum ya 2005. Na wakati wa referendum kuja, ikakuwa vita baina ya communities. So finally 2007 ndio ikatutoa huko na ikakuwa ile kali na tukafika hapa. Nimetoka hapa, niko hapa, sasa hizi naishi hapa tangu 2007.
In a strange twist of fate, his life of loss, struggle and sacrifice would eventually give him a purpose, to fight for the rights of his people.
Ya, mimi ni mwakilishi wa wadhiri wa IDP. I'm the national chairman wa National IDP Network, shirika ambalo linatetea waathiriwa wa ndani kwa ndani katika ngazi zote za kitaifa. We have over 4 million victims of internal displacement, both the post-election violence and other displacement.
As a victim and a leader, Patrick understands all too well how political rhetoric works from both divides and its impact in society.
Unajua, it's very painful wakati unapata story kama hizo, statement kama hizo, very painful, because they don't have community at heart. Wala watu vile wanafanya ni kwamba hawa wanaangalia interest yao. Unajua, the role in the community, our politician, our leaders wetu is very paramount. Hawa wako na role kubwa sana, na wakati tunapigana huwa ndio wamekuwa wana insight sana. Kama wamekosana huku, sisi huwa ndio tunakuwa recipient hapa mashinani. Siwezi nikafikia Uhuru nimpige, siwezi nikafikia Raila, siwezi nikafikia wale mabonyeni wako town, wako na maduka na nini. So the only person ambaye naweza lipishana, naweza piga ndio Uhuru ama mwingine asikie, I will attack my neighbor who is supporting the other side, ndio yule asikie vibaya.
Politically motivated remarks can lead to different outcomes, positive or negative. However, it's the interpretation of these messages by the people that really determines the impact it has on a country and its people.
Hizi vita zitaisha tukikaa na amani, na vijana tushikane, na wamama tushikane, na tuendeleshe watoto wetu, tuwaambie hii na hii msishike, vita itaisha.
Joyce Chepkemoi has made it her mission to remind Kenyans of the importance of peace through her story. She too was a victim of the 2007 violence.
Kile nilikuwa ni mbaya. Tu nilikuwa nasikia tu vitu vijana wanarushana maneno, wanasema fulani kisia kitu tutapigana. Kwa mimi mama bado nalia, mimi bado nasikia uchungu kwa roho yangu. Kwa maana sisi wa mama, tena mnaguzia wa mama. Wamama sisi tukiwa na watoto wadogo na vita imeingia, tunafichana na watoto, hatutaki vita kabisa, kwa maana mimi niliumia.
Joyce did not always look like this. Her attackers did that to her, and though she survived the horrifying ordeal, she lost her husband and her home.
Siwajui, ilikuwa ni watu sijui, ilikuwa ni vijana tu. Sikuwa ninajua. Jua hata macho yao ilikuwa ni nyekundu kabisa kama moto. Walikuwa wanasema ni kura. Hiyo maneno ya kupigana ni chuki. Yaani kitu yenye yani kenye huwezi kukumbuka. Huwezi sema hata tukipigana ni nini. Lakini kichwa siku hiyo walikuwa wanasema mimi natazika president, ni lazima tupigane. Yaani kung'ang'ania hiyo kiti. Kung'ang'ania kiti. Yaani machafuko mbaya. Sisi wa mama tukue wa mama wa kuerefuka. Na nyinyi wasee mkuu wa kuerefuka, na nyinyi vijana mkuu wa kuerefuka.
Nyinyi mnasemanga I won't vote, it won't change. Na sasa iko nini mnafanya hashtag will it change? Mtu mzuri akuja simame na independent, hamumuangalii mara mbili, kwani hana mlengo, hana kala. Sasa mnapigianga kala, blue na yellow hii. Unapigia.
Politicians come and go. Also sisi come and go, but bottom line is, do we need for people to die? You're not supposed to lose your livelihood over politics. You're not supposed to lose your family. Tukiwa huku Kamulu, I saw a family move. Walikuwa wanaishi Kibera. And they had nyumba kadhaa za kukombolesha. They came with 2 bags. A family of 6 people. They came with 2 bags. That's all they had left. They came to start a new life. Walikuwa wamenunua plot yuko, but they had nothing else. It's ugly when we think of such cases, and then you see someone ameshtakiwa juu ya madoadoa alafu mnaenda kwa barabara kuinua twigs. I think unless you are very near where such things were happening is the only time you can be able to do that.
Following the disputed election in 2007-2008, Kenya has made some efforts in initiating a number of reforms geared towards fostering national unity. One of the outcomes was the National Cohesion and Integration Act that criminalizes hate speech.
When the country is peaceful, it's because of our effort which we have done. It's not, peace is not automatic, especially in this part of the world. especially in certain regions in this country. As we speak right now, we have close to 483 cases. Okay, there is 88 cases specifically for online incitement. Actually, the worst part actually is online incitement. If you had to ask me, the real threat to our country as far as cohesion and peace is concerned. Our work, for the most part, actually is preventive. It's behind the scenes. We're in conflict zones, we're in hotspots, trying to we mediate, we conciliate.
The history of incitement to ethnic hatred in Kenya has been a long and painful one. Despite the trail of destruction it has caused, NCIC has been criticized over its failure to prosecute offenders.
So to suggest that because one person in a year, in a political season, said something they're not supposed to say, that NCIC is not working, that's a fallacy. You're missing the point. We've prevented 99.9% of people, and we're engaging them, they're doing the right thing. There's a challenge within the judiciary, and I want to blame them because of the backlogs. Right now, we have cases that have been on court for 5 years. What is the backlog? I arrest a politician today, it will take 5 years for that case to be heard and determined. Then that's why we had a meeting with the new Chief Justice, Honorable Martha Koome, and that's why we came up with this idea and agreement with the judiciary that we explain to them some of these cases are very sensitive and they can be very explosive. We have 5 courts that are being set up this month to hear hate speech cases and election-related violence. That's it. That's their work, so that we can fast-track issues.
The challenges notwithstanding, the law is there and it works sometimes.
That age, yes, I was young, still vocal, radicals, can't say anything because you feel like you are the owners of the country, you have every right to say anything. But when the law comes for you now, you are alone.
Alan Wadi, alias Lieutenant Wadi, became the first Kenyan to be convicted of hate speech-related charges.
Remember in 2014, December, we had a security law, which was prohibiting citizens from airing their views on also sensitive issues containing, which was like curtailing the freedom of speech. It was passed around on 18th of December. That's what triggered me, and that's what made me be very bitter when we posted matters on insecurity and issues pertaining the ills of the country then. That's what now they decided to follow me and arrest me on charges of incitement to it and undermining a public officer.
At the time of his arrest 8 years ago, Alan was 25 years old and a political science student at Moi University. He was sentenced to 2 years in jail over his social media posts.
As a human being who protects the country, I accept it because I believe in being honest. I'm not one person who runs away from their errors. I do the mess, I accept the mess, or if I am right, I will always stand by my stand. And that's what I accepted, and I was jailed for 2 years, though we appealed because the sentence was not right, so we appealed and I was acquitted.
Wadi, the university student who was jailed for 2 years for insulting President Uhuru Kenyatta on social media, is a free man. Wadi was freed after a successful appeal.
It was not easy because I was isolated from other inmates. I was self-confined, I can say so. So it was not easy. Freedom is sweet. That's what someone lacks when in prison. Freedom is sweet.
Social media has had a huge impact and influence in shaping culture, politics, businesses, and so much more. But this platform has also been used and abused to promote social ills. Hate speech is one of them.
Majority of these young men, most of people, these young ones who are known online writers, they actually sponsor to write so that they are paid. But before they do that, they have to know the course they are taking. We should know how to handle those issues because as youths, we know we have everything, we think we own the world and we have a right to say, but in future we realize now the same rights we had are now the ones haunting us.
Though Wadi is a free man, released 6 months after being jailed, the consequences of his arrest are still evident in his life today. His advice?
The outside here, you have strained even to get to be employed. Everyone runs away from you. They don't want you. So it's when you realize that he was right, but now life is no longer as you expected. Freedom of speech, what I really it has also limits. Having freedom of speech doesn't have to injure somebody else. It has to be within the limit.
When the public is informed well enough,
if we realize what language can do to us,
when we begin to question and interrogate issues for what they are, when we stop listening and start understanding the intent behind political discourse, maybe then we will get the change that we so badly seek.
They don't have community at heart.
It's like nakwambia kitu but sikwambii.
And if we learn nothing else from this story, may we learn people power.
And we are back on the big picture takeover this election day, August the 9th, 2022. Who knew this day would finally come after all of the campaigns, over all of those years, all the yellow, all the blue, all of that has come to an end. Now we're about an hour and actually less than an hour from counting the votes and figuring out who's actually won the presidential, the gubernatorial, the senatorial, member of parliament, MCA seats. Lots of people will be disappointed by tomorrow, but then again, we'll have either a new set of leaders or those leaders that are tried, tested, trusted by the public, at least from the point of view of your votes. I'm not saying that their work speaks for itself. Now, we've spoken about what this election is about. We've addressed the question of youth. We've even dug deep into the underpinnings of our democracy in our last discussion with Joko Budi and Kadhambi Karia. But right now, it's time to think about something completely different, but is really a very important part of Kenya's democracy. And one of the vanguards of this space is here with us, a gentleman called Timothy Kimani Ndegwa, but you all know him as Njugush. Njugush, thank you very much for coming by today.
Never had that word used in an actual sentence.
So you are scary, but
nice,
you are the apex of Kenya's comedy.
Another heavy one, but it's okay. Apex.
Apex.
My bad, our bad.
So guys, we're going to have lots of laughs, hopefully over the next 2 hours. You can join us on our live stream on Africa Uncensored's YouTube channel. You can also join us on our Twitter space, which is running and will be live shortly. But before we do, apparently there's something that you tweeted, Njugush, that ina cause drama sana na tuko na evidence. And I'd like for Nyakirario here, who is our fact checker, kutuambia what is going on. Ebu, Nyakirario, what's that? Ati Musibaki?
So there was this tweet, it went up at 4:17 today. And apparently Njugush said, msibaki kuchunga kura jameni, hiyo kazi achia makarao. Leo
Njuguna
Twitter web up.
Mimi
Njuguna 18k retweets.
Nataka kusema si wewe.
Sikatai.
18k retweets. Me and me, I saw it at like 5 a.m.
And because I'm your biggest fan, nika like.
True.
When did you tweet that?
Si basi mcheza hivyo na account yangu ya bank.
True.
So, Nyakerario, please explain to us what is Njugush, even before we go to Nyakerario, what were you thinking when you were tweeting this?
Mimi ama yeye. I was not thinking juicy ja tweet.
Able to fact check tuone.
So what? This is a tweet I created from your account.
Walai.
Yes. I just copied everything. The only thing I missed, which was deliberate, is this blue tick. Because you are a household name. Na msi akiona hiyo tick anajua. Njugush na blue tick bas. Yeah, so blessed Njugush. But there's also one thing I missed here. There's the art. So these are things that we look at when we are fact checking. So they're these small things that people miss. But also, I was very keen to look at your Twitter activity. Sometimes it is Twitter, web app, or your phone. So I picked this, and also because you have a lot of followers, I had to cook a few retweets, and also the language you use as Njugush.
I use Apex.
Yes. So these are some of the things that we do at Piga Firimbi. We check. This is a fake.
Kabisa mpaka nimeshtuka juu nimesikia hata nikadhani maybe ni ya 2013 mnaanza kutoa. Then I'm like no, bado.
Fake. But another thing there, alisema that it was tweeted I don't know how many hours ago. Look at the date. January 9th, 2022.
Yes.
So if someone anakutolea tweet kama hii and then says ati oe Njugush bana, what's going on? Why are you saying these kinds of things? Wanze kuanalyze vizuri wa point here. So, you know, and from it's been happening across the day, but from 7 p.m. mpaka this election is announced, I can guarantee you so many of those kinds of cards are going to be created. Na ni kazi ya Nyakerario and the team at Piga Firimbi. What?
You know how crazy that is, eh?
Yeah.
Ushisikia mtu akipiga story yako mpaka unatamani hebu endelea nilifanya nini after hapo, yani hata wewe cause what happens I think is we like tunapendaga sana ku break news, nataka kuwa wa kwanza nini, kuna ngori wapi, nataka kuwa wa kwanza kushare hiyo, ni forward kwa WhatsApp group, and I think those are things. Alafu I think the mind ya binadamu, I don't know, it works in a very strange manner. Like you'd be reading a novel and then we have a particular name, Shevchenko for example. So you'll be reading, every time you come across that name is Shevchenko, you cannot write it. Even if we had interchanged some letters, you will not know it because you're reading it as yeah, it's a blanket. So it's the same with this, because the first thing I did, I didn't look at Jan, I just looked at 2022. So I'm sure that's recent.
Exactly.
So I didn't actually look at Jan or what? Okay.
We read actually for context. We don't read. That's a very observant thing that you just said. We read for context. We don't read to read hatusomi what is in front of us. We read for context, and that's how a lot of people wanapitwa na hii fake news ama wanashikwa nayo. And like I said, over the next couple of hours, days, Nyakerario, the team at Piga Firimbi are going to be doing a lot of that. Nyakerario, is there anything else that we should expect at the top of this hour, or even now?
Yes. I'll just show us quickly something that also would connect to what we have looked at.
Excuse me.
Sorry. Just a minute. Sorry. This.
Yeah.
So there was this tweet. I just want us to concentrate on this. There was this tweet allegedly by Kamala Harris. She was congratulating Martha Karua for being appointed as a running mate. But this is fake. Because
both tweets or just the one tweet?
Both of them are fake.
Okay.
But now what happens, this tweet was created as an image and shared by this tweet as an image. This is an image. This is a screenshot. So just the same way I created yours, I would have shared it as an image. So these are the things that we have encountered during this time of elections. So there are tweets, there are Facebook posts which are insightful, there are those which are, hate speech and all that, but they are fake. Yes.
Man.
Sasa hii andi yangu akipata na maadhi.
But it's not out there though, it's not out there.
Anasema sasa wakapata kama hii. Angalia hata alitumiwa.
Muangalia natumana tu fake news.
Kenya sisi wote tunafaa tutumie forward travelers. We love
forward travelers.
Ukiona kitu forwarded many times. Badala ya kufikia forwarded many times, unapoteza quality.
Me I think that sometimes that hiyo function ilicreatiwa kwa sababu yetu. Your story ya kuambiwa on WhatsApp, this has been forwarded many times. It's true, ni Wakenya wamefanya hivyo.
So that I think also that maybe pia inaweza kuwa fact checker. Forwarded many times. Amazing.
But at least tumekushtua kidogo.
Mpaka nikashindwa bana. Cause unajua it's very sensitive, and personally I'm very aware cause anything you say inaweza twistiwa. Have you ever posted something in a twistiwa unaona haya? By the way inaweza maanisha hivyo.
Mara ngapi?
When it's too late. So, imenipata. Huyo si mtu mzuri. Ama yeye ndiye mzuri. What?
So Jugush. Yeah. So we're here at a very important time in our country. And there's a lot that's been happening, a lot of activities that's been happening online. Yes, tunapiga kura, mara turnout. But let me start with some of the things that may have my own opinion about them, but some of the things that I've seen online. 2017 tulikuwa na Githeri Man. Sasa 2022 tuko na Towel Man. Kwanza wawili. Kuna
moja tunatambua ule wa Brown.
Yule mwingine.
Huyo amekuja baadaye. Lakini ni sawa, ameshow up.
Sawa. Kuna yule verified na yule mwingine mwenye alicreatiwa. alafu pia kuna sina maoni man. Lakini huyo alikuwa anaulizwa honestly, lakini akasema sina maoni.
Ni story ya Apex na Apex. Hiyo swali kuna mahali ilifika. Akapoteza mwelekeo akasema baada ya kusema sorry kama game
akasema mimi sina maoni.
Yenyewe
badala ya kuendelea hivyo.
But you could see from his eyes. Alikuwa anaongojea amalize. Anashindwa atamwambia aje awache. Akasema wewe maliza. Then the last thing. Maoni yako ni yapi? That's the only thing he got. But that's very Kenyan.
Now guys, the Twitter space has just kicked off guys. If you're listening, if you're tuning in, tunachekeshwa hapa sana na Njugush, Mr. Timothy Njenga, comedian extraordinaire, been entertaining us on these Twitter streets as well as online on YouTube for years now, going all the way back to Real Housewives of Kawangware and all of the stuff that's happened in between. But today tunaongelelea story ya comedy, and the past 10 years have been almost like a tragic comedy, something that's tragic but at the same time
of emotions of what. First of all, fact checker hapa ungemweka fact checker is Timothy Kimani.
Timothy Kimani, but uliniambia ni
Ndegwa
na said
so guys
guy oi pole
no iko sawa. So I think the last 10 years have been and what we're experiencing now is a result of what the last 10 years has been. The last 10 years has been a lot of emotional and not really spiritual, but people have been through it. Because when we started, there was, and that is in 2013, right? That is 10 years ago. 2013, when we started, there was this urge of now, the good man has finished, Mr. Moi Kibaki. Now, kuna vijana wameingia wako na nguvu. Vijana mpaka tai wana match wewe.
Funga nini?
Hujawahi ona president.
Walikuja na swag by the way.
It was and then we were like now this is it. For the young guys walikuwa nasema hatuwezi. This is it.
Digital.
So that is 2013. Vitu zikaanza ku happen. Walikuwa nasema 2017. Towards 2017. And you remember that's when in 2013 also to some point I think in 2017 kumekuwa na a lot of in terms of the business community. Kuna jeshi ilikuja business community wakasema tuko hii side. Then wenye vile kulienda a particular coalition ikasema sasa watu tususie biashara fulani. So people wakatupa line zao.
Acha kukunywa maziwa.
Kenya tuko sawa. Kenya. So it's been a roller coaster of what not. So the first 5 years ilikuwa a certain way in terms of what people viewed the politics of the day, because by then unakumbuka it was very solid. Jubilee walikuwa side yao, then kulikuwa na NASA, paybill ikatoka. Wewe unakumbuka Kalonzo akisimama na paybill. Kalonzo akisimama na paybill like watu ni wafani. So there was that 5 years and I'd like to separate to igawanya into two, the last 10 years. So the last 10 years imekuwa hivyo. It was a lot of activity. People are trying to show we can be able to do this. Wana joke, my brother Bill, namuita Bill, William. And then now came 2017 when things now changed. So in 2017 a lot of things changed because that's when we started having the handshake. It was coming, we saw it coming. So a lot of emotions changed with what people believed. In 2013 I know a lot of people came out to vote. To man.
Duraku.
Which is not the case now. Which is not the case. 2013, which is not the case now. And that's why I'm saying the last 10 years divided into two have really done that. Now, the 5 years, what I've really found interesting is how things has changed. And it has really helped people. It has really helped people to know this thing they're doing because of them. In so many ways more than one. So, all of a sudden, guys who couldn't see eye to eye, they're in the same elevator.
Sasa wanashikana mkono kama my dear
brother. Like manzi.
Big bro.
Like mpaka anamuinvite sijui twende nikupeleke Kibera. Huyu naye anamwambia twende. It's and now guys are outside, we are watching. Haya. Na niliamka mara mbili juu ya jamaa juu saki huyu jamaa. Tena huyu jamaa tena wako na huyu. So that has changed what people and that's why right now someone will tell you I don't feel like I want to vote. Cause what is it in it for me? So the next 5 years have been a lot of switching. Let's get to nominations. Nominations imeonyesha watu kitu.
Kweli.
So tunaingia, mimi nasema manze, mimi nikishindwa I'll support whoever wins. Then what happens? A lot of independent candidates. Today I had a list of MCAs.
Hey man, silikuwa kama scroll ya Moses, my friend.
Mpaka haingii. Umeingiza yako imechomoka. You are seeing the guy in kwa nje.
I thought I was the only one that had that problem. Unajua niliingiza kwanza MCA bana. Unaingiza na tulikuwa wachache walikuwa mavote. I'm like, ala, hii kitu nataka kuresurrect. Ama sijachagua vizuri.
So naingiza na jamani nimevotia tena anakuja juu. Narudisha anatoka. So it's been really chaos, and all this is because people won. We feel like they're not for us. So that's why I was talking about it in the nominations. So nominations happened, a lot of people walibogo, and that will come to be seen. Leo zikianza kutangazwa. Kufikia kesho jioni Thursday Friday, watu wanaenda kulia. It's because the 5 years, it was very important for the first 5 years to look the way they were, and now 5 years, because now after 2017, now the last 5 years of the regime, that's when we had the most difficult of times, and COVID, it was an icing on the cake. And that's why I feel a lot of people, if you ask a lot of people today, and I know I'm speaking on for a lot of people, they'd rather mtu moja mwenye atashinda, they don't care who wins, mwenye atashinda ashinda na 50+1, tusiende rerun, we go back to a biashara. Because people biashara had started coming up, and now again we're back to this. And if we were to go into whatever tumezoea, huyu anavuta huku, we know at the end of the day is for them.
Do you know there was a timeline that of possible scenarios? Just playing out what could happen after today. Timeline number 1, which was likely, was that aya tupige kura, mtu ashinde, it is challenged, iende Supreme Court, September 1st, tuende nini, turudi uchaguzi. Then you have the next election in October. October, mchaguane tena. The president would be selected in November. That's scenario 1. Scenario 2.
Na hiyo ndio naweza taka sana.
Scenario 2, hata hiyo rerun ichallenjiwa. You know that we can have, we could be seeing the next president sworn in January. Uko January 20th, something like that.
Mwaka.
Imagine. Tutaruka mwaka na unye, that there's a possibility, right?
Atafurahia.
Mbaya. Ni yeye tu peke yake atafurahia. Wengine wanataka tu move on na maisha. But you know, just thinking back to the first 5 years and trying to tease out some comedy from it. Niliona skit ya sio Njugushi, skit ya mwenye anawania kuwa nini wa Lang'ata sahi, anaitwaje? Jalango na Captain Otoyo walikuwa wamevaa hizo tai nini. A lot of the humor ilikuwa, it's poking fun at them, but in a positive way. 2017 ikakuja, and it's nice that you split it into two. A lot of the humor now became very sarcastic. Na sasa star yako, nyota yako ilianza kushine hapo. Tell me about creating comedy at a time when people are coming from a very ill-tempered election, a time when things are not easy. How do you entertain a crowd that ni kama wamekunja ngumi hivi, you know? Like how did you manage to entertain that crowd and be able to let people see either the lighter side of things or educate people?
So I think for me, and that dawned on me, the fact that people will die for someone in 2013, but in 2022, they're like, ay, ule atapata apate. 2017, after everything started happening, and unaona huyu huku, like who would have thought Kanini Kega would be on the other side? Aisha Jumbo on this other side. Like it doesn't even make sense. Like kama kuna mtu alilala then. Kama kuna mtu alilala then and sasa wameamka. They were very confused people.
Natashangaa
nipige
kura ama nifanye nini?
They're very confused because this guy was on this other side.
Okay.
And right. So in 2017 I think that changed everything, and also a lot of things now started being on. I've always talked about what are your pains? As a person, najua unga iko juu, najua mafuta iko juu. So that's what I'm going for. So when you go for that, that's the truth. Nikisema unga imeisha, na kuna nini, na ni bei kali, nimedanganya. So once I speak the truth, because the worst thing will be, because comedy, kuna different types of comedy. So I'd be able to create a fictions, fiction, whatever. But this one, I'm talking about things that they're already there.
All right, shikilia hapo kidogo. We have Cynthia Gishiri, who's in Uasin Gishu County. She had followed, of course, the vote from there in Sugoi and has been going around the county just to get a sense of what's going on there, what the turnout is like. Cynthia, if you can hear me, you can give me a bit of an update, guys. Of course, because of the quality of the signal, there's lots of people who's using the internet at this moment. The quality of the line might not be very good, but bear with us for a second. Cynthia, over to you, kidogo.
Okay. Yes, we are at the Kapkoros FAM Primary School polling station, and it's about 20 minutes to 5 p.m. when the voting exercise will be closed. But I've talked to people in charge of voting here, and they're telling me that the turnout has been very low at 53%. There have been no major hitches except for the KM's kit being a bit troublesome for some few people, but all in all, voting has gone on smoothly. It's just that the voter turnout has been low. We've also witnessed low voter turnout in other parts of Eldoret, where this is Tarbo constituency. We've been to Stowe constituency, we've been to Ainabkoi, and we've witnessed that voting, the people have not really turned out as was expected. But they are still hoping that now that we still have a few minutes to go, that maybe those who have not turned out will turn out.
Cynthia, have you been able to speak to anybody who hasn't voted, and what's their reason? What are they saying about this election? Because that's really the bedrock of William Ruto's support. He should have expected that majority of the people there who have voters' cards or are eligible to vote should turn out to vote. Are you getting a sense of why people aren't voting?
People seem to be a bit disillusioned with how things have been going on in the country in the past 5 years, and they feel that there is no need to vote. Maybe as a country moving forward, we need to redefine what leadership is, because almost everybody thinks that leadership is just a way of someone getting into an office and making money for themselves at the expense of the common mwananchi. So those people have been able to talk to, really it's just about that voter apathy, being discouraged by how things have been going on in the country. But also there's also people who have gone up country, probably voting from there, or just taking this time to just go up country. So those are some of the challenges that we've seen here.
One last question before I let you go, Cynthia. The IEBC, of course, had published statistics in terms of demographics of the people who would be voting. 62% of the people who had registered to vote or would be voters on the roll this year are 35 years old and older, and 38% below 35. So essentially, young people who ordinarily would make up the majority of our voters' roll are much less this time around. Did you see that reflected in the faces of people that were voting today? People in the lines, did they seem older? Did they seem like the younger people that we've been seeing in rallies across the country?
Yeah, we've seen that, but in some places, in some polling centers, we've seen a moderate number of youths, but just like you said, most number of people turning out to vote are actually that age bracket, 35 and above.
Yeah.
So when you talk about voter apathy, it actually affects the young people, 35 and below 35.
What an election to cover, Cynthia. Thanks a lot for the work that you've been doing out there. You and Clint have a long night ahead of you of observing votes counted. Hopefully not too long because the turnout hasn't been that great. But I'll leave you to it and we'll speak in the next 2 hours. Salimia watu huko and you keep on with the good work. All right, Cynthia, thanks a lot. I think we will let you go there. You've frozen on a smile, and it's a good way to end because tuko na Njugusha hapa kwa studio.
You smile ya ukweli.
Ni smile ya ukweli.
Fact check.
Sema tonight vile nilikuwa nimetarajia ati tutakesha hapa kwa Tallying Center ni kama tutaisha kazi itaisha mapema.
No, it's a good thing.
Well, it's a good thing for some of us. Lakini kuna watu wameji, there are people who have bought state of the art studios. That's what this is like the World Cup for media houses. Na kuna watu wame invest sana. Vile wanalipwa in terms of guys coming out. It'll definitely be an interesting election to analyze. I mean, that having been said, but yeah. So you were talking about looking at people's pain points, right? So, like for instance, now unga is at an all-time high. Mshahara pia is not going in line with inflation.
Exactly.
Is there a line?
Well, unless sasa viongozi that always.
Well, hiyo huwa inasukuma mbele yani kama kama through zaini ya stuff. But it's a difficult thing. I'd imagine that, and I don't know what being a comedian is like, but I'd imagine that it's a very, very difficult thing. Kumwambia mtu, hey, by the way, uko na njaa na cheke.
I think on the other side it's also easy because we can get away with anything. Na ndio jua 10 years ni mob. Acha nikurudishe 10 years. Ile kofia kidero. Unajua ni 10 years 2013.
I shouldn't be laughing because it's a very bad thing alifanya.
No, I know, but baadaye uliona vile walipeleka. Mambo ya nani anaitwa Sonko. Amejichora na kuna story katokea sijui Photoshop. Bado hiyo ni 10 years. 10 years is a long way. Sasa hiyo Sonko tunaongelea. Sasa yuko mahali like yuko hiki tu ni funny. No, I
cheke sana. Naweza kutuma magoons hapa yani.
To uncensored. So but I think he can give a better story of what politics in Kenya is about.
That's true.
One moment uko huko juu, the next moment unakumbuka akipiga president simu wewe.
Hey my friend.
Anampigia anamwambia hawa watu wanafanya nini? Anamweka loudspeaker. President anasema sasa hii jamaa hiyo simu hata ichukuliwi.
Hata rais wa Catholic sasa hii kumpigia kumtafuta itakuwa ni.
Jamaa amezunguka akaenda. Anyway, we are talking about comedian. For comedians it's very easy to get away with some things. Like for example if I came here na kinyasa na vest mnasema aki anakuwa na ujinga anakuaga hivyo. It's who we are. So we have that when someone sees you and expect to jinga so to speak. So that's one. Two, it's very easy to be able to tell someone you are black because you are black. It's very easy. And that's when we have some beautiful nicknames. They come, a lot of nicknames come from what we are or what we have around us. So that's why they stick. Unaitwa kamkonde juu uko hivi. Unaget, that's not me. So juu uko hivyo. So it's the same now with comedy. When we talk about kumeenda hivi kuna familia moja inakula kuliko wengine sidanganyi you can always I'm saying what you're thinking but you cannot say it and that's why you're like guy amesema hiyo because you want to say it but you cannot say it. So that's 2 3 I'm very conscious about current affairs and it's just a way of expressing myself as compared because people know me as a joker, as someone so I'd be able to joke before you know what beat you nishamaliza hiyo story. So it's always easy to be able to touch it but pain points really does because it's 50% work is already done. Actually for me that's the easiest content to create. Hizi vitu ziujiweka. Hizi vitu ziujianika. So it's 50% work done. So for me nikiongea kitu you already know the background. So when I'm talking about ABC you already know what happened. So you're like amesema hivyo. Why? Because you know. So nikumalizia tunamalizia. So it's been very easy. And also people, and especially time ya COVID, people really needed let out. And that's why a lot of people open YouTube channels. Sijui zingine zilienda wapi. Mtu anagundua anaweza bake. Ana bake banana cake. Sasa zile COVID ilisha, that's it. which is okay. So people
watu walirudi biashara.
Yeah. People are looking to let out. Watu tulifanya tizi hiyo wakati. We really had even schedule ya kukula. Inafika nini Bougainville, unakumbuka hii sina. Kuna vitu zinakuja unakumbuka hii sina. You stick to your ugali. So in a nutshell,
tulikuwa nakula Bougainville.
Hizo mavitu there's some, what do you call them? Ni majina tu unaandikiwa. Unajua trainer nao unaandikiwa kitu. Kama gadget, sijaiona gadget imeandikwa. So mtu anakuambia kau gadget. So you are like, what is this? You skip it. Haujui nini. Kumbe gadget hainanga G. Yeah, so a lot of things happened that time. And also now towards kumalizia, because in terms of mafuta ndio hiyo ikaenda juu, everything became very expensive. So it's always easy to be able to talk about these things.
Yes. Yes. You know, one of the things that I've enjoyed about your comedy is just the way you're saying without saying without actually saying. But is there a moment that you feel like, hey, me lazima nichukue head on? You know, has there been that moment and you're like, okay, fine. Hii video yenye nitarecord, hata kama watu watacheka wasicheke, that I need to be able to address this subject head on.
My point has always been, and hiyo imekuwa ikinisumbua for the last 1 year because of nominations, is people making their voice heard.
Yes.
Because we don't do that, and that's what you're seeing currently happening. You're seeing people are not voting. So that means,
but people might be making their voice heard in that way. Have you thought about it that way?
But it won't count, because what happens is, my question is, sawa, we want to vote, which is fine. They are expressing something.
Yeah.
But do the leaders care? They don't care. They're gonna take advantage of that. So they'll know your pattern, because at the end of the day, for them, I don't think they really care. They don't really want to work for us. Hawa watu wataki tusaidie. Kwa nini hawatuchagui? They just want to be there. And that's why you're seeing people leaving lucrative biasharas to go hapo, because they know kuna manini uko watakamua.
Who would imagine, for instance, that Ronald Karauri wa Formula 1 wa Sport Pesa sahi angekuwa nawania kiti ya nini ya Kasarani.
Roy Sambu anakimbizana na watu wanakula mandizi.
Ama Tabitha Karanja. Unaona watu wengine unashangaa saa wewe unafanya nini katika hii race.
Exactly. So you're like, what is it in hapo sioni? Because hata sisi pengine tu. Unajua maybe mimi I could make a very good MP. Unaona anyway kila mtu anasimama. But that's not the point. Point is, if you really, they don't care. So yes, the voice is heard. Mimi sitapiga kura, and this is a very great message. But do the leaders really care? What they are going to do is to take advantage of sahi hata we have less problems. And that's why we were doing all those rallies. Kumbe hata tungefanya hii yote.
Lakini uoni kama tunafika moment ya Sri Lanka in a sense, like where and Sri Lanka's crisis was economic. Ours is economic, is political, and there might be some convergence where watu wamesema okay sawa. Hatukupiga kura as a protest. Hawajasikia. Tukipiga kura bado wanaendelea kukula. So at the end of the day, si tuachane na hii historia kupiga kura, tuone tuwatoe physically.
My point is, if that's true, but my point is, unless we go that way, and I'm sorry to say that, jua Kenya sisi ni watu wa kama sahi manze, mtu yuko tu anakuambia nikisikia kama naweza enda nitaenda. That's for 5 years. Na unachiki vile 10 years ni long.
Hey man.
10 years is very long.
Can you remember the mobilization, even this song, Tano Tena? Ukisikia saisi unasikia
hata mwenye ameimba saa hii ukimwangalia hakai vile alikuwa anakaa. Saa hii ni mzee kidogo anakaa mashavu. Things have really changed. 10 years a long time. And that's why I'm saying that's the only way maybe this could work. Like, sorry to use this example. Like whatever happened in Rwanda, the genocide, it was it's something you never wish for. But for them to try go there and start inciting,
itakuwa ni vigumu sana.
Itakuwa wanaweza hata kumaliza wenyewe because they know what it is like. So unless, because us I feel like we don't feel the pinch. Ukisema pesa inaibiwa mtu anasema mie nihusu. Pesa like right now
ama ziko wapi to share?
To share. Like mtu wetu anatafutwa. What nonsense. The guy is caught stealing, but mtu wetu anatafutwa, and mark you there is me, I won't touch names because we are uncensored. I won't. But I know of a governor who got in because of a scandal they had. After scandal, mtu wetu anatafutwa. Huyu sasa tumpatie governor.
Are you serious?
Yeah, tumpatie governor. Na saa hii hata kulikuwa na fununu anaanza kuwa deputy
Deputy President.
Where?
That's Kenya. So that means the people on the ground hatuko vibaya. Actually wewe ndio uko na shida John.
Mimi.
We have problems. Sisi ndio tunaona shida.
Tunajisumbua hivi ukifikiria kuhusu all
people huko nje. People are okay. That's why mtu anashikwa na hate speech. Mtu wetu. What nonsense. So that nasema this lack of might get us to even a worse situation that we are right now.
And maybe that's what will change.
That what might just
change. Lazima tusikie uchungu ndio tubadilike. I mean,
remember what used to happen after tume strike shule. Well, I don't know if you're striking again. Mimi nimesomea shule fani. After you had a strike in high school.
Unani assume sana lakini
no, sitaki kukusensa. They used to bring what they called wanaleta policy, you are whipped a good one. So after that everyone insane.
Ushapigwa na polisi. Na uli survive.
After that everyone hii mdomo yangu ilikuwa inaniweka kwa shida. Hata niliona nani akitu kuja hapa. So after hiyo kichapo everyone was getting saved, tunaletewa CU, everyone gets saved na watu wanaokoka. So you see they have to be something for people. Then after that it's like what we used to do. We used to get saved. Tukikaribia mock exams na karibia KCSE.
Oh God.
Mungu wangu wewe wajua kwa sababu gani napitia haya ya neck. So what changes after umemaliza exam you are out there now una experiment kanini kanauzwa wapi. So for Kenyans I feel we are so, I don't know the English word to use, but si tumetulia tu. Nini na happen? Wanachaguana. Hii ni usu until you see how inakuhusu and the only way might be this. Kenyans ni mara ngapi tumeambiwa tuachane na mafuta ya tanka? We are still there. We never hear. So the only thing is kitendeke ndio haya. Unakumbuka juzi and still there be some two elements. So I think yes might be headed the wrong way, but today is and also it started if you start looking at how the campaigns have been, hatujasikia kuna vile tumezoea campaign.
Ndio.
Kuna vile campaign tumezoea.
Watu wako na passion.
Na unasikia kuna pesa inatembea this campaign. This time unasikia 3 days you are like to what? Because there is not and this is what you are seeing now.
Actually kuna story. It just speaks to how cynical things have become. There's a story that was done by a lady in Sky News. And she followed the final campaign rally for UDA. Alafu wakafuata watu wengine huko nje wanabadilisha mashati wanaenda kwa Azimio. And whereas in a sense it speaks to fine kula pesa yao lakini upige kura vizuri. I feel like watu walikuwa wanakula pesa tu. They just wanted the money. They don't care.
They actually don't vote.
They don't vote.
Mimi nakula hapa naenda home. You know you want to come and follow me and tell me ulivote.
Lakini watu wenye wamepiga hizo picha zote hizo madrone tunaona jeshi imejaa Nakuru sijui wapi Kisumu. What are they going to do with those pictures now when there's 30% turnout?
I think hata kuna turnout kubwa ya polisi kuliko nini. but see, I think it was very essential for me the optics of that because in 2007 what happened is kila mtu alipata flat foot. Kama ni deployment of police was not enough in the areas where kulikuwa hotspot because hotspot ilikuwa anywhere. I remember that time I don't think I want you to know how old I am, but that time I had just finished my KCP if I'm not wrong. No. No. So I was coming from Kikuyu through Kangemi to Nairobi. Miss Jaiona kukikaa hivyo. Watu wananyoroshwa kwa lami. So that time kila mtu alikuwa flat footed, mmepata hamjajipanga. So for me again, I think I'm a sadist, but when I see that, mi naona tuko sawa. Because once you see that, even when, because some of these things happen because of mindset, tuko mob mentality. So nani wanazusha, kumeendaje, twende. But if you really think of, lakini makarao wamelala hapa kwa chief, itakuwa ngori, so you won't be able to do that. So I don't know, but me I'm happy. Mimi vile tunaenda, mimi John mimi nafurahia. Juu for a long time mimi nimekuwa na shida. You know I care for my country.
Lakini you'll care more than other people.
CPLO leo asimame. Atapigiwa kura.
Si alijaribu Kamkunji.
You see?
Alinyoroshwa mbaya.
Sisi tunataka mtu rugged. Wewe tukanana, usifanye kitu. Kwa nini unafanya? That's why you had there was a particular coalition ilitoa manifesto. The opponent wakasema manifesto is too detailed. Like sio ndio tunataka.
Like wewe acha story mingi.
Kitu tunafaa kuficha. Usiseme ati sasa unasema mpaka mwingine na jamaa wangu my favorite wa Jagoya akatoa nini Excel sheet. Alitoa MS Word.
Atuvute bangi.
So I think we don't really want people who are going to work.
True.
Sisi tunataka tu watu sensational.
Tunataka
watu sensational, mtu akichukua mic.
There's someone here who's agreed with you on our Twitter space. He's like, yes, until Kenyans can't bear the pain of corruption or electoral fraud, and we may get the change that we deserve. More pain ahead, resilience has limits. That's Hawkeye 2541254. Hey, lakini his handle.
Iko
uncensored mbaya. But he's just speaking to the thing that you're talking about right now. And folks, you know, the reason that we have Jugush in studio, of course, is yes, we want to make light of things. At the end of a long day, you're probably, if you are one of the 38% people floating between 30 and 40% who voted from across the country, you might be feeling, you know, proud or what have you about your democratic duties. It's time to reflect also on some of the things that made us laugh, made us angry, but still made us laugh. We're coming to the top of the hour now. Nyakerario, tunarudi kwako in a bit. But as we continue to speak, Elijah Kanyi and Raquel Muigai were in Kibra today, you know, watching things unfold there as well. We'll just run those pictures as we have this conversation. Josh, I want to ask you a question about who to you, so you speak to things on the funny side of life. Is there a person or set of people that you watch and you listen to and you're like, you know, I enjoy what this person is saying, or I believe in what this person is saying, politically speaking at least?
Yes. Unfortunately, we mimi sijui shida yetu ni nini. I have mpaka mama yangu mwenyewe, I have no idea. Anasema anataka mtu wa kanisa. Namwambia kuna David Mwaure amesimama. Ananiambia hapana. You get my point? I have no idea what happens. So everyone you look at, and also there's the danger of once you get in, you start becoming like them. And that's why kama leo kuna mtu sijapigia kura, he's a very good gentleman. Sijapigia kura, but it's because mahali yako you'll be sacked. You know, once you get to a particular group, unajua hata ukichukua mandazi weke kwa samaki inaanza kunuka samaki.
Ni kweli.
Harufu ya mandazi utasikia kwa samaki. So I feel there is that. So yes, I have those people. Unfortunately, they finish last.
Interesting. There's a friend of mine who's in politics. I wouldn't mention his name, but you probably know who I'm talking about. The first year after getting into politics, we were sitting down somewhere and he told me, you know, this thing that we've been talking about, politics, what, the only way this thing is going to change is if we have a revolution. I'm not suggesting that now, I'm just, you know, reporting what was told to me. Because akaniambia, hey man, namu bana, the things that I have seen, watu wanahongana kwa choo. Sijui na juzi, I was sitting down, at least this one, because he said to me on record, nilikuwa na mu-interview huyu Abu Samad of Mombasa. He was telling me, hey, there are some parliamentarians who waliingia hapo, hawajawahi ongea. Lakini even worse, there are some parliamentarians who you'll only see them in parliament deal ikichezwa. So ukimwona huyu akiingia, unaanza kuulizana, kwani kuna nini kwa order paper? Kuna deal gani?
Na hujaambiwa?
Na hujaambiwa. Na pesa zinatembea tu, ushakuwa mahali yani pesa zinatembea lakini hujui hii form inatolewa wapi. That's how, again, to use the word cynical, our politics has become. That we can be so money-minded that even the thing that you've gone to do there, even if you have good intentions, and like my friend I can say has good intentions, you just look at the situation and you know.
And it's hard. For him, he's a good guy. I went there and he's a good guy, but there's so little you can do as a person. This, because kama ni kupitisha sheria, how many nini zimepitishwa, what executive ones? And all of a sudden, you're like, even the guys who are opposing, it's very funny, they are on opposing sides.
Lakini
but ikifika time, whatever deal imepigwa, all this side, only one says nay, and then you're like, so it's very hard, and that's why I'm saying until something, like you see what Corona did. Corona was very heavy. We had to shut down churches, schools.
Kila mtu aende nyumbani.
Yeah, a lot of things had to change, and maybe that helped. A lot of things had to change. We need something very drastic so that we because it needs to be. It's not a mimi nataka tuko watu 10. That doesn't help. We want. You see a moment like what happened with the Rainbow Coalition. That time tulikuwa tumechoka.
Yeah.
Tunasema huyu jamaa enda. By the everyone hata hawakukata.
That was my first election to vote in, and hata nilienda kwa inauguration ya Kibaki hapo nini Uhuru Park tuli sukumana, but it didn't matter because the thing that we were looking to do was done. I wonder whether this is the making of another moment
now
like
you see
that.
it had to be extreme. It had to be, we are done with this dictator, so to speak.
I wish though that it wasn't extreme. Jokosha, let's hold it there for a second. Guys, remember, we're still streaming on YouTube. If you've got any comments, just let me know, as well as Twitter Spaces if you want to say something about this conversation. You know, there are some things that you can't say, and there are some things that a comedian can say. So it gives you license to say them at this point of time.
Yeah, very uncensored.
Lakini usiende sana to get us closed. We're also on Facebook. We're also live streaming on Facebook, Africa Uncensored. Raquel Muigai and Elijah Kanyi were in the field today. They were following the Azimio candidate, Raila Odinga, making his 5th stab at the presidency, voting in Kibra. And Raquel's prepared a bit of a report for us. Let's listen in. Let's watch what happened during the day.
Leo nimekuja na kalamu. Sikiza. Hapa naandika mtu kazi. Nimulike. Hapa ni kalamu nakuja nayo. Naandika mtu kazi, navuta mtu kazi leo.
The much-awaited day is finally here, Kenyans braving the cold to come out and cast their vote. Almost 2 hours in, and the queues are quite still minimal. But despite the fact that it has taken almost a year in preparation for this particular general election, up until this point, a number of issues have been recorded.
We came here since around 5:30. We were on the gate. By 6 the gate was open up, so we have come here, and then there are some issues on the system. The system is very low, and then there is no, as in they have not conducted themselves well. So in that we cannot find where we're supposed to be. You go to the first stream where you're told you are supposed to be. When you reach there, you find your name is not there, and then you're told to go to another stream. So that is the main problem which you're facing over here. Not being told the stream, I've only been told to find the class which my name is, which I don't know. So which class?
Kwa majina ni David Ngere. Niliamuka saa 8 kwa laini, nimefika saa 9:30 hivi. Sasa nimepanga laini mpaka sasa hivi nimeingia ndani na nimepiga kura vizuri, isipokuwa makosa kidogo nimefanya. Makaratasi ya presidential ilikuwa karibu kala inafanana na ya governor. Sasa ndio kwa makosa sikuwa nimesoma hizo box. Sasa ikawa nikaingiza ya governor kwa ya presidential. Huyo mwenye alikuwa hapo nimejaribu kumuuliza hako ni direct vizuri, lakini nimegundua hiyo makosa. Sasa ya governor ni kama sijaweka juu nimeiweka pamoja na ya presidential.
Inakufanya unahisi aje?
Sasa sihisi vizuri, naona ni kama nimeharibu kitu kubwa. Sasa ishafanyika, hakuna kitu nitafanya, lakini sihisi mzuri. Raha yenye nilikuwa nayo nasikia ni kama imekatika, imepungua sana.
Na upange line, tutaona agent wetu ambaye atakupeleka mpaka kule ambako unafaa kupiga kura na utaingia direct. Sawa, au utasumbuliwa. Hivyo ndio tumeipanga.
Maoni yangu kwa Wakenya, naona baada ya kupiga kura kila mtu aende kwake kwa nyumba. Kama mimi sahii nimerauka asubuhi nimepiga kura juu nataka kwenda nyumbani.
Naitwa Mina Mpa. For me the process imekuwa somehow good
kwa sababu maybe for some positions the candidates were less, so for me the process was just identifying the one I want to vote for na napita. So for others zilikuwa too long, so lazima pia ukue careful uangalie ule mwenye ulikuwa unataka for, so unaenda step by step looking for that candidate. So walikuwa wengi, so unapata maybe alikuwa uko chini ama uko katikati, so kumtafuta pia ilikuwa a bit of a challenge, but the whole process imekuwa tu sawa.
So Raquel was in Kibra earlier on in the day. She's now in Mathare. Mathare constituency. At the close of polls closed what 9 minutes ago. Raquel, what did you witness at the close of polls? Was there a surge, a late surge in numbers of people maybe rushing home from work to come and vote, in spite of the fact that it's a public holiday, by the way? What have you seen?
Kindly stand by na kuja kwako in 3 seconds.
Raquel? Raquel, can you hear us? Okay. Raquel, we'll try and catch up with you a little bit later, issues with the link, but we will catch up and find out what's been going on. Down there in Mathare, you and Elijah, of course, have been doing a fabulous job of updating us during the day. Lots to go, lots of time left to go as polls close and votes start to trickle in. We will likely know, the results from there based on turnout a little sooner than a lot of people would have expected. But we're still in studio here with Njugush, talking about the past 10 years in terms of memes, comedy, and a bit of a tragic comedy that Kenya has been over the past 10 years. If you are on our Twitter Spaces and you would like to comment, just put your hand up and let us know, and we shall get to your comment at this point in time. But before we go into it, Nyakerario, it is time for you to tell us a bit more about what is real and what's fake in this election and what you've been looking at.
So there's been this video I'll play, but without the audio though.
Yeah.
There has been this video. It's a claim that this is a drill in Eldoret. It went up, I think, 3 days ago.
And it's been doing the rounds. I received it as well today.
Yes, and if you ask me as a fact checker, I'll say these are some of the things that translate to voter apathy. Because someone thinks, if I go voting, this is what I'm going to meet. So I don't want to go through this. But what we found out from this amazing tool here, it's called InVid. What we found out was that this video was actually posted in 2019. So the first time it appears online is 2019. So this actually didn't happen 4 days ago.
Yeah.
It's all a lie. So these are some of the videos that go up the internet and discourage people from leaving their houses to go and vote.
To go and vote, yeah.
To go and show up, for their leaders and all that.
But there are instances where videos like these might be coming from the ground and they actually are true. We found an instance of that last night, this morning, was it not?
Yes, there was one from Wajir, and there's also one that we just found.
Yeah.
This one, which is true, and I will explain why it is true.
Yeah. What's going on there?
So this is a claim that that a member of, let me read out the tweet to you, that a UDM parliamentary candidate in Rarieda was shooting at an opponent in a polling station. So I'll stop somewhere here and just, because there are screenshots from this video that are going up that help us analyze what happens on such
in such videos, yeah.
Yes. Just a minute.
Okay, no worries. So it looks like there's lots of trouble there that's going on. How do the screenshots help? Wow.
Yeah, this is a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, your leaders in fine form on an election day. We understand that elections can be difficult and you have your supporters, but does it really ever have to come to that? I wonder. Yeah.
So there are two things. But normally, again, just to mention this, sometimes fact-checking takes a while.
Yeah.
And it also takes investments. But I'll show you tricks and techniques on how you can do this. If you don't have a clue on whose vehicle this is.
Sorry, just put a pin in it for a moment so that I can tell whoever's on our Twitter spaces, open another tab so that you can see the video that Nyakerario is talking about if you can, and be walked through exactly what's going on. Okay, go.
Yes, so let's assume you don't have the details of what is happening here, but you want to know whose vehicle this is.
Yeah.
So one thing you'll do is just pay 500 bob to NTSA and check with this number plate.
A license plate.
Yes, so this is KBL 883L.
Yeah.
And also another screenshot that we just got. I just want us to focus on this guy.
Yeah.
With his attire and this Nike logo here.
Yeah.
So we just got him here. So it's the same guy just before the
car drives
yes.
off. Yeah.
And these are the allegations.
Yes. And we've got him on that.
Yeah.
Is there a way, because there will be claims that this video is fake, you know, it's the easiest thing for a politician to do, or someone who's implicated in a video like that, excuse me, to say that this video is fake, it wasn't me. How do you then verify that actually the video was real, right? In an instance like that, when there'll also be counterclaims from the ground, because whoever this is will be in serious trouble for brandishing a weapon in the manner that he has at a polling station.
Yes. Now, again, fact-checking takes a while. So one thing that you will do is to geolocate this video. But also another important thing is to have networks so that you can call on ground and ask, so who is this guy?
Yeah.
Did this happen? Yes, this happened. There are voters there. There are eyewitnesses there who will give you a tip on what happened.
Yeah.
So, but all these you have to invest in credible sources. That takes us to credible sources again.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Nyakerario, you keep checking. We'll come back to you in in a bit. Sorry, excuse me. I don't know whether it's the juice or whatever it is that I'm drinking. I'm at the conversation.
It's joking.
It's a bit heavy.
Will the mask be a nini? Fact checker. No, I'm serious. A fact checker.
Yeah.
Like for example, I've been looking at videos because videos za kitambo hazina mask. So like in that video, you find there's a guy uko nyuma akona mask, so unajua this atakasi ya leo must be
2020 onwards.
Also on number plate, because people are very quick to share. South Africa have very funny videos. Mtu anaibiwa kwa traffic, then they share. Guys beware, you know, our parents on WhatsApp group. Guys beware, this is happening along Ngong Road. But ukiangalia number plate ni gari za South Africa. Yeah. All right, that's amazing. That's amazing.
Wow. Okay, so another claim that perhaps you can verify, Nyakerario, that's just come onto our Twitter spaces. It's claiming about an issue between Mike Sonko and Abdusamad Sharif's supporters in Tudor Ward. I'm not going to say too much about it until we verify it, but it's been tweeted by someone called Fellow Cheruti. So just you can go to our Twitter space and check out whether that's real or whether that's not real, and what the context is, at least to see if the video is real. Looks like it might have been posted by Mike Sonko himself. So in as much as Mike Sonko ni mtu wa kuanika watu and he's
a recording artist.
Exactly. A recording artist, we might want to take what he's saying with a pinch of salt, because he is also on the other side of the campaign. He threw his weight behind Hassan Omar Hassan in this gubernatorial election. Guys, once again, if you want to comment, just let us know. The Twitter space is now, we're turning it over to you. Just put your hand up and someone will let me know in this earpiece over here, and then you'll talk to myself and Njugush. Njugush, I want to know where then comedy goes in a situation where people are completely disengaged from the leadership of a country. I know it's a situation that we have not been in, and we might be speaking into the future things that we don't know yet, but based on the turnout, based on how people were commenting, and now that they've actually voted with their feet by not going to the polling station, it is likely that we'll have a fairly disengaged, electorate. How then do you entertain people who are now just meh? Unajua hiyo mimi.
Wako tu. I think those are the best kind of people to entertain because wako tu. But also seriously, I think it's getting serious. That's why people sometimes they can't take a joke. We've had enough. It reaches to a point where people are like,
na hata hii sasa tumesikia
because of the things that are going on. Might be very funny, but they're frustrated. But I think in terms of even comedy, any time is good time for comedy. Just like when you listen to music, any time is good for music. Now it depends with what kind of music. Wakati unataka kurukaruka, there's a particular music. Wakati Sunday, a lot of us when wanaenda kanisa tunawekaga za kuokoka, then kigonga tu Monday hivi, Friday kwanza kakigonga Friday.
Unasema Monday, kuna watu wanatoka church wanaenda sijui hizi vitu zinaitwa branch.
Unaacha kuziita vitu hizi like you don't know.
Nikiambiwa nimeambiwa.
Ati like you don't, nasikia zinaitwa. So
unajua mimi ni mzazi wa watoto wengi. Siwezi sema ati
branch unajua ni ile ya nyumbani.
Ni ya nyumbani. Bibi ananipikia, ananiwekea katoast hapo kando. Tunaendelea
inaitwa Sunday service. 5 am. Watu wameamkia huko na Sunday. But you see, as I said, it's like music.
Yes.
You choose what you want to listen when.
So then what's the musical equivalent of comedy at this point in time?
This point in time, I think at this particular time, because we are now in different times, after a few hours we're going to be in very different times, but I think in this particular one is just what is going on, and that's what really works for me. Just what's going on. I'm talking about what's going on, like wase walivote kuliendeleaje, nini returning officer ilikuwaje. That's done. Now when you go to counting, we're going to have some casualties. Kuna viongozi waliomba loan. They were sure ati waliomba kwa ground anyway. So I'd like to see a situation where that guy,
there's actually a clip that's come from TZ that I saw. Kuna mtu anakaa yani anajiongelesha, alafu one of his voters anampita akimuita mheshimiwa, anamjibu mheshimiwa mamako.
And that's gonna happen. Right now, after some few hours inaenda ku happen. There are some who will be happy, some will. So going ahead, as time changes, there's something happening. We cannot have a vacuum of nothingness. Like nothing is happening. There must be, and that's what I'll be going for.
Okay. I want to speak to another side of your profession, which of course is being able to create wealth and a livelihood for yourself in a time like this. COVID was a great time for you because lots of people were at home, attention had been paid. You even moved your show online, and might have fununu duru za kuaminika.
Are they censored?
Zinatuarifu ya kwamba hata hii hoodie yani ulikuwa na nyingine ilikuwa imechapa kidogo, lakini
hizo sasa nitasema kama wewe hizo vitu unasikia. I say just like you.
But the point being that there was some opportunity being created, but we still live in a wider context. What has the journey been like to try and create wealth in comedy, in something that perhaps people wanaona hii ni kitu ya kuchekesha, si kitu serious, hauendi ku What has it been like, especially these past 2 years, and how much of that relates to your political comedy?
Nice. So I think political comedy have really come through for me because I think that is one of my greatest tools to connect to people because they feel you feel their pain, and that's why unasikia kiongozi anapigia kura huku lakini anaishi place nyingine. Like I know of a guy anaishi Karen na anapigia Roysambu.
Wait, anaishi Karen?
Karen
anapiga kura
Roysambu juu huko ndiye anataka kiti. So so kura yake no, anataka kiti Roysambu but kura yake iko Karen.
What do you mean?
Si ndio? Alipigia Karen. Huko mnaweza fact checker. And then the guy anataka kuwa MP wapi.
Lakini posters ziko Roysambu.
So until, and that's why people, although I feel it's a very myopic kind of thinking. Manze, Njugushi ni humble, manze anakulaga ugali na matumbo. Tunapenda kuromanticize hiyo. Kumbe ni dosi na anashindaga hapa kwa base tukikula naye githeri. People like that.
Yes.
But when you start ukikujana, like, yes, I'll still eat there, but ukikuja na gari, because of ABCD hakuna parking, so I can't park there. So ndambia ule msee nipatilie matumbo yangu, bado nakudai matumbo, alafu niende, Njugusha kuende huko aliringa. So people want you ukae hapa. So people want you tukae nawe hapa. So that's why it's a problem when you don't connect with the people. So when I talk about those things, hizo wanasema Njugusha endelea kutuongelea, because also if I don't talk about it, watakuja DM, wewe ni kwendeni huko mnachukuaga tu do zetu na hamutuongelea tukifinyiriwa. Kwa DM.
Lakini ushaongelea nini wakifinywa now when you were younger now, you know, things weren't working out. You were still making people laugh.
Yes.
It wasn't as if you were there huko mbele na Boniface Mwangi ati mkirusha mawe.
But people want that. Wewe tuongelele. Then when you don't talk about it, tuongelele. So that's what I'm saying when I talk about it, and that's why I use sarcasm and satire, because I'll be able to say mimi sitapiga kura. Kama ungaitapanda ipa, so hautakuja kwa ni DM juu ndakuuliza ulipiga kura. Sikupiga, basi nyamaza. Kama sasa kuna watu naambia usinione umepiga kura, basi hakuna you don't, going forward you don't have a say. Hata my friends naambia sasa going forward mimi kwanza hakuna kitu unaniambia. Why? Because you didn't do that. So in terms of biashara and how that and politicals, for me I think that has been one of the greatest net ya kushika wase, because you talk about things people are going through.
But let me ask you a question though, that you know, life changes for everybody. Sometimes it changes for the better, and it's good when we see these kinds of developments. Is there a time that you'd wish that your comedy, in as much as it's cross-cutting now, that you can make fun of a rich guy, and the rich guys be like, I was drinking Jameson the other day and it tasted like this. Kumbe when you know, those kinds of like inside jokes, but for a completely different cadre of people, like, you know, who perhaps see your comedy and reminisce, but see your comedy now and don't connect as much as they reminisce.
I don't know. I think it's trying to be able, again with what we do, you try and appease kila mahali. Unagonga hapa, kesho unagonga pale, so that everyone feels ako home. So it's more content for me, if you ask me. But some of the greatest provider of memes and comedy content has to be our leaders.
Would you ever do comedy that endorses a politician?
Bro, kuna pesa. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. What do you because
umenita ndovu?
No, it's the pesa. Pesa ndio. Si iko na nini waliweka ndovu. So let's talk about it. If today nikuja nikuuliza, because sisi wote shida yetu ni pesa.
Yes.
Mimi haki nikifanya ile kitu yote nafanya do you think ni kitu ninafanya nataka
kama mtu mwenye ako Ishaweri sasa atoke aseme man Njugush, mimi ni kama nimechapwa kiasi KPR. Hii chukua 10 million.
Hiyo ni kidogo, wacha tuseme I'm talking about retirement money.
Yes.
If which siwezi pata, but if someone gave, tuongee tu kweli, unajua hizi vitu tusidanganyane.
Yes.
I'm doing what I do so that my parents are fiti. So that when it's time maybe we get sick, I'll be able to afford them the best. Niwalete mpaka nasa hapo. If you're gonna give me that, mimi sitakudanganya. Asubuhi na mapema mimi na familia yangu. But now that won't happen, it will never happen, because that's a lot of money. It's a very big price to pay.
What is the price?
My price is $500 million.
Where?
And this I'm saying because I'd like to earn what I'm earning now when I get old. So what I do with that money, naenda naifunga mahali, inatokanga 10%. So that's why nimejieka. But that will never happen. Even for politician unagongwa 80, 50. Sasa mimi nitagongwa aje $500 million. So that would never happen. It's a very big. Mnasema kama unaumia vizuri. But
that's a nice one. Kama unaumia.
Aki, you know why I'm saying that? John Alan, let me tell you, today we are with you. You're talking about these issues. But kama mtu mwenye unapigania unasema I'm doing this for the Kenyans. Have what? Which Kenyans are you doing it for? Have what?
Well, let's pick a real example actually.
Then kesho wacha nimalize kabla unigonge na ukweli. Then tomorrow utafanya tu kitu moja. Tukuteremke.
Yeah.
The whole country ikuteremke. Once ulikuwa mfiti, then all of a sudden akwende huko hata alifanya shwap. You're done.
So imemwapenia Boniface Mwangi tu majuzi.
And that's why I'm saying Boni yako sawa. Vile anafanya? He tried it the right way. Tulikuwa naye kwa ground anajiweka mandevu watu wamjui. Anaenda anauliza wanasema nauliza mnavotia Boni nako hapo. Sema hatuwezi kivotia kwanza hakina pesa. He tried it the right way. Now let him do how it's done. Si alijaribu tukasema analipwa. Sasa sasa tena tunasema analipwa. Sasa kwani tunataka aje? Tunataka aje? So kama mbaya wewe kwako kama iko sawa. Any day mimi nikipata pesa ya kulalanga, yani naamka, naangalia WhatsApp, naangalia TikTok, wapi narudi nalala. Unaweza acha hiyo chance at for a country.
I mean it's a big question. Honestly, it's a very big question because what price is the right price? Kusema sasa hawa Kenya wakwende kabisa. Like it's actually a very deep question. But I'm glad that umesema tu yani hizo $500 million zikishikana hivi unasema wa Kenya na si ya Zimbabwe, ndio?
Well, yes but I know that's not enough because also if a country is run down hata hiyo doa
itakusaidia.
Unless you uende wapi hata hiyo doa itakusaidia. But I'm saying now juu sasa nimeona hatusaidiani. Juu wa Kenya wenye tunafaa tushikane nao 60% wamelala. Leo hawajapiga kura. Watu tunafaa tu usaidiane. Sasa kwa nini nikae kwa hizo ndio peke yangu? But my point was I wouldn't do that for man. And that's why time and again tumeitwa kwa hizo mikutano. Mambo Jugush nani mheshimiwa anataka kukuita au kuna mtu anakuongelesha?
No, endelea.
Amesema nimeongea sana. So usikia Jugush mheshimiwa anataka kuongea na wewe. Kwanza there's a guy whole senator tells me Jugush I want us to we sit down nikununulie lunch alafu ni support. Ndio mheshimiwa. Si mimi nikununulie lunch. Alafu niambie unataka kufanya nini? Anambia unajua wewe shika hii, nikamwambia hapana hiyo patia huyu. There was a madam alimuona hapa akaniambia mheshimiwa, nikamwambia hiyo patia huyo. Huyo ndiye atakupigia kura.
Yaani zilikuwa kidogo hivyo.
Si kidogo like
it's I know it's tokenistic.
Hata kama ni do utachukua si mbaya, utachukua and do what you do with it, but utafeel as much as tunasemanga ati kura kwa huyu kura kwa yule, it's lies. When you go to vote
utafikiria ni nani
you be like cause unafikanga pale you're like tusiwajui sasa huyu anakaa vizuri acha nipe huyu anakaa kuhurumiwa kama leo kuna mtu nimehurumia but it's because the rest hawako kuna mtu tu unaona ati huyu hata amechagua tuktuk kama simba yake acha nimpe tu
so siri ya kuchaguliwa ni kuwa na sura ya kuninia
well it depends my point is kuna mwingine atakumbuka jamaa huyu at least nimeonja pesa yake. Kama kuna jamaa nilivotia juu kuna bridge inapita for the longest time hajaitengenezwa. Vile aliingia ikaundwa so hiyo nikapea tika. So those things about money I'd never take money to be able to take a particular stand. For me my stand which is a very general stand is we need good leaders. When I say good leaders, you know what a good leader is. Ni kujifanya watu wanajifanya. When I talk about we all know. Hata tukienda kupiga you know this is the best but unapatia huyu juu ate huyu hatapata kura. Najiuliza what if all of us gave huyu mwenye hatapata kura? Si hataingia. But sisi hatutaki hivyo. So vile watu wanataka tuishi and you can never fight with the majority.
Wow.
It's a long nini? Guka yangu alipigana akatoka bila shamba.
Alikuwa
hakuna shamba.
Alikuwa nini? Alikuwa maumau.
No. Yeah. He was part of those guys. Then when settlement came and what not, akafukuzwa shamba yake. Na alikuwa amepigana vizuri. Amekauka. Alibaki bila. Wengine wakapata. Sasa kwetu babangu hakugawiwa mahali because it got to a point like
ilibidi ajilipie.
Mmegawanya ilibidi ende ajitafutie shamba.
Man.
So when you ask me if I'll take the money, I will take it.
Yes. Sorry, 1 second. That's naongeleshwa. So we have some footage from Aina Moi. I believe it's of the closure of the polls and as well as activities during the day. Let's take a look at what happened there, and then we come back to this discussion. Let's see also what the comments are on the Twitter Spaces. Let's run that clip now and then we come back.
Ndio.
All right, and we're back here with Njugush, just analyzing politics from a completely different point of view, analyzing the day, this important election, and important for very, very many reasons. And part of which is that we've seen a huge amount, a barrage of fake news just hitting our accounts, our WhatsApps, and Nyakerario and the Piga Firimbi team have been looking at some of these things. Nyakerario, what have you found? Yeah, tumehang.
Sijahang. Sijahang.
So you were telling us about some account from South Africa.
Yes. So there's this image.
Okay.
It just came in, I think, 2:20 today.
Yes.
It claims that these are voters in Kiambu County. But what we just found out.
Kiambu kumekauka hivyo.
Ni wengi.
Where?
Ni wengi. I don't know. But they claim that these are voters from Kiambu.
Yeah.
But when we run a reverse image search, it leads us to this article by Al Jazeera.
Yeah.
And it attributes this photo to May 20th, 2020. So this is not, these are images that are being fabricated and used and reused as images of voters in the ongoing elections. So this is fake as well. That is what we just found out.
How just walk us through again what you do. You do a reverse image search to find the original photograph.
Yes, so this is the original photograph.
Yeah.
So if you have InVid on your extension, what you do, you right click on it and you run it on all.
Okay.
If you can see my screen.
Yes.
And then now you start picking out and sieving out some of the results that you get.
Yeah.
And these are a lot of pages. So what you use is the earliest it appears online.
Yeah.
And for this is July 31st. But we are going to try and get the earliest. The earliest be this one.
And that's the one from Al Jazeera.
And this is, the one from Al Jazeera. Yes. So basically all you just need, because this is something that you can also have on your phone. So basically what you need is just InVid, a reverse image search tool.
Yeah. And one of the guests who are going to be coming in the next session, Alphonse Shundu from Africa Check, did a great article for GIJN Africa where he put a lot of these tools. Actually, it was Maurice Onyango who was quoting, I think, Alphonse and a few other people. And there's this tool called We Verify that also is in partnership with InVid. You can download it as a plugin on your phone, and you can start to do a lot of these things on your own without having to visit any sites, etc. But it's really crucial that we continue to fact check all of the information that we have coming at us, as someone who's on TV likes to say, thick and fast. Also coming in thick and fast are some of the comments on our YouTube live stream. Chris Zairo is saying he's struck a very cynical tone, I guess, also hopeless, because it's something that a lot of people are commenting about with regard to the situation in our country. Things will never change. I believe that in this situation we are in, no one can help us. That's two comments from the same person. Alafu kuna mtu hapa amekuambia, Njugush, let me see kama nitakuchukua serious. I don't know whether it's the platform ama ni nini that people now want to take you seriously, although I think they already do. And there's someone else here who says, someone else was saying the same thing, I think referring to the comment that we had made earlier, about in order for Africa to change, they will need a genocide, which, Njugush was using a very extreme example, but the point is they will need a painful experience I would never wish a genocide on anybody, you know, so that people can learn from their experience. And Andrew Lee Texiera says, less than 10 million votes cannot decide the country's future. It's a shame. We should hold Chebukati accountable. I think a lot of comments coming in about what's been happening at the IEBC and some of the stuff that happened just yesterday with the cancellation of or the postponement of the gubernatorial vote in Mombasa and in Kakamega because the ballots weren't printed properly. That would be a source of humor. You know, mtu ameenda hadi Greece na amerudi na they don't have the right, you know, they don't have the right ballots. I mean, when you heard that come out, did it surprise you?
Because well, it didn't surprise me. That's us, like actually hapo tulitik hiyo box tulitik, yeah, because a lot of people, unajua hiyo ni trip, unajua watu walienda walikuwa ngapi, you know, they were facilitated
una per
yani unatulia na maybe they extended some days because there is ABCD, but it's expected as much as a large percentage imekuwa sawa, but also I expected, that's something to expect. So unko naye nasikia alijipata pia Mombasa kwa ballot, that's why ikatolewa. So I think it's Kenya, it's a very beautiful country. Kenya
it is in an interesting way.
Kenya, it's a beautiful country.
Hey,
mtu anakaa hivi anasema tufunge shule. Aya. Imewa affect. Poleni bas. Aya, itaendelea hivyo. Yani like in this country we just wake up, unasema kitu, aya. Poleni wa.
Kumbe mmeumia.
Poleni. Manzi na mtu mtoi wewe ushajipanga vile utakuwa away. Alafu unasikia kujia mtoto.
Na vile ulikuwa umepanga nao utakula pengine ndengu wakati, you know, when they're not there. Unajipanga different when your kids are not there.
Kula vizuri kama wako.
Unajinyima ili mkula vizuri wakati wako.
Hapana.
Ama the other way.
Wewe mjitreat. You are living wrong. Kama country watu wanajitreat viongozi. You know, tunakaa viti sasa unaweza kula nyama, but you see watu wao wakirudi.
Hawezi kula kila
so
siku.
Mnasiaga unga ile itawasukuma. Time ya COVID tulisiaga unga. But sasa zile unajua mkoa widi hata hampikangi. Sijui kama ni sisi. Mnaingia mnashinda tupike twende out. Mnaenda mnakula kibanda. Hapana kibanda tu, si ati out iko na mpango. Ni jubia sio kupoa. But I feel that's so Kenyan, which is very wrong. We have normalized kukosa mipango.
Na kupangwa.
Kupangwa. Hiyo tu wanapanga vizuri, but kukosa we have normalized, like we expect that. Like even kitu ki happen bila hitch. Wow, wow, they did a good job. Like for example, there's something, and it's good to say they did well. There's something that happened in Thika Road. There's a tanker ilianguka na mafuta na jeshi kafanya what they do best. Na wakamaliza. Manzi wamefanya fiti, but you see that's how it's supposed to happen.
It's supposed to happen.
That's how it's supposed to happen.
When you're in a constant state of dysfunction, you know, normal activity is congratulated, and I guess that's the moral of that story. And Jugushikilia kidogo, there's someone on our Twitter space who would like to make a comment or ask a question. Maude, you can make your comment or ask your question now.
Or ask a question. Hey, Namu, how are you?
I'm all right. Did you vote today?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hello? Right, did you vote today? Hello? Hello, Namu?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there's a bit of a delay, so you just need to give it a bit of time.
Okay, let me proceed. When you don't hear me, please alert me. Hello, Njogona, how are you?
I'm good. When you don't hear me, alert me.
Hello, I think the connection is really poor, but I'll just proceed.
Okay.
What I wanted to say is that we have spoken this stuff with Njogona before and with Boniface Mwangi. Hello, I think... hello, am I still audible?
Yes, you're still audible. You're still audible. Hey, what we could do though is if you can't hear us, then maybe just drop off the call and then come back, and we'll pick up your comment as we keep going. Let's see if there's anybody else who's interested in speaking. All right, so Maude, we'll get back to you in a second. I guess he was launching pengine ni mtu namjua, because he seems to say that he knows you.
We've really talked about it. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So whatever it is, we've really talked about it. Yeah, but I think it's around whatever you're talking about.
Yeah.
About how nchi yetu sijui inakuanga aje. But anyway, I think we'll get there. But it's a whole comedy, yani.
Yeah.
It's a whole comedy.
When again, I'll ask this again to you, because at some point, even the comedy, even that fun stops, right? When it stops, where will it find Njugush?
Retirement. I think when it stops, I just want to do some farming. I just want to do some farming.
Utaenda retire, utaachana na watu.
Watu ni wagumu, uliza Musa. Watu, people.
Yes.
You never know what people expect. Mara ground ni wewe. Alafu leo jioni si wewe. You're like, kani kunaenda aje? Watu ni wagumu. We really don't know what I think at times we really don't know what we want. Like for example, I'll give you an example. In 2017 to Kiambu County, I'm talking because it's my county. Tukasema hatutaki huyu jamaa. Tukaeka Waitito. Tutaka Waitito. Juzi I was so happy kuona mamilioni wako nazo kwa room in the bank. You wonder huyu jamaa ametoa wapi na anakuwa tu na maroli na mabiashara fani. You get my point? Like we want, tunataka hiyo, and when people want, that's what they want.
Yeah.
When they say they want Sonko, there's nothing you can do about it. If you remember, Sonko got more votes than Uhuru in Nairobi.
That's true.
Yeah, that tells you something. People want, watu wanaweza chagua hiki kombe iwaongoze na wachagua. There's nothing you can be able to do about it.
I don't know if you remember. And at that time it seemed funny, and it seemed like alikuwa naongea na machungu. But the late former education minister in Moi's regime, Joseph Kamolo, when he was running in 2002, alipigwa mzuri. He was voted out, and I remember him saying, even if on the ballot they had a dog, people would still vote for him. I think the point he was making then was that your wave ilikuwa ni strong sana. But the point you're making is similar, that sometimes when people want what they want, they're not even going to look at who this person that they are voting in really is.
And that's democracy.
That's democracy. It's a double-edged sword. But now I think it's really going to be a 5 years of. We had someone on before you. His name is Joe Kobuthi. He's an economist, and he analyzes quite a bit of things. And he said that right now, pengine what you're seeing as watu wanasema wako tu is a moment of like very deep introspection. Yani watu wanafikiria, they've just gone back into themselves to think, guy, we can have two choices that we don't like, and we have to choose.
You have to choose between the two. Yeah.
Or we have a situation where whether we go left or we go right, we're still going to be crushed in the middle of things. How do we get out of it? That perhaps is the reason why people are, if they introspect really deeply, maybe they will find that that's the reason why they don't want to vote. Not so much because that, now anaenda na wave, but because they're really thinking about this country. Because let's face it, a majority of us hatuwezi panda private jet tutoke tuende France ama tuende wapi. Tuko hapa kwa ground.
I don't know, when we talk, you see, curiously we are talking about two people.
Yeah.
But we have four candidates.
We have four candidates.
You get my point? So I think our problem has to come from the making, because the two guys are the making of the same system. Hawezi sema huyu amekuja sahi. They are the same people. Wanazunguka is like whatever chairs. What do we call
musical
it?
Chairs.
Musical chairs. Wanazunguka pap. Before you know tena wamekaa. Then someone else anakuja kwa yuko kwa game.
Okay, ngoja before you keep going. Maude is back. Maude, you can make your comment now, and remember there's a bit of a delay, so don't get too flustered by the silence. We are hearing you in studio. You can go ahead and make your brief comment now. Maude?
Thanks, Namu. Let me just proceed. I was saying I've spoken before to Boniface Mwangi and Njuguna, and I've told them the problem is the system. The problem is not the people, and the problem is not how people behave. It's the system that's forcing them to behave that way. Because when you look at it, the system has it in such a way that the people you are voting for are the ones who hold the taxes, and they're the ones who determine their job description. They're the ones who determine how much they get out of those taxes. They're the ones who determine their own budget, and they're the ones who determine their own KPIs. So you can't have the employee holding the budget of the company and determining how he will do his job. That doesn't work. So we need to change this system so that we as the employers tell the employee what he should do, how he should do it, and how much budget he has to work with. If he does not deliver in the first few years or in the first year, we already know this is his KPI. He hasn't delivered for year one. We fire him, we get another person. But this system where you wait for 5 years and then you tell the guy to come and promise you what he wants to do, and that promise is not legally binding, it doesn't work. The second thing I wanted to tell Njogosh is that in as much as he's saying people should vote, some of us don't vote. And we need to be given an audience to explain why we don't vote. Reason one is what I've just explained. Reason two is because the media, the politician, and the clergy are all opinion shapers. They look for the person who can pull the most crowds in media, in politics, and in religion. That's why you find most of the politicians come from these three fields. And then they all work for the corporate sector. So the corporate sector is looking for where they'll get the maximum profit. They sponsor the politician goes there, and he has to return what they spent on him plus profit. There's no way this guy is going to return what was spent on him for campaigns using his salary. He has to look for a way that he'll do to entrepreneurship, get enough money plus profit to give those guys who sponsored him, plus to keep some for himself.
All right.
So the system is flawed in that regard. And then policy is what we should be discussing. What Njogona and what Boniface Mwangi do is they go analyze a problem, highlight it, and give zero solutions. The solutions come from policy. Njogona has never given any policy proposal, neither has Boniface Mwangi. Neither has any
Njogona is a
activist.
comedian.
In fact, all activists you ask to give you a policy proposal, they block you. Starting with Boniface Mwangi, going to Jerotich Sei, at least David Day gives a bit of policy. Actually, a lot of policy. He's the only one who gives policy. The rest of them don't. And what we are saying is that policy should not follow politics. Policy should transcend politics. Like, for example, if we need marijuana to be legalized, we don't need Wajakoya for it to be legalized. If we vote in Ruto or we vote in Raila, we as the employers should tell our employee, we need this thing legalized. If we want social housing to be done, we don't have to wait for Ruto to do it and under his policy proposal. We can actually vote in Raila and tell him what Ruto was saying was accurate, implement it. We can actually vote in Ruto and tell him what Raila was saying was accurate, implement it. Same applies for Jakoya. So policy should transcend politics. We don't have to be tied to votes.
Okay.
Sawa, thanks.
Asante sana. Njuguna, he's made a few points. Na amekugonga kiasi, but I think from the point of view of his analysis, it's not so much a criticism of you as a person, but of how you go about things. Do you agree though? Because I was jumping in there on your behalf. Yes.
I don't agree because why? One, hawezi enda uambie Mkenya hapati health, akienda hapati dawa. Akienda shule mtoto asomi fiti, alafu mwambie upatie policy. I'm just a Kenyan. Me, I'm saying things I'm seeing. Mi nasema do inaibiwa. Nasema hakuna madawa kwa hosi. I don't need to produce. You see a cow, haiwezi yonya nyasi ni green, ni haiko green. Alafu green iambie, nyasi iambie siukue nyasi. Mine is just being a cow. I don't want to be the grass. You get my point?
I understand that.
Yeah, so mine is, if I be able to play a small part, and I don't think I'm going into politics, if I'm able to play my small part, because the point is, and I'll take it back to the people. The people have the power. That's why it's a government of the people, by the people. The people, at the end of the day, let me take you back. Why did we have the whatever coalition? Do you think the state? Do you think the state ndio iliweka hivyo? It's because people had enough of that regime.
Yeah.
So people wanted to make change. If let's say, for example, when you talk when Donald Trump came in, do you think it's the system? It's when the people wanted to choose this, what I choose. So I stick, and we're gonna feel this kwa hizi viti za chini. We might not feel the change kwa viti za juu, but for MCAs, for MPs, senators and governors, there's some change you'll see, and that's why people wamekuwa kichanganya. Yes, pale juu nitachukua mtu fulani, but huku kwingine nachukua huyu because they are close to me. I know huyu MCA vile anawaka. Like for example, I just told you about my governor. Mimi najua kuna kitu alifanya, so I know about this other person. So this change will be felt. Huko juu is because watu wanasema huko juu hata tukinini, but kwa nini hii wanapiga vile wanapiga? Why are they not choosing the same people here? So my point remains, mimi niko tu huku nje, mimi nasema tu. Mimi nasema tu, but I don't have to come up with, I have zero information on how government, let's say for example in terms of health works. But I know hakuna dawa.
That's a great point to finish on. I can't remember who says it. It's that sometimes you don't need to have official sources of evidence to say that there's a problem, and sometimes saying that there is a problem is part of the point in finding a solution to things. Njuguna, this has been honestly a really interesting and illuminating discussion for me. Sijui kama hapa umekuwa ukibarizi tu, but
Swafi nimefeel hata na feel tungeendelea for 2 hours.
Yes,
but wacha ngombe ikuwe ngombe. You just play your part. Play your part. Wacha nyasi ikuwe green. As policymakers they play their part.
All right, sawa. Njuguna, before we go, 2 things. Nyakerario, tumefika wapi na fact check in terms of anything current or something that you've witnessed at this point in time?
Well, you just asked me. I just found something.
Yeah.
From Rarieda again.
What's happening?
So there's this photo.
Hiyo ni Rarieda. Njugosha hebu angalia. Okay.
And since I don't have the facts, we will do it together.
Yes.
If that is okay. So that we can, because I had earlier
you had shown us, how to do it,
So there's this photo. This is from this article was published in. This is the first tab I just clicked. So this article was published in 2021. So just to get an idea that this is fake. It features the image.
The same photograph.
The same photograph.
Okay. So whoever was posting that. Ujua na kupotosha.
Yes. So just to get an idea that is fake. Yes. So something again which we are noticing on Piga Firimbi. The fakeness are now starting coming in at this point. And
look at how it's tied to a specific narrative. So voter turnout has been remarkably low across the day. This is someone who's saying that in a Raila Odinga stronghold, voter turnout has been higher when we know that's not the truth, trying to produce evidence and trying to convince you. I keep saying this all the time. If something aligns too closely to your bias, check it, because it's likely to be false, right? Jogosh, thank you very much for joining us today. There's a gentleman over here amekuwa akikuangalia sana akicheka.
Ndio nashindwa na interrogate. Nashindwa am I saying the right thing? Juu nilijua fact checking ni huku. But naona ile zaidi pia na fact checking.
Hapa pia kuna ka fact check. Louis does these things for all of our guests. So unaona you're now on our wall of fame.
Wow. I love it.
Yeah.
Like there's a writer I loved alikuwa anaitwa nani? Anaitwa Whispers.
Just show it to this camera over here watu waangalie.
Nashukuru
sana. Kamera katikati unafaa exactly. Yeah. Sawa. So hatukulipi na pesa, but I hope that will be some sort of payment to remember your time with us here on August the 9th. Utaiacha hapa tuchape kopi yetu alafu upewe. Sasa
hii najua mali
utaihang mahali
hapo tu kwa mlango ukiingia.
Very good.
You remember in that election? Yeah, I was uncensored. Shukran sana bro.
Sawa bro, thank you very much.
Asante sana,
much appreciated.
Yeah.
Continue to follow Njugush on his handles at blessed Njugush.
Fact check.
Blessed Njugush throughout this election season and continuing on as he continues to make us laugh and also makes us think hard about the state of our country, as we should have been doing when we were voting. It is now time for the votes to trickle in and for wanasemanga tujue mbivu na mbichi.
Sana ni mbichi.
Sana ni mbichi.
Leo watu watalia.
Ushakata avocado na iko raw ndani. You know that feeling. Multiply by 1,000 for some ninis. But yeah, we'll be covering this, and of course Raquel Muigai, Cynthia Geshiri, Joy Kirigia, Sam Munia, Elijah Kanyi, Clint Oberia in the field, various parts of the country, covering this election for you from Africa Uncensored, also doing loads of features, including some that are going to be running now. So don't go too far. Our live stream continues with lots of the content that we've been preparing over months, over months, including some that Njugush was a part of, running now for the next hour, and then we'll come back. When we come back, we've got another great discussion, the last of the evening, with fact checkers as well as statisticians, now talking about the facts and the stats as we go into the counting phase of the August 9th, 2022 general election. This is a big picture. We'll see you guys back in an hour.
I have my big picture.
Yes.
Mnajua hii track inaitwa Lacrimosa. Mwenye aliitoa anaitwa Mozart. Lacrimosa inamaanisha maombolezi kwa Kiitaliano. Niliona juu pia mimi nilishuhudia haya mazishi mawili. It's only fair that pia mimi nichangie kakitu. These burials are for Esther Wamboi na James Muriithi. Esther alidai juu hakuwa na doza osi. Alikuwa na kansa. James alikuwa kwa streets uko Mathare. Alimangwa na makarao wakati wa kafyu. Aliuliwa Madaraka Day. Nyinyi binadamu. Wote waligenya juu hawakuwa na fomu ya kunipata fiti. Nikaa tu venye sizi ya Esther, Gladys Muyaki aliwasho.
Hii Kenya, hii ni ya matajiri. Maskini kama sisi, hatuna wenyewe. Tuko mbali sana.
Ashasema, lakini alimake one mistake. It's not about just being rich. Ni about what I can get access to, but can't buy. Esther na James hawajaionja na ni tamu kuniliko. Muliona zangu ni mambogi genje. Kumbukeni ndovu ni kuu. I am the most well-traveled commodity you will ever have. Because everyone who needs anything, anywhere in the world, will use me. I am the most versatile. Lakini, pia mimi nafikaga mahali napigia mabazu wengine magoti. Msicheke, pia nyinyi mko hapo mnapiga magoti kande yangu. Wacha ni washu.
Tendawili! Tendawili!
This guy said he loves it. This man thought he had it. And these people got killed because of it. Umenipata? Okay. Msikize ubazu watene.
We're not concerned of robbing people of their property, no. But what we want to get is power.
Nadhani umenielewa sasa.
The system is fueled by people who seek to be closest to the power, who then get favors from being close to the power and validating this, the existence of this power. So we see a lot of the business dealings, and we see a lot of the secretive partnerships that are oftentimes quoted and we don't get to see.
You see, there is a reason that today, the more of me you seem to have, the more power you think you have. But ganji tu, si kila kitu. Uliza huyu.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys. I think you all know me. You don't need introduction of myself. I'm the former governor of Nairobi City County, Mike Mbuvi Sonko. And wacha niwagotie kwanza. Nadhani mko fresh, mko poa. Yes.
In 2017, watu walimzingira wakidai za macho. Lakini cha ukweli kila mtu alijua kwamba Sonko alikuwa wa kusema huku Kanairo. Na saa hii
kesi yetu ni November, Court of Appeal. Mambo iko namna hiyo and life has to go on.
Yeye mwenyewe alitaja majina kubwa hadharani.
Mimi na Kibicho na Deep State wale wengine na system tuliwenda kuprint t-shirts za ODM, tukanunua magari second hand kwa mashowroom, tukazichoma huko Ngong Road ionekane ni ODM. Lakini kitu huyu rafiki yangu sitaki kutaja jina, sababu nikitaja jina atasema niwekwe ndani ama ni uwawe.
Na ni kama sahi anamezea maana ya ile msemo, wezi shindana na ndovu kunya. Na si watu walimnyeshea Sonko.
So as I sit here today, I am very happy. I've accepted the decision and I thank God.
Will it selector? Venye Wangoso usema, mbona tusisikie kutoka kwa the horse's mouth? Bazua na nimenzea vifiti. Pia, anajua vile alinitumia kutolea raia form.
Na hii dhao kwangu mimi ni kitu ya maana. Na wale wanasema ni handout, na pia wananchi wananunua wananchi support, no. I've been doing this before niko MP. Lakini wakati wa dhao bado ilikuwa haijatoka. Ilikuwa ni punch, tunakupatia punch mbili, na ile dhao ilikuwa ya zamani, ile ya zamani ile kubwa. Dhao kubwa ile pia ya zamani ilikuwa. So hiyo dhao mimi imenisaidia kisiasa. Wale wanaona ni handout, kwangu mimi si handout. Na nimekwambia mama hawezi kuja kuchukua school fees kwa ofisi yangu alafu arudi paka Kariobangi, Kasarani, Dandora, Mwiki na Mguu. Tamdunga dhao. Hii dhao atapata lunch, atapata fare ya kwenda, atapata fare ya kupeleka mtoto shule. Watoto wako walikuwa wanasoma boarding. So mimi si hongo ya kutafuta jina, si pesa ya kutafuta power. Hapana, ni pesa ya kutransform maisha ya watu.
But did you use it to further your political agenda, even now, like with your colleagues or at MCA level? Did you use money to be able to gain that kind of power?
To rise?
Yes.
Okay, maybe that is the meaning of my opponents, you know. The haters they'll talk. But mimi ni kusaidia. Sichukuli kama hongo ama handout. But in the process of giving, people love a giver, a good giver. Not only money. Sai shule zikifungwa hapa kwangu Alan, it will be like a children's home. Because kuna orphans nimechukua naishi nao.
We, na vile amedunga, unamenzea kitu moja. Si ati Sonko amesota, ni kuwinda na kuwindana kisiasa. Anyway, binadamu jibambeni mkipima pima. Mimi ni thao, sitamjudge. Na ndio uelewe, Ganji ilicheza vipi to Sonko's rise to power.
Kawekwa ndani, tamani, kashikwa, kamaliza. It is true, I escaped from prison, but that was something that happened in 1990s, late 1990s. I was arrested. I appealed against the sentence. I was acquitted. But shida na Kenyans, a section of them, not all of them, hawapendi kiongozi yule anaongea ukweli. Na mimi siogopi. In all my interviews, I just talk the truth. For people to accept me the way niko, for people to know my past, yes, naweza kuwa nilikuwa na bad record, ulishikwa kwa ndani, but that is not the end of life. At some point you have to forget about what you are doing, then you move on na maisha ingine. So here is another Sonko now. My wife was running a saloon, barber shop, spare parts shop, video library. So through these biasharas, tulijipata employ over 400 youth, women, your area Makadara, when we are doing business, and we are doing profit vizuri sana. Sababu I remember that time my mdoleli introduced big screens, loud music in matatu. Kila matatu ilikuwa na TV yake kama ndege. So the High Court nullified the election in Makadara constituency. The following day after the nullification of the by-election, of the general election here, how Wathika had won, watu wakakuja. Nilijipanga delegations from South B, Chiriko, Makongeni, huko Mbotela. Tumepanda, wewe umetusaidia sana. Jaribu hii kitu tutakusupport. So my support kwa ground was automatic. Because the other, kuna watu nimegusa in a small way. Because I was a nobody. Not an MP, not a village elder, not an MCA. PNU pia, watu wengi walikuwa kina Kamanda, President, watu wengi sana. Saitoti, on the ground, supporting Diko Athika was the candidate for PNU. Ndolo was for ODM. So, watu wale walikuwa wanijui, walifikiria this was a two-horse race. That's in the hope I'm from nowhere. But me, I never give up. Endelea tu kuinvest na wananchi siasa. Bas, siku ya election ikafika. I remember they got intelligence very late kuwa huyu kijana anaweza shinda. So mimi nilikuwa nimeoffer my matatus wakati ya campaign, nabeba watu free town, free magari zangu zote. So by the time they realized naweza pita katikati yao watu wawili, there were a lot of vikwazo. My business accounts were frozen. Ndizawa kusivia watoto pia. All of a sudden my accounts were frozen bila any good reason. So I was crippled a bit. But because I had invested in the people even before the campaigns, watu wakasema no way, hakuna shida. Wewe endelea, usitoke kwa njia. Endelea ufike mwisho. So the day ya election, watu wakafukuzwa kupiga kura. My strongholds, Buruburu, Harambe, imefika 8 AM polling station hazijafunguliwa. So but nilikuwa na special of communicating to my people, my supporters. Kamba what you do, nyinyi endeni kazini. But muombe kazini ruhusa an hour before the closure of the polling station, before 5. Mutoke 4, but nitawacha magari za kuwaleta. So tukapeleka watu so many trips free of charge to town, various places zile wanafanya kazi. Then at 4 magari tukaweka na tukakodisha zingine mingi za kuleta tu watu Makadara kupiga kura.
Yenyewe ndovu ni kuu, but power ni kitu tofauti all together.
And every time we're about to make the final penalty kick to win the game and have 100% reforms, money changes hands. We lose out. I don't want at this stage to go into the details because it's explosive. But it's suffice to say that opposition has also been compromised time and again.
Watu wangu, nimetumika kunyamazisha masimba wa siasa. Wenye wamebaki ni tusimba tu twa circus. Lakini ni juu ya power. Lakini nani? Si nimekuambia I've been around for a long time. And in that time, Sonko hakuwa wa kwanza kunitumia ili apate power. Wacha niwarudishe nyuma kiasi. Mnakumbuka ile risto niliwachapia ya Golden Bag Scandal? Hiyo story ni deep sana. Itabidi tufanye KTBT. Mimi nilizaliwa 1994. Lakini before me kulikuwa na manoti mob sana.
The largest note in Kenya from 1966 onwards, even before that, 50s, 60s, the largest note was 100 shillings. Then in 1988 we started 200. That was the largest at that time. Then we started 86. Then 88 we brought 500.
Story ya noti za tene ni mob sana. Acha tuweke focus kwa noti moja. Sijui ni muite Buda. Yeye alizaliwa 1986. Na for 8 good years, Songovo ilikuwa noti ya kusema. Then siasa za multiparty zikahalalishwa Kenya.
Only one note which was given a bad image, that we were called that 500 shillings note. That is the biggest note in whole of Africa, which is called Jirongo note. Jirongo is a 500 shillings note, which is very big. Even to keep it in the wallet, it can't go. Those times, that was people who were in politics. So they had some rich people, and so they used him, Jirongo. When they brought this note, it was known as that they overprinted it in the name of Jirongo.
Wewe penye huko, ushaitumia pesa mpaka watu wakabandika noti jina yako? Design, nisaidie na change ya hati yenu. Au zinirushie kwa Wepokulu kwa M-Pesa. Na usisahau ya kutoa. Haiwezi.
Ulisikia wapi?
Point ya history yote ni, acha nitumie Kingoso. Money is an important part of the power conversation in Kenya. But blunder ni venye wananitumia.
Opposition has also been compromised time and again through the use of resources at all levels. That has denied us the possibility for us to, you see, Mandela did not care whether he lives in Soweto or he lives in Santon. He didn't care whether he was going to leave a lot of money behind or no money behind. He wanted to leave a legacy behind. He wanted to transform South Africa. I don't think we have had many politicians of that caliber. People who really would want to give everything it demands, everything it takes just to change this country. Because the political class is also the economic class.
Mnadhani ni mchezo? Haya, hebu cheki hawa na siasa. Wananipeana kama handout for free. Uchali alidai anataka kuwa governor wa Kanairo 2017. Skodi ya Sonko ndio hii pia ikapeana do. Hapi jana walikuwa wametoka Raila ODM. Manze, wananirombosea kilazima. Akitamaa.
Shilingi 2,750,000.
Sahi form ni kunipeana kwa makanisa. Manze tumetembezwa kwa makanisa mbaya. Sijasema vile mnanipeana kwa nyumba ya Mungu ni mbaya au mzuri. Mimi si binadamu. Msinijaji. Hadi nimetumika kununulia watu fulani bundles ili wachafuane kwa mtandao. mara #bottoms up, mara azimio la umoja, lakini kwa ground ni mandai kubwa kubwa tu katikati ya masafara. Sai umecheki vile natumika kupata power. Acha nikupe story venye mseu feel bila ganji ama power.
Sio lazima utipi hapo na kule kitu ungefanyiwa. Mbona tu tukakumbia kwetu Central. Mungu atakuona kabisa. Sisi wakupanga.
Hivi daily trend mbaya. Sijui kama mnaikumbuka. Hawa wanaitwa Gladys na Esther. Glado alileta sister yake kutibiwa Onyato. Esther alikuwa na kansa. Lakini wote hakuwa na ganji ya kubai kitu yoyote. Walikuwa wanaishi huko seti, yani satellite. Riba yao inahitaji kitu stronger than chai. Lakini vuteni viti msikie.
Anaumwa hata saa hii amekuwa wasi. Inamuma saidi hata jana hatujarara. Hatujarara vile nilifika kwa nyumba. Amelala akiumwa kulia. Kutetesa Mungu. Wanajiuliza maswali, kwa nini ugonjwa ilitupata sisi na hatuna uwezo? Hatuna chochote. Mimi kukula, akisema anataka disi, akisema anataka hiyo na afford. Lakini pesa ya hosi, hiyo siwezi pata.
Kutembea ni shida. Shinda watu nimelala. Takukaa chini ni shida.
Imagine kama Gladys angekuwa na doza kupeleka Esther hosi mapema. Wasamaria wema walijaribu kuchanga do. Lakini by that time, Esther alikuwa hali mbaya sana. Unaweza imagine what happened next. Aya, twende Mathare sasa. On this night, vijana walikuwa na mwaki mbaya. Mzee fulani alimangwa juu alikuwa nje time ya curfew siku za corona. Mbogi ilikuwa na daini masanse.
Na wamepiga mzee juu amechelewa nje na dakika 5. Sasa ukichelewa dakika 5 unapigwa risasi, imekuwa hivyo. Javaa kama inatuprotect, sijua venye inatuprotect na corona, lakini si ati mpaka tupige risasi.
But hakuna mwenye aliwacheki wakimpiga ride. But si watu walikuwa na mandenga wakipiga malapi, hizo maidha walikuwa ni masanse. Mwenye alimadwa alikuwa anaitwa James Muredi. Lakini huku mtaani watu walikuwa wanamuita Vaite.
Maandamano ilikuwa hapa. Sasa naye mzee alipigwa risasi hapa. Alikuwa amededi hapa, alikuwa amelala kwa ukuta.
Jemo hakuwa na keja, alikuwa na doze kwa street. Ile time huyu activist Boni Mwangi alienda kufuatilia hiyo story kwa masanse. Masanse walimfanya aliye bila tear gas.
There's a problem in this country.
And that breaks my heart because someone lost their father, someone lost a relative, it was somebody's son, it was somebody's father, but to them it's an allegation.
Mazishi yake ilichukua dakika kama 10. Hiyo ni heshima kweli?
Hii Kenya, hii ni ya matajiri. Maskini kama sisi, hatuna wenyewe. Tuko mbali sana.
Enyewe Kenya ni ya matajiri. We, ashasema. So, kutoka nianze kuwachapia historia yangu, nimejiuliza maswali mingi sana. Ndiyo, naweza tumika kufanya vitu mob sana. Lakini mbona mara mingi watu wakiongea kunihusu wanaongea kuhusu stories zingine hazileti shangwe? Ati mara golden bag, mara wash, mara madeni. Nimejiuliza hivi, ni mimi mbaya ama ni nyinyi binadamu? Tulianza na stories za mazishi, so ni poa tumalize nazo ili nizike haya maswali pia. James na Esther hakuwa na ganji ama power, but so walikuwa na life. So do you. So utaniacha nicheze part gani kwa life yako? Because if you make the wrong choice, Mimi siwezi ingilia story yako. Tuchapiane. Na Mzito, usituache hivyo. Kama umependa mboka yetu, cheza kama wewe champezi. Tutumie kakitu kwa M-Pesa ili tuendelee kupekua. Link ya kuturushia iko hapo kwa description ya hii video. Wazi Mzito.
Nasawa! Mulisema ni watu wa mtego ama mulisema ni watu wa Jubilee?
In the run-up to the 2017 general election, Kenya experienced a severe maize shortage that prompted the government to act.
The government has refuted claims of maize shortage in the country, even as it moved to assure Kenyans that more imports will be made until the situation stabilizes.
A Gazette notice by then Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Willie Bett opened a duty-free importation window, which would become one of Kenya's worst maize scandals. In this documentary, we revisit the 2017 maize crisis and document its impact on the Kenyan farmer. We also seek to explain why maize always gains prominence in an election year and why that matters to you.
Asubuhi siasa.
Hata nikimweka kimondo.
Sasa Raila ameacha kuwa kimtu.
Saa 6 siasa. Nobody can stop.
Wakajua.
Kwa kanisa utafuruzwa.
Jioni.
Tulile kilembu yote.
Almost trying to show, we can do without these people.
Wanajulikana wale walikuwa wananunua mahindi kutoka Mexico.
Waligula.
Women should not compete for our spaces.
So when you are unbogable, you're not scared.
Jioni siasa na imechamuka Nairobi.
Long before the 2017 general election, Paul Marus, a prominent farmer in Uasin Gishu County, was farming over 1,000 acres of maize.
Mimi napenda hii kazi kwa sababu hii kazi imeweza kunisomesea watoto na hiyo kazi imeweza kunichunga kama jamii tangu utotoni mwangu sijafanya kazi nyingine.
Paul was among the 10,636 farmers and traders who supplied maize to the National Cereals and Produce Board (NCPB) during the 2017-2018 crop season.
Nilipeleka mahindi ya 50 kilos, nilipeleka mahindi kitu kama kunia 62,000.
But as Paul prepared to deliver his maize, numerous companies and unscrupulous traders took advantage of the duty-free importation window and flooded the local market with maize. The outcome was devastating to Paul and other farmers.
Importation ya hiyo mahindi ndio ilitumisa kwa sababu ukijaribu kusikia zile pesa ililipwa sana, ililipwa mwezi wa 10. Na sisi huwa tunapeleka mahindi kuanzia mwezi wa 12 na Januari. Sasa zile pesa ambaye walilipwa ile cartels ambaye waliweza kuimport mahindi ni kuanzia mwezi wa 10.
By the end of April 2018, NCPB had received maize worth over 11.3 billion Kenya shillings. Yet, the total budget available was 9.9 billion Kenya shillings, which included 2 supplementary budgets. NCPB is said to have prioritized payment to traders and brokers at the expense of Paul and other farmers. As at 25th October 2018, 9.41 billion Kenya shillings had been paid out, leaving a balance of 2.81 billion shillings. This balance, which is yet to be paid, includes 1.4 billion Kenya shillings for 152 claims under investigation, 429 million Kenya shillings for 74 farmers whose deliveries do not match their authorized quantities by the vetting committee, and 271 million Kenya shillings for 44 farmers who collected their verification forms but never returned them to their respective depots. Paul is among those whose claims are under investigation.
Kwa mimi sahi, mimi natai NCPP 69 million. Hiyo 69 million ni pesa ya wenyewe. AFC wanatai mimi 45. KCP nanitai 15 million.
Paul is hopeful he will eventually get paid, but it's not clear when. The matter has been dragging on for 4 years now. Meanwhile, the interest on his loans keeps growing.
Ile kitu imekuja kuniumiza sasa ambaye naumia sahi ni interest. Ile interest sahi kwa mwaka mimi nataiwa 8,400,000 kwa hiyo pesa ambayo nilikuwa nimeomba. Kwa hivyo hata ile mahindi nimelima nimesaitiwa tu na AFC ili nilime, lakini pure singekuwa nalima mahindi.
According to the Senate committee which investigated the 2017 maize scandal, 3 companies were responsible for over half of the maize imported into Kenya from outside the East Africa community and Comesa region. The companies were Hydrip Limited, Stantwave Limited, the Commodity House Limited, and the Holbard UK Limited. Now Shadali Akberali Merali is the managing director and 6.95% shareholder in Hydrip Limited. He is also a 50% shareholder in the Commodity House. Hydrip Limited was blacklisted and banned from importing sugar following recommendations by the Parliamentary Agriculture Committee in 2013. The Agricultural Food Authority did not enforce the license revocation. In the 2015-2016 Auditor General's report, Naushadali Emirali was named among owners of companies, including Hydrip Limited, which illegally developed warehouses on land valued at 8 million Kenya shillings belonging to the Kenya Ports Authority. Roshanali Akberali Mduji owns 6.9% shares in Hydrip Limited and is thought to be the same person as Roshani Emerali Doji, one of the original directors of Holbard Limited UK from its inception in 1977. He resigned in 1987. Gulamali Masumali Merali is a director of 3 companies of interest in Kenya: Hydrip Limited, the Commodity House, and Stantwave Limited, in which he is also a 50% shareholder, together with Sajad Alias Gahilji. He is also a director of Holbard Limited and Holbard Group Limited in the UK. Besides the 3 companies owned by the Meralis, other major importers of maize in 2017 included Export Trading Company Limited and Mombasa Maize Millers. During the 2009 maize crisis, Mombasa Maize Millers and its associated companies received nearly 1 million bags of maize from NCPB. This made Mombasa Maize Millers one of NCPB's biggest customers at a time when its managing director, Mohamed Islam Ali, was appointed to the NCPB by then Agriculture Minister and current Deputy President William Ruto. Ruto refused to resign over the maize scandal. He survived a censure motion in Parliament moved by former Ikolomani MP Boni Halwale.
Honorable members, the results of the division are ayes 22, noes 119, abstentions 4, total 145. The noes have it. And consequently, the motion is lost.
Ruto was suspended by then Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who was in a grand coalition government with the late former President Mwai Kibaki.
I am hereby suspending with immediate effect the following ministers for a period of 3 months. 1. Honorable William Ruto, Minister for Agriculture.
But Ruto quickly dismissed the suspension.
I have not received any communication from the appointing authority as Minister for Agriculture, and therefore I will continue to discharge the responsibilities of the Minister for Agriculture until until that authority tells me I should do otherwise.
Raila himself was linked to the maize scandal by the Departmental Committee on Agriculture, which investigated the matter. The members of parliament, however, deleted the clauses that implicated Raila and rejected the committee's report on grounds that it was politically engineered and absolutely clumsy. When asked during the 2017 presidential debate about his alleged involvement in the 2009 maize scandal, Raila said he took the necessary action, including suspending 2 of his officers.
But you need to know that I also suspended the minister in charge of agriculture, who had been giving his friends letters to go and take maize from the National Cereals Board, the current deputy president. But that decision was countermanded by the president.
Both Raila and Ruto are top contenders for Kenya's presidency in the August 9 general election. Raila has the backing of outgoing President Uhuru Kenyatta and his cabinet, including Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya. We asked Munya about the alleged involvement of Raila and Ruto in the 2009 maize scandal.
Kuna wakati hata yeye ametajwa katika sakata la mahindi mwaka 2009. Raila Odinga.
Odinga hajawahi.
Kuna ripoti ilitolewa
hata huyo mwingine anasema alifutwa. Si alifutwa kwa sababu ya hiyo mahindi. Na yule alikuwa anasema afutwe ni Raila. Alisema afutwe kwa hiyo mambo ya mahindi. Alisema so hawezi kuwa na ahusika na yeye anasema huyo afutwe. So yeye ndiye alikuwa amemweka huko.
But even with the past maize scandals, Jonathan Meli, a large-scale farmer in Charangani, Trans Nzoia County, says the formative years were better for maize farmers.
Miaka za hapo nyuma, kama wakati ya serikali ya Kibaki, ukulima ilikuwa ni mzuri sana. Gharama ya uzalishaji ilikuwa chini kwa sababu serikali walikuwa wameweka maanane sana kwa upande ya subsidy ya fertilizer na mafuta diesel. Tulikuwa na mahindi ya kutosha. Kama mimi nilikuwa nasalisha mahindi kama gunia 4,000 kwa mwaka, na hiyo mahindi yote ilikuwa nikiuza National Cereals and Produce Board, ninalipwa pesa yote. Hiyo pesa nyingine narudisha bank, narudisha FC ama bank mali nimekopa pesa ya kufanyia ukulima, na ile pesa nyingine mimi nafanyia investment.
Until recently, before the Kenyatta government rolled out the subsidy program, a 50 kg bag of fertilizer was retailing at nearly 6,000 Kenya shillings. This was out of reach to many farmers like Jonathan, who was hard to make adjustments in his farming.
Kama mimi nimekuwa nikilima mahindi ekari 100, lakini kulingana na ile hasara nilipata kwa mahindi kuoza na bei duni, sasa nimeona mwaka hii kwa sababu gharama ya kulima iko juu, nimepunguza shamba kutoka ekari 100 na lima tu eka 10 peke yake. Hiyo ingine nimeshindwa kwa sababu sijapata nguvu ya kuweza kulima hiyo.
Jonathan feels abandoned by a government which has outlined food security as one of its big 4 agenda.
Soko wewe mwenyewe unajitafutia, na kwa ile soko unajitafutia wewe mwenyewe una control kwa mali yako. Mahindi mwenye ananunua ndio anakuletea bei yake, lakini wewe mwenye unauza una uwezo wa kuamua bei yako. Sasa utafuata tu bei ya mnunuzi kwa sababu yeye ndio yako na pesa, wewe uko na mali, uko na mahindi na unataka kuuza, utakubali kuusia kwa bei ya hasara.
Last year, Jonathan says he sold his maize at a throwaway price due to factors beyond his control.
Tuliuza mahindi kwa bei ya shilingi 1,800 mpaka shilingi 2,300. Lakini ilipofika mwezi wa pili na mwezi wa tatu mpaka saizi, tumeona bei ya mahindi imekuja kwa shilingi 3,000 kwa gunia ya 90 kilos. Lakini kulingana na gharama ya pembecheo na mambo ya mafuta na gharama ya leba kwa shamba, tunaona bei ya shilingi 3,000 bado iko chini. Msimu ya kupanda inaanza wakati wote kuanzia saa hii.
But how much does it cost to produce maize in an acre of land?
Kufikia saa hizi gharama ya kulima na mpaka kupanda kwa mwaka jana wakati mbolea ilikuwa chini, ilikuwa ni kati ya 40,000 na 45,000 kwa eka. Na kwa masao utapata kama umefuna sana ni magunia 25 kwa ekari. Gunia 25 ya kilo 90 kwa ekari moja. Na ukiuza kwa bei 2,500 ama 2,800, unaona unapata pesa kama shilingi 50,000 na kitu kwenda juu. Na gharama ya usalishaji ni 40,000 ama 45. Sasa faida ile unapata kwa eka moja ni kidogo sana, chini ya shilingi 10,000. na umeongojea kwa mwaka moja mzima.
Unlike in Kenya, the cost of maize production in neighboring countries is much lower.
Mahindi kutoka Tanzania ama Uganda inafika Kenya na kwa bei ya shilingi 2,000 ama 2,200. Na hapa Kenya sisi tunataka shilingi 3,000 ama 4,000 kwa gunia ya kilo 90 ndio tuweze kukaramia ile gharama ya usalishaji.
Due to constant frustrations with the maize crop, Jonathan is now trying his hand in tea and dairy farming.
Tunaona serikali imeweka maanane sana kwa sekta ya majani chai na kahawa, lakini sekta ya mahindi na ngano hatuoni serikali kama imeweka maanane sana upande hiyo kwa kusaidia wakulima kutafutia soko na kusaidia kwa subsidy ya fertilizer.
About 40 kilometers away in Kitale, we meet Frederick Rono, who closely identifies with Jonathan's experience. He has been growing maize in Kitale for the past 2 decades. It is planting season here in Trans Nzoia County, Kenya's biggest maize producer, and the rains are almost due.
Tunaenda sasa kuanza kupanda hii try planting, kwa sababu tukingojea mvua hatutaweza kupanda na tinga, lakini tunataka kupanda, watu watumie mikono kupanda. Ni hapo.
To minimize the cost of labor, Frederick has enlisted the help of his family in planting.
Hii tunapanda leo, tunatarajia kuvuna mwezi wa 8. Mwezi wa 8. Alafu sasa mwezi wa 8 tunarudia kulima na tunaweka marakwe. Jikaze. Hii ni mbegu safi. Mavuno tutaipata mzuri.
During his long experience as a farmer, Frederick says he has seen it all, including alleged corruption in the National Cereals and Produce Board. He remembers instances where depot managers colluded with unscrupulous individuals and obtained maize from farmers at a cheap price.
Mkulima alizi alikuwa na mahindi yake akipeleka NCBB. Yule mtu ambaye ni matapeli kubwa, unaweza ingiza wachukue record yako grading ya mahindi. Akichukua grading ya mahindi ya mkulima, anasema umeanguka. Akishasema umeanguka, anakuja anakungojea nje ya mlango ya NCBB. Nasema pole mkulima. Walisema nini? Naambia wamesema grading iko imekuwa off color. Moisture iko juu. Kumbe ilikuwa ni mpango yake na watu wa NCBB.
Frederick claims the individuals would then pretend to empathize with the farmer.
Asema mzee, basi fanya hivi, wacha nikuhurumie, nikuchukulie kwa bei ile ya huruma tu. Na sasa mnajua mkulima ana mambo ingine, ana namna ingine, kurudisha mahindi kwa store ni gharama. Akasema aisuru, angalia tu vile utanifanya. Anachukua mahindi yako kwa mlango ya NCBB hapo kwa mlango. After 20 minutes au 30 minutes amerudisha, ameingiza kwa laini. Ukirudi hiyo mahindi itakuwa imepita yote, moisture imepita, hii breakages imepita, mambo ya rangi hiyo imepita. Hiyo ndio ujanja ambaye mkulima ya Kenya alipata, ndio akafunjika roho kabisa, au watu wakapata nafasi ya kuingiza sasa hiyo mahindi.
The often faceless profiteers are popularly known as cartels in Kenya. The Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Peter Munya, acknowledges their existence but declines to identify them.
Wanajulikana, wale walikuwa wananunua mahindi kutoka Mexico, inajaa kwa soko hapa, wakulima wa mahindi wanakosa bei, si wanajulikana.
Good. So umepata kila kitu. Ama bado iko nini?
Kipkoril Menjo is the director of the Kenya Farmers Association and better understands the plight of farmers.
The major handicap which the farmers have been currently facing is that the government seems not to be paying enough attention to agriculture, despite the fact that it is always pronounced or, said in all forums that agriculture is the backbone of our economy. It is always said loudly, but when it comes to funding to strengthen this backbone, it just becomes another story.
In 2003, the Moi Kibaki government signed the Maputo Protocol and committed itself to be allocating 10% of the national budget to agriculture. The Kibaki government failed to honor the commitment, and so did the successive governments.
When the Jubilee government came in, they have been doing around 2.9%, despite the fact that we are talking of trillions in the budget. So why this big mismatch?
In the 2022-2023 national budget, agriculture was allocated 46 billion Kenya shillings out of 3.3 trillion shillings. This was only 1.39% of the total budget, despite the fact that the agriculture sector contributes 25% of Kenya's GDP. The allocation was 14 billion shillings less compared to the current year's allocation of 60 billion Kenya shillings.
What does it mean to the farmer? That means the farmer will always be struggling to make ends meet, because at a local level, the farm implements are supposed to be zero rated, no tax. But again, when you get the spares, they tax. A tractor will not always remain new, it has to be repaired. The first year, the second year, it will start requiring some maintenance here and there. But if the spares are now taxed, it makes it expensive. And that will add to cost of production going up.
One of the consequences of the prolonged challenges in the maize sector has been land fragmentation, especially in the North Rift region.
Land fragmentation has contributed in a big way in diminishing the arable land, because you get, through inheritance, you get the siblings who start subdividing the land, which was for their father or their mother. When they subdivide, they further go down. When they have another generation, they continue doing that.
Unajua mambo ya ukulima inategemea na ukubwa ya ardhi. Tunasema kwa lugha ya Kiingereza economies of scale. Mashamba ikiwa ndogo ndogo, hiyo inakuwa ni subsistence. Mtu atakuwa analima, anapata mahali ya kuishi, analima chakula tu ya kutoshelesha familia yake. Hata kuwa na chakula ya kuweza kuuza, ya kusaidia nchi.
Aside from land fragmentation, some maize farmers such as Frederick Rono are gradually abandoning maize and venturing into other crops such as coffee.
Niliamua kupanda kahawa kwa sababu vile tumeuonelea mambo ya mahindi, kuna siasa mingi ambayo inahusu mambo ya serikali na wakulima. Kwa hivyo ukiwa na kahawa utauza bila hata serikali kujua. Unauza tu polepole. Kwa sababu ukichanganya uchumi na siasa haitafanyika. Saa yote unapiga nduru. Tunapiga nduru, serikali ameharibu bei ya mbolea, hakuna subsidy. Lakini kahawa unaweka hata mbolea ya kondoo na itafanya mzuri, hata ya kuku, hata manyua ya ng'ombe inafanya mzuri zaidi kuliko kuweka mbolea. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio imetufanya to diversify mambo yetu ya ukulima.
And that's not the only catch. Frederick says that coffee is currently fetching very good prices.
Gunia moja ya kahawa kilo 90 ni kama 90,000 hivyo tu, kwa sababu kilo moja ni 1,000. Hiyo ni gunia 30 ya mahindi. Gunia moja ya kahawa. Na hakuna maneno ndani yake ati kuna aflatoxin, kuna breakages, mambo ya moisture, hiyo hakuna. Hiyo ndio faida ya kahawa.
We asked Peter Munya what he thought about the ongoing crop diversification by some maize farmers.
Na wengine wameacha ukulima wakisema mahindi haina faida, wengine hata wameingilia kahawa.
Kahawa ni nzuri.
Na pia kumekuwa na cartels wengi sana.
Kiongeza diversification, unapanda kahawa, unapanda mahindi, mbolea unapata, hata mbolea ya kahawa iko, nilisahau kusema. Society yenu ya kahawa imeitisha mbolea. Ziko. Nitawauliza.
Na kwa muda
kila kitu iko sawa.
But the situation on the ground isn't as good or as simple as Munya makes it appear. And it's not just farmers who have been affected. Traders such as Alice Nderito, who sell farm inputs in Kitale town, also said their businesses have been doing badly.
I have been selling the diammonium, that is DAP for planting, CN for top dressing, urea for top dressing, and at the moment now I have 23, which is I have never sold, and I'm trying to find out. So for those that are using manure, because what we are seeing as an alternative for the farmer as at now, they are going to actually turn into manure, animal manure. And by the way, it's very expensive now.
At present, Alice is getting fertilizer from Mombasa to Kitale at a cost of 5,800 Kenya shillings. But how much profit does she make?
At most 100, 50 bob, 100. If you're on the higher side, it's 200, which is impossible. It's not possible. Yeah.
Previously, Alice would sell even 200 bags of fertilizer in a single day. Nowadays, she sometimes sells just 1 bag in a day, as many farmers stay away. This has forced her to not stock the more commonly used fertilizer brands.
I will buy that fertilizer at 6,000 or 5,800. And the most I can make is 100 shillings or 200 shillings. So I don't need to put money in a product that give me 100 shillings. And also now there is a possibility, and not a possibility, because most of my good customers are not having enough money now. So they all want credit. And I wouldn't want to turn them off that I can't give you. Because I also need you have to pay cash. I paid cash. And since I don't want to turn them off, I better not have it. I'm at peace for not having that 100 shillings and hurting my customers, because he can see the fertilizer is here, but I'm not giving him.
Although Alice appreciates the recent fertilizer subsidy announced by the government, she is concerned it will affect her negatively.
When you stock a lot and they are not buying, you risk having the carryover, and this carryover turns to affect your finances, because the next year, if the prices come down, you are done.
As part of the measures to reform the maize sector and weed out cartels, Agriculture CS Peter Munya has stated that the government will no longer be buying maize from farmers, nor set the prices.
Sisi hatununui mahindi kutoka kwa wakulima, tunahakikisha tumetengeneza sekta vizuri, tumeintervene vizuri, bei inaenda juu. Kwa sababu serikali hata ukihesabu mahindi ile ilikuwa inanunua ni kidogo sana. Mahindi ile nyingi unanunua na watu binafsi. So kudanganya watu kwa sababu umenunua mahindi kidogo umeweka kwa store, sasa umesaidia, ni ujinga. Mahindi ile mingi huwa inanunuliwa na private sector.
Paul Marus, the farmer we met early in the story, seems to have taken the cue from the government. Due to frustration, he stops trading with the government and now sells his maize directly to millers and private companies.
Nimekuwa nikiuza mahindi NCPB, nimekuwa nikiuza mahindi unga, nimekuwa nikiuza mahindi hii kampuni ya Buffalo, na nimekuwa nikiuza mahindi hata kwa watu kutoka Nairobi.
When we met, Paul had 8,000 bags of maize, which he planned to deliver to a private miller.
Hii makunia kwa sababu ni 8,000, nafikiri kama ni 3,300. Kitu nitakuwa kama 24 million.
But Paul is currently steeped in huge debt, which means whatever money he will get from his maize will go to service the loans. And that's not all. Paul is also facing charges of fraudulently acquiring 24 million Kenya shillings through irregular supply of maize to NCPB between 21st November 2017 and 24th January 2018. He denies the charges filed against him and 15 others. The case is ongoing at the Milimani Anti-Corruption Court in Nairobi. Until the case is determined, there is little hope he will get the millions of shillings he claims the government owes him. Meanwhile, he and other farmers are demanding for accountability from their leaders who they say have neglected them. The leaders, including Moiben MP Silas Tiren, who is also the chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture.
Nafikiri Tiren amesahau kazi yake kwa sababu kama hawawezi kulobi serikali na waweke pesa kwa budget ya serikali ya kusaidia mambo ya subsidy ama kusaidia kupunguza gharama, itakuwa ni wabunge ndio wanatuweka chini sana, kwa sababu kutengeneza budget ni wao, na wale wamelalia kazi yao, wameenda kufanya shughuli zingine, wamewachana na wakulima.
They are busy campaigning, and I hope they'll remember that farmers also have votes. What I expect members of parliament is to come together and push for a specific agenda to be implemented. Because even right now, if the government was meant to subsidize, there's no way the government can withdraw the money from the consolidated account without members of parliament passing it. You know, there is a way of doing it. You know, you lobby amongst your members. Maybe have around 30 standing at one given time, requesting for suspension of business of the house so that they address the issue of fertilizer. If they could do that, let me assure you, there will be reaction from the government. So if they don't do that, I mean, it is not going to be right for them to come and join us in trying to cry. I mean, to cry, telling the government to assist us, and they are the ones who are still part of the same government.
Vile mimi nimeona uongozi ambaye tuko naye saa hii, sina moyo. Na jaribu tu nilipe mateni, sina moyo.
Tutaendelea na kulima kidogo kidogo mpaka siku ile tutapata serikali ile inaweza kukumbuka sekta ya ukulima, na wakishatengeneza policies mzuri za ukulima, tutaendelea kufanya ukulima kwa sababu hiyo ndio kazi yetu, hatuna kazi nyingine.
With many large-scale farmers like Paul and Jonathan reducing their maize production, Kenya is likely to face a serious food shortage in the near future.
So that means the government will end up importing more food from outside. And importing from outside means we are highly indebted with the foreign loans. Now that means we are going to get another loan to import food, or rather use the meager foreign exchange we should have used for other things like medicine and materials, building materials from outside. We used to import food. Surely I think that will put us in a very awkward state.
Nchi yetu ni mzuri, mchanga ni mzuri, mvua ni mzuri. Hakuna upungufu ya ati jua nini. Tungesaidiwa au serikali ungetishika mkono, tungelima na tungetosheleza mahitaji ya chakula ya nchi hii bila kutoa hata chakula nje.
Kenyans love shortcuts. The authorities within the borders are part of what is going on.
Ukiwa na pesa kusumbuliwa na mzigo ni ngumu.
Smuggling stories is one of the most dangerous things to talk about.
If you want to import any commodity into the country, the first thing that you'll be asked to do is possibly contact a clearing and forwarding agent who's going to help you fill out forms that range from 3 in number to about 12, detailing all sorts of taxes and fees and duties that you're supposed to pay, which are usually a percentage of the amount or the value of the good that you're importing. Then there's certification from the country of origin. There's what you need to fill out for your manifest. There's all sorts of things that you need to do. So you can imagine what that would mean for the price of any commodity that you import. Now think of the person who's gone through that entire process and then sees something that is similar to the good or commodity that he or she has imported for 1/3 of the cost. That, my friends, is a product of smuggling or counterfeiting of goods. Here's how to undermine other businesses, especially import-driven businesses, through smuggling. And the example we're using is of a well-known infamous good, cigarettes.
Smuggling has a lot of benefits. One, there is aviation of tax paying, so the benefits are far much better. So somebody would rather go for goods from Uganda, smuggle goods from Uganda and bring them to Kenya because they'll not pay the tax. And then the money that they'll use to deport those things in Kenya, it is not much money. We call it a gendo. So what is given on the borders or in the borders is something little as maybe 200 shillings, and your goods are in Kenya. Now it's up to you to find your way into Kenya and supply your things. Smuggling story in Busia, one of it is that it is one of the most dangerous things to talk about because nobody is interested.
Hapa tuko no man's land.
Hapa sasa iko no man's land. Ndani na piga Ruto na mawe.
Ni hapa
au sasa naishi.
Wezi nunua sigara paketi moja, sema unapeleka mzigo. Tunanunua boxes.
Sini punch ama ni tao. He said tao.
Unajua hiyo mzigo zipita kabla hajasema.
Lakini sasa ni donga ngapi? Tao. Wengi ni ngori.
Carton moja unapata iko sasa na hizo packets, 50 packets ndani. Uganda naitangaya ndava. Si rahisi Mkenya aelewe. Ule Mganda ndo anaelewa kitu yenye uko naongelea. Ukienda kwa hiyo store, si rahisi uuziwe. Jule mwenye store atajaribu kwanza kusoma akuone, huyu ni mtu mwenye anaweza fanya biashara ama ni mtu amekuja kupima biashara yangu. Unaona, lazima kuangalia juu hiyo sigara ndio yuko Uganda, lakini pia in Uganda hiyo cigarette ni illegal. Hawataki ku-export, inauzwa tu in Uganda, lakini wakipata umebeba mingi wanajua hiyo ni exportation unafanya.
As multi-agency, we've been able to seize quite a number of those goods. Of course, we have the government agencies.
Have you ever taken something that you've later realized was a counterfeit good?
Could be taking water, or probably you bought even a mobile phone, and then later on you realize that actually what you are sold was actually a counterfeit. So initially, when you look at the product, you think that it was original. The person who is selling to you has more information about that product than you yourself. So of course this person wants to con you, so it tells you this is an original product and this is the price, and then of course you go for it. Then only later on you realize that you have actually been conned. So cheap is expensive.
Something like sugar in Kenya, maybe a sack, it is much way expensive. So people rather go to Uganda maybe at 2,500 a sack. Sugar had employed thousands and thousands of people. But because of this smuggling of sugar, we don't even realize that sugar was going down, because you could see people just shunning away from buying sugar because it was expensive. And because of that, the company could not keep up with the competition. I'm telling you, in Western, it was the giant miller, and things have never been the same. We also have cooking oil. It is so much smuggled into Kenya. The money that is being lost in the smuggling of these goods into the country, it is damn expensive. The Kenyan government is losing a lot of money.
We did some study just a while ago in 2020 It's a national baseline survey on illicit trade, and they established that the value of illicit trade was 726 billion Kenya shillings in the year 2017, increasing to 826 billion in the year 2018, around 100 billion just in 1 year. Cigarettes, these are high valued products. It's very, very profitable. The consumers of these goods, they are also large in numbers because alcohol and cigarettes, they go hand in hand.
The authorities within the borders are part of what is going on. So you are not just sure who is good and who is bad. So you not want to risk because you are not sure who you are working with. I've seen with my own eyes some of the vehicles, the policemen being used, especially Wish and Probox. So they are part of this, they are the cartel within the region.
Ukipata Kenya Police au administration au MIP wenye wako roadblock, si rahisi wakushike. Kama unless mtu akuseti ajue umetoka na mzigo na unaenda route fulani. Watu wanaosumbua sana sasa kwa barabara ni hawa CID. CID na wakikupata wako tu na wewe bumper to bumper. Lazima watataka kujua ni mzigo gani imebebwa hapo. Kenya Police nao unaweza fika tu na drop pesa. Kama tuseme hata ni 100 boxes. Na zimebebwa na watu wa bike na wafuatane pamoja, point tutalipa, in Uganda tutalipa 1000, Kenya tutalipa 1000, official point na kula 2000 peke yake. Sasa tukifika huku upate pengine mzigo inapelekwa hata Kisumu ama Kakamega, tutatumia escort kwanza, ndio sasa hiyo gari ifuate huyo escort nyuma. Unaona, escort sasa akipata mbele kumeumana, tuna communicate na simu. Akipata roadblock hapo, yenda ataongea nao maaskari hapo kwa roadblock, then wapatie kan kitu kidogo. Sasa mzigo si tukikuja hata tutasimama kwa roadblock, tutakuja kaa tumepita tukienda.
How is the police service trying to root out or combat that kind of criminality from within its own ranks?
Yeah, it is possible that that can happen, because that kind of business is a high-risk business.
Yeah,
where people easily make these quick monies, and they'll always try to infiltrate the law enforcement, both police and other partners, other agencies. Manning issues of taxation around the borders. But then you see, for us, of course, first of all, let me say that we expect officers, to do the right things, do their work well. And for those who want to engage in those kind of malpractices, we usually rely mostly on the public to share with us information. We can call maybe intelligence so that we can take remedial action from inside. Because the only way we can know, like from HQ and from other points of leadership, is when we have those kind of complaints. But of course, beyond those complaints, we have our own internal mechanisms. Just trying to monitor and know how the officers are working, what they have to. That's now based on our internal intelligence. So when we get to know that using our internal mechanism, internal intelligence, we again crack the whip. By so many other measures. And basically, maybe it's a general suspicion. What we shall do, maybe we can do shuffles, we can do internal. Just let's say shuffles. But when we feel there's something tangible, then we can go to the next level of disciplinary action. And then if now there's like evidence, when there's that cooperation from third parties, like members of the public who are saying it's happening, this is the evidence. Again, it can be a court issue. And then of course beyond that, again, we have other multi-sectoral arrangements where we work closely with the EACC. Who can again do their sting operations and sort of this kind of elements.
We conduct raids every time that we receive intelligence. There are two forms of intelligence that we receive. There is intelligence that comes directly from the IPR owners. These are the intellectual property right holders or even agents who provide us with information that a particular container or a particular premise is probably selling counterfeit goods. So based on that information, we swing into place. Of course, we have enforcement officers who are stationed here, as well as also our border points, for example, Mombasa, Eldoret and Kisumu. So we've been given powers, actually police powers, to investigate and also to seize goods, and of course take the culprits also to court. That's on the supply side, where they have to fight counterfeiting, using the Anti-Counterfeit Act, which actually gives them the powers to do that. Then the other way that we receive intelligence is information from the consumers that we purchase this particular product, we suspect it could be counterfeit or substandard. On the demand side, we also have public awareness, where we create public awareness about the dangers of buying counterfeits, the dangers of counterfeits also to the economy, to your health, to your safety and so on.
Wadosi wengi wa smuggling hapa Busia ni the same. Unapata tuko na like 5 officers wa Busia wakubwa. Unapata magari mingi zinatumika kubeba ni za maskari hapa town. Mzigo mingi tunapeleka, zingine za maskari hapa. Ukiwa na pesa, kusumbuliwa na mzigo ni ngumu. It's one way of earning money, especially to the young people who are not ready to go out there and face the world on the right track. So you are not sure, you are not just safe with anybody, because you might be talking to someone that is loading the cigarettes, you might be talking to a driver, you might be talking to a policeman whose vehicle is part of the smuggling. So you just don't want to talk about it, or maybe you are talking to a brother who can connect you, or who can tell someone in a law enforcement authority, and they'll hurt you.
Basically, we want to change the mindset of the Kenyans so that they don't buy counterfeit goods, but they continue buying genuine, so that now they can grow the economy and also ensure that we're able to kick out counterfeits from the country. Because with the counterfeits, definitely we cannot also attract even foreign direct investments. Yeah, because the foreign direct investments actually follow those countries where the level of counterfeiting is very, very low.
Good evening, everybody, after what has been quite an eventful day here in Kenya. Of course, this August election winding up months and months and months, some would say even years of campaigns, and we are down now to the brass tacks. The moment of truth is upon us for people from all 6 of those elective positions: MCA, Member of Parliament, Women Rep, wow, gosh, there's so many I'm forgetting, Senator, Governor, and of course the presidential poll that we'll be expecting results to start trickling in. They have started trickling in from the various media houses. You can see that there are leads in different strongholds of candidates being reported back. But of course, after a day of fairly poor turnout in this election, just floating above 60% of people who turned out for this vote. And this evening, in this final session of our Big Picture Takeover, our small, humble studio has been taken over by some very smart people. I'll start here with this gentleman called Odanga Madung from Odipodev. Wave to your people.
I don't know which camera. I should wave like an MP.
I want to say good evening, viewers. Next to him is another very smart cookie, Purity Mokami from Finance Uncovered. And Finance Uncovered, yes. Yes, yeah.
Hi, people.
Yeah, Salimia Watu. And in the bright yellow and blue, what a choice, eh? Unity. It's just occurred to me. It's just occurred to me, but it looks good on you, Angela Lungati from Ushahidi. And finally, the fact checker or fact checkers. You know the way we're told they're journalists. Mr. Alphonse Shiundu, former colleague, of course, but now at Africa Check.
We will have to fact check that.
It's okay. And in the corner, our young fact checker from Piga Firimbi, Tracy Bonareri. Tracy, salimia watu pwani.
Hello. Hi.
So Tracy, I'm going to kick off with you, but I'll start first with a question to you, Angela. Ushahidi has been part of the electoral discussion now for quite some time in terms of being able to track down areas that might be flashpoints either for violence, to understand sentiment around voters. What have you seen so far?
That's a very interesting question. So just for some background, we've been collecting data around the election since the 1st of August. It's been a combination of tracking social media sentiments, but also getting data from USSD, a short code.
Yeah.
We also have an SMS, a toll-free SMS number, and WhatsApp. We also have a couple of other reports coming in from persons with disabilities. But 97% of the data we've been able to collect has largely been from social media. And what we've been seeing there is people really sharing more of their sentiments around what they think is going to happen around the elections, or them saying what they want the outcome to be. But we saw a slight shift today, where the focus was largely on how the electoral process was going on. And we got quite a significant number of reports around voting issues and polling station administration. Either I went in and stood in line for over 6 hours, the KIMS kit not working, people being turned away. So that's largely what we've been seeing. We've also been trying to map out, based off of NCIC's original mapping of hotspots, and trying to compare against what we're seeing right now.
Is there a correlation?
Not that much, honestly. Maybe that's because the magic, or not magic, but the action tends to happen after people are done voting and when the results start trickling in. So we're still watching to see how that goes on.
Before we get really, really deep into the election, I mentioned that, Tracy, I want to come to you. Okay. This is also the end of an era for a gentleman that has been leading us for 9 years and some change, Uhuru Kenyatta. He voted at Mutomo Primary School in Eshaweri today, and he's been the subject of quite a bit, the source, the subject, the victim, and perhaps even the perpetrator sometimes of fake news, right?
And the pair.
And the pair. Or you think, okay, are we fact-checking this? Is this fact? And the financier of fake news. Well, as at 2017, the Uhuru campaign, of course, was was heavily supported by a fake news machine, and that's in the public domain now. But what kinds of fact checks have we done over the past couple of months about this gentleman, our president, who will be, exiting soon?
So Uhuru is known to always compare himself to his predecessor.
Yes.
So every time he's addressing like people on Madaraka Day, Jamhuri Day, he's always comparing on most of the fact checks that we've covered. He's always comparing and saying, in 2013, when we came into office, these were the numbers like for TVET facilities in the country. But now, these are the numbers we have. So he's always like juxtaposing the two.
Yeah.
So that's what majorly we are going to like cover today. Yes.
Okay.
We are going to show you what we have done. Yes.
I
The truth about Uhuru. Yes.
I suspect that there's some very rich ground there.
Yeah.
Now, like, we're in the end game now, right? In this, to this extent, we are counting, we are beginning, the counting of votes, etc. And very soon, or fairly soon, we will have a result for the presidential election, but more so for the other seats that are up for grabs. Odanga, you've written a lot about the misinformation, disinformation environment in Kenya leading up to the election, especially from the point of view of social media platforms. Is there something that you feel was kind of left hanging by the various social media platforms that you wish might have been done so that we'd have a more sanitary environment today and going forward?
Yeah, I think that question around the the sanitary information environment is perhaps is where the social media platforms perhaps have the biggest responsibility to try and maintain. I think the biggest issue we've seen is that there has been no systematic change that has come from the platforms. So typically, for example, in the US during the 2020 election, Facebook had something called the break the glass measures, right, which involved trying to see how they could slow down the platform to keep, not just, basically to keep all forms of information from actually virally moving through the platform, and in the process also slow down misinformation. Now the problem is that once they figured that, okay, the election is over, and then they let the platform go back to normal, that's when January 6th now happened. Now the issue is that in our case, we do not even know whether there are any certain break the glass measures that are happening within any of the social media platforms.
And when you ask about what kinds of things they're doing to mitigate against misinformation, disinformation, and how viral it can be, what do they say?
I mean, they'll come to you and tell you, of course, we have a partnership with Africa Check. I mean, you will get, we've done an election center, we're trying to promote authoritative sources and everything. But none of them actually address the real problem here, which is that, for example, when Joho posts a manipulated video on Twitter and on across other platforms, that the platform goes ahead and propagates the whole thing, eventually making him trend and amplifying amplifying the piece of content itself to a point where it becomes so pervasive across the entire internet. So you're not addressing the systemic issue. What you're doing is you're putting elastoplast on the on the canyons that have been formed and not really trying to fix the thing. And the evidence is just very clear, from the TikTok research we did around how, it's very easy for disinformation to go viral on the platform, to the recent work that almost got Facebook shut down last week, but one, where, a group of people discovered that if you gave Facebook hate speech, within its advertising environment, Facebook will very willingly take the money. Which means that if I cannot detect, and advertising environments are supposed to be the most stringent environments of moderation within a social media platform, right? So if a social media platform cannot detect very blatant hate speech within its advertising environment, you know what that means? There's no safety net at all.
And not even the glass measures.
Not even exactly.
Wow, and that's Facebook. And for context, ladies and gentlemen, Facebook is the biggest platform in Kenya in terms of popularity, right? So people might think that it's Twitter because of KOT, and Twitter is noisy, but Facebook is the biggest platform. Alphonse, it's a bit of an uphill task, right? What's the name of that guy who rolls the boulder up the hill? Sisyphus. Yeah, Sisyphus and his boulder. It reminds me of that analogy in a sense, right? And that story. That you constantly are pushing this boulder of fake news up the hill to make sure that it stays there. And then something happens and it tumbles down. But, I mean, Africa Check is becoming more and more practiced in being able to detect and debunk and perhaps even pre-bunk fake news. What has been the experience in the lead up to the election? What's been the experience today?
Okay. It's a very long question.
It is.
All right.
But the end is the most important.
Yes.
What was the experience?
The experience. Yes. So if I take you back from 2017 when we were starting, we were like a handful of fact checkers in Kenya. We're trying to fight. Now that's the point where we felt like we were playing whack-a-mole at that point. So something pops up here, you try to stop it. So from 2018, we started experimenting how it would look to fact check on Facebook. So it just happened that at that point they were also trying to introduce the third-party fact-checking thing, and we got onto the program to see if we can do what we call fact-checking at scale with them. And so far we have been, like, we tell them, okay, this is what we are seeing, and they would give you access to some of the queues where the algorithms are picking things that have been reported as misinformation, and they're sending it to a queue where fact checkers are going to look at. Now, as we came closer to the election, that's when we now decided, okay, we are fact checkers, we are few. There are people who are working in the disinformation space, doing the disinformation research, like Odanga, like Code for Africa. And there are people, like, fact checks are very cerebral, and they are not interesting. False information, the way it's packaged,
is incredibly interesting. It's catchy.
Yes, it's
tags
catchy.
on the emotions.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what we said, okay, let's get Njugush, let's get all these guys who communicate serious stuff in an interesting way. We give them the facts, they'll communicate it much, much better. So that has been to the lead up to this election. And thanks to the pressure that Odanga has been piling on the platforms, and Fumbua has also been doing some of that, we got to get the platforms to listen and just make some of the tools that would help journalists, fact checkers, to find misinformation and put it out there. So finding misinformation is the headache. Debunking it is not that much. So we've tried up to that point. The trouble is you're dealing with platforms that have an architecture that was designed for good. Now this architecture is being weaponized for other nefarious ends. So you find people are in a Facebook group, and that Facebook group since 2020 has been selling shoes or something. Then we come to 2022, they turn it. Now it's a political group. And the stuff that is there, you debunk some of it, and one day you wake up, it's private group and you're no longer a member. So you can't know, because it has a lot of misinformation. You've been checking it and they have been caught, but then they exclude you, they make it private, and now you can't see what is happening there. The other thing they noticed, and these guys are very somewhat smart, the guys who peddle misinformation, they look at, okay, what are the rules for fact checkers on Facebook? And one of the rules is we are not going to fact check a politician. So a candidate, or so if you're gonna fact check him, then you might be stifling debate or whatever. So they decide, okay, they're going to post something, and we have to fact check only public stuff. So they post it, and then they say everyone except they remove one person. So it's been posted publicly in a public group with, say, 10,000 people, but they have removed one person. So it shows as a custom setting. So you cannot, like, it's not really public. So 9,999 people will see that information. You can't fact check it. So you're waiting for somebody to post it publicly so that you fact check. So we can fact check it for Africa Check, but we cannot rate it on the platform on Facebook so that the circulation is reduced. So those are some of the experiences we've had. And these are issues we've raised with the platforms. And what, like, it's stuff we have managed. So it's, we just tell them, this is the problem we are facing, can you do that? And then that's the point where you realize platforms are a whole bureaucracy.
Wow.
Yeah, so like by the time they come back with an answer, the elections will be over.
It will be over, and
Yes.
the horse has already bolted. Today, is there anything specific that you felt frustrated by when looking at that, information environment on Facebook or any of the socials that perhaps you had been speaking about, and there's just no quick turnaround from the platforms?
Yeah, WhatsApp is, so the good news is for Twitter, for this election, I would give them props because they have been, the back channeling there to get things that we've been doing with them is, I've not seen anything like that from any of the platforms. So Twitter has been like really good, really responsive on that front. Yeah. So, but on WhatsApp, the problem is, and we've been speaking about this since 2020 during COVID. So you will see misinformation on WhatsApp, and then it jumps onto Facebook and it jumps onto Twitter. So what we say, okay, WhatsApp say, if something is been forwarded many times, guys, we will alert you that it's been forwarded many times. So we say, good. How does the system know that this thing has been forwarded many times? If the system can detect that and it's been forwarded many times, can you bring it out of the platform so that as fact checkers we can just see? Because it's not, if it's been forwarded many times, it means it's no longer private or what? Because a lot of people have seen it anyway. So if you get it off the platform and we can just see what is circulating as fact checkers. So those are some of the conversation we've had with WhatsApp. And we cannot like get a straight answer on that front because it's either we are speculating that it could either be privacy issues, where if they say that they can read the message that has been forwarded many times and they are not simply just like getting the signals, then that becomes a problem.
But I mean, there's ways to get around it, I would assume, because messages like that leave metadata. So you don't have to analyze the message itself. You just need to analyze the metadata that that shows the virality of the message. Anyway,
I just add one thing to that is that WhatsApp was actually found to have moderation office. Yeah, they do.
In Kenya?
No, not in. No, actually, it might be. Of course, the hearsay around it is that SAMA, the content moderator that represents Facebook, Meta in Kenya, don't forget it's not Facebook, it's Meta, which means that they're covering all Meta platforms, could have actually had a WhatsApp moderation effort in the city. Because there has been a separate WhatsApp moderation office, I think in Singapore and in Dublin.
Okay.
So the WhatsApp moderation does exist. There is a way they actually go around it. It's just that it's not exactly clear what
they do.
Yeah.
Well, but I think that in terms of privacy, in terms of the implications for it, yes, there seems to be some sort of a debate about how platforms like that, especially platforms where it's not public, are going to be able to do that. But we're going a bit into the deep water
Just with WhatsApp, people can report misinformation on the platform. Now, if you report the misinformation on the platform, where does it go?
And what's the responsibility?
Yes,
I think it now goes to that moderation.
Now it goes to the moderation, and then what? Because that's the thing.
That's
that
a
I'm
big
trying.
question.
Yes,
and there's lots that's floating around right now about this election, right? Specifically, I'm sure between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. you will have received at least 59 forms 34A, and I'm being very exact about that number from different polling stations from across the country. And here's where I want to bring you in, Purity, right? This is the business end of the election, right? And numbers are going to be floating around all over the place. How do you, of course there's the IBC numbers, but how do you ensure that, especially, as a statistician and for people who are going to be tallying all of this, how do we keep up with what the IBC is posting and ensure that as journalists, etc., we're able to also help amplify the true according to the IBC numbers, and so that these, just also to be able to mitigate that in terms of the system of how the IBC receives its results. Do you think that it helps this cause, or it's a bit of an impediment?
I think it helps. It helps for credible sources to have in place. And I know I'm speaking like when time has already passed, though this is a plan, like let's say in future elections, credible sources, newsrooms, people that are accountable to the public need to prepare for 6 months before, so that, because as he said, the people will be spreading misinformation, disinformation quick. So credible sources also need to be on their toes. So in terms of how, it takes a bit of human resource, because especially what is being shared by IEBC is images which are not machine readable yet. The way they look so far, I don't think they are machine readable. Correct me if I'm wrong. So it's a bit of manual work, and which would take a lot of human resource, which means a lot of money to be spent
and time.
And time. But what can be done right now is to try and keep the pace of the forms coming in, not to wait for when all the forms have come, and then you start looking at the forms. And that's one of the reasons why I got into journalism actually in 2017, because there was a lot of numbers floating around, yet there was a portal somewhere, like images were seated there, no one is like caring, people are thinking, turnout is this, what this person has gotten this, and at times I say that the disinformation, misinformation factory is we're ahead, but the little we can do has to be done.
Actually, let's stay on the 2017 experience. I remember we had set up our own, tallying center, and it was really difficult to be able to keep pace with the IBC in as much as we tried, right? To be able to keep pace with the numbers, etc. And it took a very, very, big but comparatively lean team to be able to do this. The question I want to ask is about explaining some of those. Remember the consistency with which the numbers were coming in. That was a huge concern and cause for worry, by the NASA team at the time. There was a statistical explanation for it, but nobody was listening to that. Tell me about that experience and how you think, we should communicate it now if something similar happens.
So, first of all, what even got me, even doing in my, one-man show before we met and then made it a much bigger operation, it was to hear people say there is an algorithm that is making the percentage not move. I was calling my professors what are you doing in your houses, just being quiet without explaining this basic statistics 101, and I know the question is how do we communicate it?
Yeah.
It's first of all to catch it, like really understand what is happening, what is happening with these numbers, and even if we are not able to do like at the same pace, and why first of all the numbers for IBC were coming in fast at that time, it's because they were uploading the image alongside like a text information about the actual numbers, which they've put on hold now. Now they're just putting the image there. The actual numbers is when they have looked at them. So for IBC now it will come at a slower pace, but the images are there for every Kenyan who cares to see. I hope the portal stays on. In terms of communication, is first of all to get to understand. Sometimes I know we statisticians are in our hands in our own language, but to sort of collaborate, the way he said, fact checks being communicated by people who have mastered the art of communicating to people. It's experts collaborating with the communicators, so that the Kenyans are do not become the prey of those people who are pushing certain narratives. Because I think this election is a little bit more transparent. I'm not saying it is transparent. At least we have the image. Even if I won't be able to go to that polling station at the door and see if this is what was there, but for now we can go with what we see there. And even people around that area, I think they should be able to find
verify.
A way. I think there could be a communication to even show Kenyans, how do I see my polling station, the result for my polling station from the IBC portal. We are not yet there technically for quite a number of Kenyans, but I think the more we practice, the more we utilize what we have, the better we get next time.
That's true. Sorry, Odanga, just give me 1 second. I want to go to Angela for a second. And you see, misinformation and the hard data is really where ushahidi kind of comes in, because in this way, because you study sentiments, right? Or at least you're able to map them. And you are working with ELOG now to ensure that the sentiments kind of match and merge with what's actually on the ground. How a lot of Kenyans will be concerned about what they are seeing and the sentiment that starts to build, in as much as you're almost like a signal for what's being said versus what's happening. How do we ensure that? The question I want to ask is really about how we ensure that we slow down everything, even from the point of view of the platform that you have, just so that we can regulate, right, the temperatures and make sure that they don't rise too much. It's a heavy task that I'm putting on your shoulders, but is this something that you've thought about as Ushahidi?
I think it's been at the core of everything that we do, because we're all about openness and transparency, but you also have to think about it within the context of what will happen if this is made public. And so one of the things that people will notice even right now, we're talking about collecting tens of thousands of reports. But when you go onto the platform, uchaguzi.or.ke, you will not see tens of thousands of reports, right? We only make public things that won't cause extra levels of tension, but keep whatever is actionable still in the background and do work on it. Because at the end of the day, the goal is to make sure that, one, you're empowering the ordinary citizen by enabling them to share the data, but then also giving them access to the information that they need, but responsibly, keeping in mind that you don't want to do harm. And that's something that will vary from context to context. And is a tough one. But for us right now, it's basically, if something is going to go and cause something much worse than is already existing, we won't make it public. But we'll try and forward it over to people who can respond. So maybe that brings up the question around what action we expect after we've collected all of this data? Like what's the main goal and how are we closing out the feedback loop?
Yeah. And it's essentially what information do you share?
Exactly.
Right? Even
and
when you have everything and with who. Yeah, that's a really important question. Speaking of information and how it's being shared, I know Odanga wanted to chime in, but I want to ask you this as well. Purity spoke about how the IBC is sharing this. So they share the image, but not the text results. So people don't, take a bit of a longer time to tabulate. Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, or is it like a double-edged sword?
Sharing the image.
Sharing the image, yes.
Well,
and not the text.
I think this comes to, so let me address your question first, and just how it ties in even to what Angela is, and the questions you had asked her.
Yeah.
The thing many people confuse is that freedom of speech does not necessarily mean freedom of reach and freedom of speed. Like you actually can separate. Like there's actually you don't need to talk to everyone, and you don't have to speak as fast as you. Your information does not have to travel as fast as you think it should. Right, and so attempts to try and regulate what that looks like. Essentially are what I think the big gamble around, again, that's what mini break the glass kind of measures sort of trying to figure out how to fix. So then putting up an image now, I think the issue with that, of course, is that it makes it slower, of course, for those of us in the newsroom or who are trying to figure out this thing to keep up with them. But then, of course, again, any sort of media is manipulatable at this point. The big issue here with them putting up an image is the fact that we are a low trust society. Okay, the IBC website goes down, we have a problem. Why is IBC's website down? IBC puts up an image, we have a problem. Why have you put an image? If they made it machine readable, I can assure you, we would still be asking questions. Which is why I think also the second part of how we try to fix this is through institution building and institution work. I think we need to get to a point where we can trust the IBC and really not question every single move they make. Because it's what contributes to this whole information disaster we have right now. And I think we're about, literally, I'm sure once we get off this set, we're going to plunge into an information dystopia. We're all going to be trying to figure out what's real and what's not.
And it's such a difficult position to be in as a journalist, because the expectation is that you have all of the information. Si nyinyi ni wanahabari, you're the ones who are there first. That's not necessarily true. A, and B, yes, even if we have information, we have to gatekeep, right? We have to gatekeep. I want us to take a bit of a break now from this discussion and watch a short report that Raquel Mwegai did from the field today. I think just talking essentially about what happened in the field with respect to voting, turnout, etc. Raquel, Elijah Kanyi, Sam Munia, Joy Kiregia, Clinton Bere and Cynthia Geshiri are still all out in the field, as are legions of journalists at this point in time, watching presiding officers do. Okay, number one is for this, and the most. I hated that part of elections, but nonetheless, let's watch what Raquel has.
It has been one busy day for Kenyans, not just for those Kenyans that turned out to vote, but especially those who are taking part in this particular general elections. That being the IBC officials, the security team, security forces that have been deployed, the media, as well as election observers across all polling stations. But it is about to get busier now, as polling stations have already closed and tallying is about to begin. We are at St. Teresa's polling station in Mlango Kubwa ward in Mathare constituency, and already the doors were shut at exactly 5:10. What is remaining at this particular point is just one of the streams that still does have a number of people who are on the queue by the time 5 p.m. Arrived, and therefore they will be allowed to cast their vote. up to this point. But for those that did not make it before the gates were closed, unfortunately, that period has already closed for them. We have been in various locations within Nairobi, beginning early in the morning at 5 a.m. We were at Kibra, got to also visit a number of polling stations in Kariakor, as well as here in Mathare. And one thing that we did notice is that there was a lot of confusion in the morning, where a number of voters did not know which streams to actually queue in within the polling stations that they were allowed to vote. And therefore that somehow delayed the voting process, as a number of people queued on where the lists had been posted by the IBC to just find out their details, where their initials, the initials of their name were, for them to understand which stream exactly they were to queue in. But apart from that, so far so good. Nothing really serious in terms of chaos or matters to do with insecurity, especially here in Mathare. It has been one smooth process. Here in this particular polling station, at least there are at least 22,000 registered voters, and from the IBC officials they say that a fair number of those, therefore that means more than half of that number, have turned out to vote. So at this particular point, as the tallying is about to begin, Kenyans are resting at home, and those who are continuing with their businesses are hoping that at the end of the day, the credibility of these elections will still stand, even as everyone awaits the results, and as the results of this particular election that will guide the trajectory of this country moving forward.
All right, Raquel Muigai out in the field in Mathare early on today. She's also out looking for a bit more information about what's going on in different constituencies, different polling stations across Nairobi, as are the rest of our team. Now, we've got our Twitter spaces running as well from the Big Picture Takeover with these very intelligent people that I have here with me. And if you want to make a comment, now's the time. We're going to open the mics and give you an opportunity to speak. Just raise your hand. Our moderator is going to give you an opportunity to speak. Just keep your comments brief, fupi, please, and we'll be able to listen to them and perhaps even respond to them. Now, I've left you hanging for a little bit, Tracy. Nimekuacha tu hapo hivyo. And we've moved into the deep waters of tonight's election. But of course, there's a context, and you were talking about some of the misinformation, disinformation that surrounds our soon-to-be immediate former President Uhuru Kenyatta. Let me know what let us know what you've got there.
Okay. So.
I love how you're keeping us in suspense.
Something big.
Something big is coming. Yes. Yeah.
President Uhuru Kenyatta, when during his Madaraka Day speech, his final Madaraka Day as president, he claimed that according to the 2019 census, families headed by single parents rose from 25.1% in the 2009 census to 38.2% in 2019. So, according to data from the KNBS, analytical report on household and family dynamics, the 25.1% actually checks out. That was true.
Okay.
But moving on to the 38.2%, KNBS analytical report on household and family dynamics clearly says, there's a screen grab here, its proportion of, let's just go down. Its proportion of households headed by women. So the numbers are correct, but then it doesn't necessarily mean that it's single mothers.
Yes.
It's just maybe in this case, the families that were under that survey the women were the breadwinners. So that was inaccurate on his part. The numbers check out, but it's not families, it's not single parent families. It's proportions of households headed by women. That has been used during this campaign. So most of the people who are trying to succeed him are now throwing the single mothers affair out there in their campaigns. And also, there's also another one on TVET. So data on TVET, this is still on the Madaraka Day speech. So President Uhuru claimed that there are 52 public TVET institutions in Kenya. Then, no, 200 and now, no, there were 255, and now there are 238.
Yeah.
So let me just show you. According to the economic survey from the KNBS, the 238, I hope you can see the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the 238 is, you can see, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, according to the KNBS economic survey that was released on May 5th, the existence of 255 public TVET institutions in the country, a difference of 17 more TVET institutions than the 238 announced by the president.
Yeah.
So that was also inaccurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So lots of, inaccuracies, even sometimes, someone would call it near misses in terms of the statistics that the president gives. I want to relate this to the discussion we're having tonight about the election itself. Alphonse, how much of this information do you think influenced people going to the polls and became the source for fake news, misinformation, misinformation prior to the polls, and I guess to an extent polling day? Not just the information that surrounds Uhuru Kenyatta, but generally the information that comes out from politicians. Do you think that there was lots of influence? Because I guess that's the goal, right?
Yeah, because when they communicate these things, they usually have an agenda.
Yeah.
So, but what we have realized, there's a pattern we saw. So in February 2021, the Business Daily wrote a story in which they said something like 14 million Kenyans have been listed on the CRB.
Yeah.
Okay. So that story, like the same week, KTN called the source that Business Daily had said, had quoted, had cited, and also said, no, they are misreporting that data. That's the number of accounts, it's not the number of people. Yeah, and so he explained that typically Kenyans would have more than one account, and that one account would be blacklisted and all that. But then, when you read the manifestos of the parties, when you hear presidential candidates speak, when they are at the presidential debate, they are quoting that number. And thankfully, we have a conversation with them and we ask, okay, you mentioned this number in your debate, where did you get it? And they happily share the Business Daily link. And so here is a problem where a misreporting in mainstream media is being cited and repeated, yet it's been fact-checked on mainstream media and found to be false, yet it continues to live online as if it is factual. And there is this automatic credibility that as everyone gives the media. So if it was reported, if it was printed, then it must be correct. And everybody is now repeating it. But then that is where you find a problem. And it's something we are seeing. It's in the manifesto, it's in major platforms, so presidential debate, it's their deputy presidential debate, it's repeated. In the rallies, it's being repeated. So that becomes a major problem of misinfo. You just citing a number because you found it and you want to tell a story of indebtedness and destitution within the community. Yes, you have a legitimate case because there is anecdotal evidence that people are indebted in Fuliza and all that thing. But it is not it's better you use good numbers. And the reason why we insist, and I like what Tracy has done with those numbers, the numbers are very, very important. In 2018, we see a policy that comes, and the policy is very simple. Guys are going to pay a portion of their salary towards affordable housing. And you are told mortgages, and this is the president saying, he says, can you imagine a nation of 50 million people has less than 500,000 mortgages? So we listen to that and we are like, okay. And then towards the end of the interview, that segment, he says, we have less than 200,000 mortgages. I'm like, is it 500 or 200?
Yeah.
And we ask Central Bank, and they have this data, and they give you the data, and the data shows it's neither 200,
nor is it 500.
500, it's 27,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And here is a policy, and we ask guys at Kenya Bankers, because they have done research on this, and we asked them, guys, why is it that guys do not take mortgages in Kenya?
Yeah.
And they are like, already in Kenya, there is this data from the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which say 60% of Kenyans, they already own homes. You, and I'm sure some of the people in this room, you have a home and you rent in Nairobi, but you have a home somewhere else. Yeah. So the two-home thing is there. And then we get to KNBS, we look at their data. The data shows 88%, that is 9 out of every 10 people who own homes, 88%, they built their homes incrementally. And then you have like 2.5% who got it as gifts, so only like less than 5% bought it on mortgage.
Yeah.
So you have that dynamic. Here is a policy that was being made based on not using data.
Yeah.
And then now, much later, when we have a conversation with State House, we show them, guys, there is data on what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Just base your, like the policy making, there is evidence. You can see whether it's going to work or it's not going to work. It's not a surprise that we planned to build 500,000 houses. I don't want to say how many we have built.
but I guess, but my guess is that we are assuming that our policies are made up of evidence in the first place.
Yeah, or that they're coherent.
Whether
I mean,
coherent.
Whether they talk to each other.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
I think greed is the first. The first thing, interests.
Yeah.
It speaks to the political economy of facts.
That's
I think they tend to become very convenient.
Yes, and we try
to
tell them this stuff.
Now,
yes.
I want to drive us back to the conversation that we're having this evening, and of course, it's steeped in the context of this election, right? And we've been speaking about various aspects of misinformation, misinformation, etc., and the impact of numbers. And I like the powerful example that Tracy gave in terms of the differences and that you deepened, right? How much worse would it be if there were errors that are made in the counting, right? That then get transposed, to make this, kind of impression. I think we all know what the outcome of that could be. And so and on this, I ask a fairly, it's a difficult question for me to ask because I have my own bias, right? But it's one that should be asked anyway. Should the media be allowed to call an election? Angie's face just went. Let's start there.
I might also be biased, so I will choose my words carefully.
Yeah.
I think the media plays a significant role just based off of the trust that they've already been able to build with ordinary people. And so there's a certain responsibility that they hold to speak the truth. There's a huge responsibility. But then I think back to 2007 and think about how things happened the way they did because we had a divided media. There was nobody who was giving the truth. It was a truth based on what they all wanted. So I'm a little torn because on one end it's okay, you stand for the truth, freedom of the media and being able to call out something that isn't going okay, but then we also have cases where it hasn't necessarily worked as well. So yeah,
You're torn.
I'm torn. Honestly, I'm torn. And it's just based off of the experience we had in 2007.
For sure. And that was an important experience to quote. Purity, what do you think?
I think until 2017, the media wouldn't have different results other than what IBC is giving, which would have gone like through, remember... gone all the way to Nairobi, or what the candidates have from their agent. I think until 2017, it was a completely different affair. The media wouldn't even have anywhere to call the results from. They didn't have any results other than
Yeah.
It was
what the
like
IBC
crazy.
had.
Yeah.
And
for now, I think from these two elections, I don't think yet we are at that point where we can and I'm sure different newsrooms have different systems and verification systems so that they know they can stand with their results. But remember, even in 2017, I think there was a time different newsrooms had different totals, and sometimes it's the human error to some extent, because you're working with different people and their people. Secondly, I don't think we have yet invested in the expertise. What I kept saying in 2017, I shouldn't see a lawyer discussing a number. because you don't expect me to discuss the acts and the laws. And so if when you look at in the US or in Europe, those newsrooms that call elections, they have an entire team of statisticians and a lot of huge teams around them, like way techy than us. And they have also the way the results are coming in, there is more openness. And I think we are going there. I don't think right now we can call unless you have the resources to be able to verify what's on the image and what's on the polling station.
Right down from the polling station.
And what you have added, because most of it may happen manually, so you need like 3-4 data experts to really check what data entry, the manual data entry has entered. But again, it's what I said. If we continue like moving at the same pace, probably next time we may have images that are machine readable, like we can extract the data faster. If there is more funding to also have bigger teams to extract, because I know like New York Times for COVID, they were able like to do a huge project on extracting like people who like with these people who had died of COVID. Even if like most of the reports were like in PDFs or so, but I know it takes a huge team and a lot of expertise and also a lot of preparation. So until we are sure as Kenyans that we can count on the media to be reliable and to have the expertise. Am I saying?
No.
I know I'm part of the media. For right now, if you know, we don't know what different media houses have put in place. If you're able to if you want to call the election, you have to be accountable. And you have to be very open with where these numbers are coming from, and you have to convince us the process, how you did it.
How you counted.
So that if IBC has calls different figure, you will own up if you're the one on the wrong, or if IBC has something wrong. It gives people like a space to minimize errors. And every Kenyan would want a media that can be our voice and our eyes, but it will take a lot of being serious for media.
Now there's another kind of big no, umeongea vizuri.
I have a follow-up because the question is like in our context. I've just learned, because remember, Kenya has the most expensive election in the world. Right? And why? Because again, we're a low trust society. You know, it's purely because we don't trust the IBC. Now, in countries where they vote by mail, like what does it mean to call an election? Do they have to make as much investment, or do they just trust their versions of the IBC, and that's what calling an election means for them? Because I think that definition is very different.
No, that's true. That's true. I mean, considering the investment that we've made, and there was, I don't know whether it's true or not, there was a WhatsApp, sort of story going around. I don't know if you guys read it, about how far we've come in terms of the way people used to rig elections, right? So like from from having the IBC having people come with their own ballot boxes to Lolongo to all sorts of things. So there is a journey that we've traveled, but yes, 2007 really was a breaking point in terms of the trust that we had in our election. And that's another question I wanted to ask, right? The 2017 election was annulled not because of numbers, but because of process. Who's supposed to fact check the process? Let me start there.
I'll fact check your statement.
Yes. Well, yes, fact check the statement, yes.
Because the thing is, it was annulled because of there is that little word, verifiability.
Yes.
Yes. So you tell the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court looks at the results. You're telling the Supreme Court those numbers are right. The Supreme Court is telling you, we would want these numbers to be right, but give us the data, open the server. Let us know that we can verify. Let us add the numbers on our own to get to where you are.
Yeah.
So because they could not do that, they just, that was like where they say, we cannot verify these numbers. And if they wanted to sleep at night, they were not going to allow numbers that cannot be verified to stand.
Yeah.
The next thing is about, you look at the process. So if the campaigns are anything to go by, if you are looking at the process, okay, how many laws have been broken? You remember illegalities and irregularities?
Yeah.
So how many laws have been broken up to this point? So because we've said that lawyers should not talk about numbers, I will not talk about law. but I'll just like put it, there are steps that we need to do to verify the numbers. And if I would just, the conversation that we are having right here about a low trust society, they are very like low-tech things that we can do to make sure that we get the numbers when we want. So I was, just before the elections and when the media houses just started saying, oh, we need to have our own numbers, we need to tally our own. They went to the chairman say, yeah, feel free. And I asked those guys, how do you plan to do it? And they had no plan. So, and I was telling them, guys, you cannot get 46,233 personnel.
Yeah.
So this is what you're going to do. Get to 90. Station those 290 at the constituency returning office of the IBC.
Yeah.
When the results come in, let them take the pictures of the forms and send them to you. But the problem is, there is a possibility that by the time the forms leave
the polling
station to the constituency returning office, that is where we would have, if something happened within, the media would never know. So how do you get people in those places? And I say, give them Anduthi. They would, you map the places and somebody can, you say, okay, I'm giving you a radius of 10 kilometers. All the polling station in this radius, it's you to do that. And this is not something you do 6 months to elections. This is something you plan. Like right now, if the media houses were thinking, it's the time to write a proposal and say, okay, this is what we are thinking. It's not a presidential debate. It's not a one-day event. Recruit those people, train them, do the simulation. After you do that, and then you can now put them out. So verifiability of the election, it becomes very easy for guys. So I will hold you accountable because I send you to Nyalgunga polling station, and you brought the data, and that data is wrong. So I can hold you accountable for it.
Angela, you are part of a coalition of civil society actors who are, in a sense, trying to manage sentiment, but also the numbers from an election. And I want perhaps be a little unfair to the media and ask, why is it you think that the media hasn't thought of coming together and actually doing this?
Like the debates.
Because I mean, remember how complementary they were of one another. That's a great example. slapping each other's backs. Oh my gosh, so well produced, this debate, it looks so nice and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
You know, we navel gazed until the cows came home. But, you know, the main dance is the main dance.
See, the thing is, I mean, even in the civil society space, I mean,
Yeah.
not this time, but generally,
Yes.
everyone will have their own agenda. Everybody will have their own goals. And unless all of us are aligned towards the same goal, and in this case with the civil society organizations, it's we want to make sure that we have rapid response. And we know that that rapid response will not happen if everybody has their own will. We need to have one. So maybe the question to the media is, what's that one goal that all of us, or rather all of you can come together on? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
What is
Odanga, what is it?
Money.
But you see, as long as money is the goal, you will come together.
Yeah.
No, I mean, maybe you can, I don't know, but money.
But
Yes.
media has come together to organize the debates since 2013.
Which is commendable.
I think
Yeah.
one of the reason why this part of the resort hasn't been in their mind, I think is the thought that it's not possible. The thought that no,
The thought
46,000 is a lot.
It's a big number.
I know it's a big number.
Yeah.
But the thought that hiyo kitu won't happen makes them not even think we can actually collaborate on this. This is just maybe one of the reasons, among other things, like seeing what's in it for me, what will I get from it. But I would wonder what, from the experience of the collaborative organization of the presidential debate, I think they get to unite Kenyans, and I'm sure they also get to build on their credibility and to also heal part of the slapping from Kenyans.
True.
Like from the very hit and, like, you know, the way Kenyans have been thinking, this media house is for this side, this media house is for this side, but at the presidential debate,
all media are for Getheri, you know.
but at the presidential debate, people say, those two, and those two are from two different newsrooms. There they came through for us. It sort of make Kenyans even forget, like, whatever else they were not believing before that time. And then it's a one-off thing every 5 years. I don't think it can take too much away from each other if they worked together, because I think if mostly this 46,000 is a big number because of the money that will be required to pay these people, or even and sometimes I think they forget that there can also be like volunteers or some sort of assistant on the ground. If there is good organization, now that we can see the image, if there is culture of service to the nation, where people are able to say, let me go to my polling station and take a picture with the image that is on the door, or let me see what image has been put up for my polling station, and then tomorrow I can go and see, oh, it's the same. And then we can start to have like more genuine information flowing over, like people saying, no, for my polling station is fine. And then the disinformation will still continue, but then there will be some sense of sanity.
Yes, go ahead.
I was going to add one thing. I think, now trying to look at it from the empathetic side, I was having a conversation with someone the other day and thinking about the fact that media houses are also businesses, right? And so them also having money as a motivation isn't necessarily a bad thing.
No.
So maybe the thing we need to be asking ourselves is, what is it that we can do, even as ordinary citizens, to enable these media houses to run independently and not have to constantly make decisions based on how they're going to meet certain costs. Because the question about even equal representation, whether it's in the ads or whether during the political campaign season was also based on who will give me more money. It might not be necessarily that they prefer this candidate, it's just that this is going to put food on the table for us right now. And so maybe the challenge around why getting towards that unified goal, which seems to be there, like at the heart, at the core of it, but it's when rubber meets the road, we will not be able to fund our work.
So I think maybe if I can chip in on this, I think it's also important to talk about what is lost. So consider the fact that when the debates happen, when we talk about this idea of media pulling together in election time to do this kind of thing, when you think about the shared effort, here are the results. In terms of TV viewership, the research findings around the audience indicate that 34 million Kenyans watched the deputy presidential debates. Of that, 67% watched the debate on Citizen TV, followed by Noro TV and NTV at 8%. So all of you are pulling together. But one person is coming away with the biggest share. So in essence, it's like you're subsidizing the biggest guy to get the most unique content, at a fraction of the cost that they would have paid for it.
You know, I guess, but there's solutions. There's solutions to that. I mean, if the matter is, you know, subsidizing Citizen as an example, then there's possibly other ways we can go about it. We can use a platform that, you know, is equal access. You understand? We can run those things through KBC only, right? And tell people, tune in to KBC only. Yes, the production is by everybody, but KBC is our national broadcaster. I think these are ways in which we can leverage, and that's on the debate. But of course, with the election, I'd say similarly, there's ways in which, and this is just my view, there's ways in which the media hasn't leveraged, the credibility that you're talking about. Because in as much as we get bashed a lot, we still are, you know, ranking after ranking, poll after poll, one of the more credible institutions that Kenyans trust. And therefore, you have to be able to use that kind of social capital to your advantage in a time like this. I mean, and secondly, that if it's monetary compensation that you're looking for, there's a way to be able to split it. And perhaps, and to your point, Alphonse, you know, that discussion needs to happen much, much earlier, when the stakes aren't as high and the money conversation isn't as what's the word, as urgent, you know, because yes, this is the election, this is our World Cup, you know, that's the thinking in media houses, right? But if you had this thing 2 years before and you made this pact 2 years before, then perhaps we would have that kind of ecosystem, and it might not even be as expensive to be able to pull this off, and that's something we'll be able to deliver to the people. We had someone on our Twitter space who had wanted to comment. Unfortunately, he's dropped off. We are now, you know, taking comments. Make sure that they are brief. Hopefully, we'll get one or two people on before we now move to our, you know, to our final thought, right? And I want to base these last few minutes of our time together here on this election. Going forward now, from the point of view of the turnout that we've seen, right? Alphonse, this is a tough question for a fact checker to answer, but I kind of want you to read the tea leaves a little bit, right? What does, compared to the images that we've been seeing, you know, from campaigns, huge numbers of, you know, people, you know, going to campaigns versus the turnout, actually mean for, I guess, the engagement of people with their institutions, their systems, their politicians going forward? I know it's not steeped in numbers, but I just wanted your thoughts on what that to you means. That is there something that people are misreading or reading correctly from the fact that we just didn't have the turnout that the numbers in the rallies said we would?
So from last night, and this is anecdotal from just a few guys. So you sitting there, you see the IEBC announcing its postponed elections in 2 counties. And it's not just simple counties, it's Kakamega, which is one of the most populous counties, although not by voting, and then Mombasa, the second city. So you the thing that goes around on WhatsApp, it's guys are saying, oh, elections in Mombasa have been cancelled. It's not just gubernatorial elections, it's elections
It's
have
all
been cancelled.
elections, yeah.
And guys are like, if they messed up in Mombasa, why are we going to vote? Tomorrow we will find something. They wake up in the morning, the social media is on fire about all these things. So my view is somebody is looking like, should I like waste time on something like this?
Yeah.
So that would be the rational thing that I would say to attribute to based on the discussions that I've had with a few people. Now, the other one is about the turnout. So you sitting there, you watching the rallies, you watching all these things, and you're thinking people are going to show up for the elections. What you're missing is, if you're looking at 60,000 people, you're looking at 100,000 people in a rally, they look many. But when you split them into polling stations with a maximum of 700 people, you can like just count those people. Like it's not like you will see these are the people. So when IBC tells you 6.2 million people have shown up, if you put that number in one place, it's huge.
Yeah.
But because it's been split, it's like very, very, very small. The other thing could be a protest from guys. Guys are looking at, okay, what are the choices here? A former prime minister who is being pushed by a sitting president, a deputy president who's been with this president for some. So whichever way you're doing, you're pushing for continuity. So I was on the line today, and the lady before me was like saying, I just want to do two things. I'm going to vote for only two people. And so the friend asked her, like, what will you do with the rest? And she's like, oh, I don't need them, I just need two. And they said they cannot give you 2 ballot papers, you need to take 6. And she's like, I'm just gonna spoil them.
Yeah.
And like, this is a discussion that is happening on the queue to the voting, and I'm looking at it, I'm listening to it, and I'm wondering, why would she leave the house to come and vote for 2 people? And who is this? It's the president and the governor. Why does she not care about the MP and or the MCA? And the thing is, we forget that this time round, IEBC did not do voter education as it usually does. And part of it is because of resources. The money that, like, it was even a given. When are the elections? Elections are coming in 2022, August. Wachana na hiyo, we will deal with more urgent issues on the budget. And COVID messed things up, Treasury will tell you. The debts that we have messed things up. But this is something that we have to think about, even as people who engage people with money.
Yeah.
We have to talk to other people outside the Treasury, outside, and tell them, guys, it's urgent. We need to do this voter education.
Yeah.
We laughed. Guys were like, oh, young people are not registering. When you looked at the headlines after IEBC gave out the data showing that it's 39%, 39.8, about 40% of voters were
below
under
the age of 35.
18 to 35. And guys were, instead of guys questioning that, guys were celebrating. Like, we're like, now ni wazee wanaenda kuamua hii election. And that is not the healthy conversation to have.
It's a very cynical way of looking at our democracy. And it is sad. It is sad that it's come to that independent institutions funded by the government, whether the money comes late or not, have withdrawn from that, space of being able to provide civic education. And it's weird. It's not just the IBC. It's various other institutions that are supposed to be providing this kind of information that just aren't doing it anymore. And people are supposed to, I guess, rely on Google. But Google is not Kenyan. Google doesn't have an ID and my candidate and things like that. Yeah, we don't. Those institutions don't carry IDs, right?
I also think in addition to the voter education, I think politicians have been using the same old ways of lowering the crowds that they were using back in 90s, and forgetting when Kibaki was in power, most people went to school. So I think, and there was that piece that showed this, a lot of the crowd in those rallies is procured. They are there for work. And them thinking, if people see a lot of people in the rallies for me, they will think now I'm popular and kuna psych. Without forgetting the people they are communicating to, it's not the same as our grandparents.
They're very different people.
They're asking, okay, those are your people, that's your rally. Me, I just want to know, what difference will it make for me? Or what difference has me voting 2013, 2017 twice? And what difference has it made in my life? I've gone to school within that time, I've graduated, I've been home. People, the kind of electorate that these politicians have been engaging with are more educated, yet they are using the same tricks of let's create euphoria, we can create euphoria like we did.
Freedom is coming, and
it's a different sort of
sloganeering ad nauseum. Angela, there's a joke that my favorite comedian has about the 2016 election in the US. I'm not going to give the punchline because I'm just not going to give the punchline. But essentially the point that he was making was that when he went into the booth to vote for Hillary, he was going to do it as a civic duty, but he just didn't feel good about what he was doing, right? And then the joke goes on and becomes a bit lewd. But when I heard Alphonse speak about the candidates, I wonder whether you had any of the same sentiment that really what we have is a distinction without a difference between Raila Odinga on the one hand, William Ruto on the other as the main candidates, and then two other candidates that one is a jester in a sense, and the other represents this religious constituency that just doesn't get behind him. I don't know whether you saw this in Ushahidi and people talked about this.
Not within the data. I think for me as well, it's been in anecdotal conversations. Because online it's been either for or against, and very strongly, at least from the data that we've been able to receive. But just from some of the conversations, whether it's with friends or people who I know who are saying, I'm not going to vote or I'm undecided, it was, I don't know which of these two eggs I am choosing that will be the best one for me.
Okay. Odanga, we had a conversation much earlier in the day with Joko Budi from The Elephant. And his contention was that what we're seeing, because I guess as someone who studies this and analyzes this a lot, he's been thinking about it, right? What we're seeing in these elections is the end of a feudal system of governance, that we all owe allegiance to the same chief and that sort of thing. And society has changed such that not only in our politics, but also in our political economy and the real economy, that, things just aren't the same anymore. And I guess pressurized by the debt crisis, etc. How would you be able to represent what actually is going on from reading social media and coming up with like an accurate sentiment analysis?
Well, I think there's something that I thought about. It's no coincidence that in the time when we are younger than ever and more connected than ever, we are looking at, we might be staring at the lowest turnout ever. Has anyone thought about that?
That it's actually a huge contradiction.
It's a huge contradiction, because you would expect that, this freedom of information access that we would have would be leading, would be leading people in droves towards political involvement. Well, in reality, the opposite is happening. And I think that feeling of disenfranchisement, the whole idea that everybody is a crook, so why should I vote? Is something that I think in many disinformation campaigns I saw, basically trying to smash down the middle.
Yeah.
And make sure that people are so disenfranchised about the process that they do not see the point in voting. But the interesting thing, though, which might point towards an interesting phenomenon about young people in Kenya, is that they're very engaged in the business of elections. They're there printing shirts, they're there taking the money at rallies, they're very engaged, and so it's leading to this very confusing situation.
But you said something, that there was some things that you were able to track that showed that people who might have been in the middle are being made to feel a certain way by the information. And how deliberate, how consistent was that? Where was it coming?
I mean, think about it this way. Anybody who has been on Twitter for the past 5 years has woken up to a barrage of hashtags every day in the morning that either attack a specific candidate and try to paint them in a very specific light. And this was not just happening on Twitter alone, it was happening on TikTok, it was happening on Facebook. There are very many types of what we like to call misinfographics, that either have someone's head chopped off and, saying that, you are a crook, you killed all of these people, and on this other end, you stole and did all of these kind of things. And the truth is, whereas you might think you are immune to this sort of information, but it actually does play a role in shaping your political perceptions down the line. Because the truth about these things is that it oftentimes, many of them might not think about it, but in the long term, it actually does end up seeping into the nerve center of the ecosystem. You might look at it today and be like, that's just another piece of Ruto propaganda, right? But you've looked at it and you're like, how were you able to actually understand the message that the propaganda was trying to push to you, right? And that, in essence, also feeds into the kind of political ideologies that you end up creating, especially for younger voters in their very formative years. That stuff actually has very dangerous effects in terms of the kind of attitude they develop towards politics.
True. I want to reserve the last 2 moments of our conversation for Tracy. Tracy, you had some questions that you wanted to ask. I don't know whether they've been answered or you still have those questions.
Some have been answered.
Which is the one that you feel, if I go home today and it's not answered?
It's an issue we've been having. Let me close this.
Yes.
It's an issue we've been having with our fact checks. So when they're making certain claims, when they're launching the manifestos or in the debates, they say young people are unemployed. Then they give percentages, But then the UN's definition of a young person is not the Kenya Constitution's definition of a young person. And then they're just, they're just putting all this data together. Like, there are those who are unemployed but are not actively looking for work. And there are those who are actively looking for work. So now how do you fact check such data? Because that's a lot. It's just clustered together. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. So
Alphonse.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So with youth unemployment, so they are all this, and I'm happy. The UN ILO, they go with 15 to 24 for youth unemployment.
Yes.
For KNBS, it's they use the Kenyan Constitution, which is 18 to 34, but they have data from 15 to 24. So, and they do not compute this. For the African Youth Charter, they have a different definition of what a youth segment is. Okay? So you have all these numbers that are contradicting. And when these guys are putting out this data and the data is jumbled up, so as a fact checker, what I do, so sometimes you start checking and you find, okay, this guy is quoting these numbers would work in the Kenyan context. And this is how I would compute it. But the data that I have does not reflect the numbers. So we have that back and forth. And it's not just about the youth unemployment. I'll just give you one quick example so that when Martha Karua mentioned that we spend like operation and maintenance budget, and she said it's up there, whatever number that was, and then she said salaries and wages. So when you check the control of budget is the person who approves all the money that is used by the counties. Yeah, so she would know because the counties report back to her, and even the national government reports back to her. So she would know how much went to operations and maintenance.
Yeah.
The treasury are the people who release this money via IFMIS. So they have like a whole database where they can see that this money went to this contractor for this service. So they have like oversight for the whole government. Now, some of these things over the years, like that we've been doing this in Kenya, I tend to think some of the data is deliberately like put out badly. Yeah, so that
and put in clusters that perhaps people don't understand.
Yes. So when we ask something about, say, parastatal data, that becomes problematic.
Yeah.
Because like the people who check that, they will tell you, no, we actually don't know how much parastatals spend.
Yeah.
Because once the money goes to them, that is it. Now, you do not know, but you can see that this is the block figure that was given to parastatals.
Yeah.
So that's the where. And for the solution, and now I'm coming to you, the solution that we are trying, and we would be trying, is to get into a conversation about data collection in Kenya. So it's something, as we are developing, we're trying to develop an AI tool. So we need to get into a conversation with the national statistics offices, so that we tell, okay, guys, this is the data that a lot of people are interested in. You don't collect that kind of data.
Yeah.
It is used to make decisions about people's lives. The last time you collected it, like the Kenya Health maternal mortality was 2014. So, and you ask them, guys, let us do this, and if it's money you guys need, this is where you can find that money.
Yeah.
And these people will be willing to support you, but the thing they would, you will not lack money. That's what I have learned. If you have a good idea, and that idea is useful to society. So that's what I have learned over the years. So that's the thing. The data is bad. Like, we do not know what kills us, for example.
Yeah.
And I can talk about this forever, but
yeah.
we do not know. COVID, we could get daily data.
Yeah.
But if you ask which is the biggest killer disease in Kenya,
we were not sure.
We don't have
but
that.
We certainly know anecdotally what ails us at this point in time.
Alcoholism.
At this point in time, not even alcoholism. Anyway, this evening, we know what ails
but
us.
I think I just want to add to what Alphonse is talking about. Yeah. And you see what he's basically doing? That's institution building.
Yeah.
Right? You know, that's what strengthening institutions look like. Giving them the right capacity to be able to try and fix these systemic issues that bring about these voids of information that cause the problems that we are currently talking about right now. Because the way he's responded, it's not about, saying, okay, just go with the UN definition alone, or this other politician is wrong. No. This is a political problem.
Yeah,
it's a political problem that needs accountability work and institutional work. And that's how we actually get out of this mess, even with the IEBC.
Even with the IEBC. What a way to end it. Guys, this has been a great conversation. Lots of people been following on Twitter. And everybody in the studio this evening, and to the people who are online on Twitter who've been following this, if you missed parts of the conversation, we've been live streaming this on YouTube, so you can see the handsome and beautiful faces that were seated here next to me on our YouTube channel. We'll also continue covering this election, but there's also been a gentleman, the silent guest in every big picture recording. Well, there's that one, and then now there's Louis, and Louis has been drawing up what's a token that we give to everybody who comes on a big picture. So since you guys came together, this is what you get. Unfortunately, we've had so many guests today that our frames are finished. But we'll frame this and we'll send a copy to each one of you guys. All right? All right, guys. I mean, Alphonse, Angela, Purity, Odanga, of course, Tracy, and to everybody who's been watching and listening to our coverage across the day, thank you very much for watching the Big Picture Takeover. Our teams out in the field are working really, really hard to make sure that we get not just the results, but really the story behind the results. And if you look at the body of work that we've done around the elections as Africa Uncensored, it's not just about, oh, you're going to go and vote here. It's about the underpinnings of our society when it comes to our politics. Hopefully we'll be able to do more and more and more of this as the days and evenings wear on. Remember, guys, it's an important night and important days going forward. I would urge, don't be violent, but be vigilant and hold the people that need to be held to account accountable, because that is the role of an active citizen. Good night, good luck, and let's see you on the other side of this evening, hopefully with a little more light between us and this election and a little less heat. All right. Cheers, guys.